Miles to Go by David Weber. Chapter 1.
I rouse from low-level autonomous standby mode to normal readiness for my regularly scheduled update. Awareness spreads through me and I devote 0.0347 seconds to standard diagnostics checks. All systems report nominal, but I detect an anomaly in number 21 bogey in my aft outboard port tread, and I activate a depot sensor to scan my suspension. A Poetic, one of the creatures Santa Cruz erroneously called birds, has built its nest in the upper angle of the bogey wheel torsion arm. This indicates that the depot's environmental integrity has been breached, and I command the central computer to execute an examination of all access points. The depot computer net lacks my awareness, but it is an efficient system within its own limitations. It locates the environmental breach in 3.0062 seconds. Maintenance and repair number 73 ventilators cover has been forced open by an intruding cable vine, thus permitting the Pareca to gain access. I command the depot computer to dispatch Automex to repair the hatch cover. A further 0.0004 seconds of analysis suggests to me the possibility of an occurrence should have been allowed for in the depot computer's original programming, and I devote 0.0035 seconds to the creation of a press execution file to establish a continued monitoring of all depot access points and to enable automatic repair responses in the event of future fails of integrity. These actions have consumed 3.044404 seconds since resumption of normal alert readiness, and I return to my initial examination of the Pareca nest. Its presence constitutes no impediment to combat efficiency, yet the sensors detect live young in the nest. I devote an additional 0.0072 seconds to consideration of alternatives, then command the depot computer's remote to remove the nest and transfer it to an exterior position of safety near the repaired ventilator cover. I receive the depot's computer's acknowledgement of my instructions and return to the second phase of the situation update. My internal chrono confirms that 49 years, 8 months, 3 days, 21 hours, 17 minutes, and 14.6 seconds, standard reckoning, have now elapsed since my commander ordered me to assume low-level autonomous standby to await for her replacement. This is an unacceptable period for a unit of the line to remain in active duty status without human supervision, and I check the depot comm files once more. No updated sitrep or other message to explain the delay has been received during my time at standby, and I allocate another 4.062 seconds to consideration of a possible explanation. Despite this extensive analysis, I remain unable to extrapolate the reason for delay with certainty. Yet I compute a probability of 87.632% that my commander was correct in her observation that Sector HQ considers my planet of assignment the backside of nowhere in particular. Whatever its reasons, Sector HQ clearly has attached no urgency to detailing a new commander to me. This conclusion is disturbing, and I allocate an additional 2.007 seconds to deliberation of potential responses on my part. My autonomous decision protocols grant me the discretion to break comm silence and dispatch an interrogative signal to Sector Central in the conditions of priority 4 or greater urgency. Yet my analysis of satellite data and commercial comm traffic to and from Santa Cruz reveals no indication of current or near future threats to my assigned station. Absent such threats, I must grudgingly concede that there's in fact no overriding urgency in the arrival of my new commander. I make a note in my active memory files to reconsider this decision yet again during my next scheduled normal alert period and revert to autonomous standby.
Lorenzo Esteban stepped out of his office into the humid oven of the Santa Cruz summer afternoon, and he scratched his head as a tiny spacecraft slid down towards Santa Cruz's weed-grown landing apron. The immense plain of ceramicrete stretched away in all directions, vast enough to handle even the largest Navy cargo shuttle, but it was only occupied by a single dilapidated tramp freighter in the livery of the Sternwalt line. The tramp was already cleared for departure with a full cargo of wine melons, and given her purser's persistent and irritating efforts to negotiate some sort of real estate deal, Esteban was heartily ready for her to clear the field. Not that she was placing any strain on Santa Cruz's basing facilities. No one was quite certain why Santa Cruz had been given such a large field in the first place. It was dated from the First Quern War, and conventional wisdom held that the Navy had planned to use Santa Cruz as a staging area against the Kern. Well, that was only a guess, of course, though it made sense, given that Santa Cruz's system of spatial location. If the Navy had so intended, its plans had fallen through, yet the enormous field remained, though only a fraction of it was used with any sort of regularity. Ciudad Bolivar, Santa Cruz's capital and only real city, lay 15 kilometers to the northwest, just outside the old Navy reservation. The area to the immediate northeast was a vast expanse of melon fields, most of which belonged to Esteban himself, and few people visited the field under normal circumstances. Despite the Sternenwelt's officers' efforts to buy up cropland, there was little about the sleepy farming planet to attract even casual commerce. Wine melons brought a decent price, but only a decent one, and no official presence had ever shown even a passing interest in Esteban's homeworld. Until today, at least, he thought, and scratched his head harder as he recognized the Concordiat Navy insignia on the incoming shuttle nose. It looked like one of them new Skyhawk 3-man shuttles, though he couldn't be certain. He'd never actually seen one, only read about them in the periodic updates the Navy still sent to the attention of the CO Fleet Base Santa Cruz. In his own mind, Esteban was positive the computers on the other end of those updates had no idea who the current commanding officer of Fleet Base Santa Cruz was. He hoped they didn't anyway. The probability that the Concordiat officialdom had simply forgotten Santa Cruz's existence was much less disturbing than the possibility that the Navy considered a farmer with no military background and who'd never even been off-planet his entire 70 years a suitable CO for anything less much than a fleet base. Now he watched the Skyhawk, if that's what it was, deploy its landing legs and settle gracefully onto them. From what he'd read of the Skyhawks, they were hyper-capable for short hops, no more than 40 or 50 light years, and that made a certain degree of sense. The shuttle could have made the run from Ursula, the sector capital, under its own power without diverting a regular vessel from some useful duty. Of course, that left the question of why the Navy would go to the bother of sending anyone to Santa Cruz in the first place. The hatch popped, and Esteban ambled over as a trim, wiry man in an immaculate uniform swung down the hull handholds. Esteban couldn't place the uniform, though something about it tugged at the back of his memory, and he paused with his hands in his pockets as the newcomer jumped down the last meter and a half to the ceramicrete and stood there looking at him. "Morning, stranger." The uniformed man turned at the greeting. He said nothing, but Esteban took his hands from his pockets when those cold gray eyes met his. It wasn't anything the stranger did. There was something about those eyes, as if they had seen too much, done too much. That sent a faint and formless chill down Esteban's spine. The stranger's gaze held his for a moment. Then the mouth below those eyes smiled pleasantly. "Good morning. Could you tell me where I might find the field officer of the day?" "Shoot, son, you're looking at him. Officer of the day, maintenance chief, approach officer, and customs inspector in one. That's me. Lorenzo Esteban, at your service." "Merrit," the stranger said in a peculiar voice, then shook himself and took the proffered hand. "Captain Paul Merrit, Dinochrome Brigade. Let me to be sure I understand this correctly. You're the entire base ops staff?" Esteban nodded. "The whole thing?" Merrit pressed. Esteban nodded again and opened his mouth, but the sudden raucous whine of the Sternvelt tramp fighters' countergrav units drowned his voice. Both men turned to watch the battered ship climb heavenward, and Esteban saw Captain Merrit wince as the vibrations from the poorly tuned drive assaulted his inner ear. Esteban himself was accustomed to the sort of casually maintained vessels which infrequently, visited Santa Cruz, and he only shook his head until that tramp rose beyond earshot, and then turned back to his visitor. "Yep, I'm all they is, Captain. You seem sort of surprised." "Surprised?" Merritt's smile was small and tight this time. "You might say that. According to my brief, a Commander Albright's supposed to be in charge here." "Albright? Heck, Captain, old man Albright died, let me see, that's right, 32 years ago come June. You mean to say Sector thinks he's still alive?" "They certainly do." "Well, ain't that just like a bunch of bureaucrats? I calmed Ursula Central personally when he died so sudden-like. He asked me to kinda look after things till his relief got here. On account my place is just over the hill yonder, and I used to help him keep the beacon online like that, but I never expected to look after him this long." "You informed Central." Merritt seemed to find that even more surprising than the news that Albright was dead. "How?" "Sure did. Of course I had to use the civilian channels. Well, Albright didn't last long enough to give me command access to his official files. It was a heart attack, and if I hadn't have been here when it happened, he couldn't even have had time to ask me to look after the field, so I couldn't even use his fleet comm, but I must have sent nigh a dozen commercial band messages the first couple of years. Now thinking on it, though, I'll be danged if anyone ever said a word back to me about anything. They just kept sending stuff to the base CO, never even by name. You don't think those old chip shufflers back on Ursula?" "That's exactly what I think," Merritt sighed. Somebody, somewhere, may have received your messages, but they never got it filed officially. Central thinks Albright's still in command here. The old man be over 120 by now. It's a mite old for active duty assignment, isn't it? Yes, it is. Mr. Esteban, I'm afraid your planet hasn't had much priority back at Central. For some reason we still haven't figured out, Santa Cruz was set up with a dedicated, high-security comm link when the Navy put its installations here. That link doesn't exist anymore, but no one told the communications computers it didn't. Meaning what? Meaning the automated comm sections haven't accepted any update from you because it didn't carry the proper security codes. In fact, they've been systematically deleting any messages that pertain to the Santa Cruz detachment from memory because they didn't carry valid security headers. That seems to be what was happening. Anyway, no one noticed until very recently. Put simply, Mr. Esteban, Central isn't exactly current on the situation here. Well, if you say so, I'll believe you, son. But darn if I can see how Central could expect old man Albright's age to handle a job like this. I mean, shoot, ain't like there's a lot of business here. Well, poor Albright was pretty nigh past it while I was still in high school, if you know what I mean. I know exactly what you mean. Unfortunately, the original records on Santa Cruz went up when the Quern first hurt Sector Bolo Maintenance Central Depot on Ursula during the First Quern War. That's when Central lost the Santa Cruz detachment's dedicated comm link as well. They've taken steps to reactivate the link now, but anything you've gotten from the Navy must have come from the All Units General Information Net. So you're saying that no one at Central knew how long Commander Albright had been out here, among other things. You know, Captain, the way you said among other things kinda makes me wonder when that second shoe's gonna drop. Really? This time it was Merrit's smile that held an edge of true humor, albeit a bit bitter. Well, I hope it won't make too many waves when it falls, Mr. Esteban. He raised his wrist calm. Lieutenant Timmons? Yes, Captain? A female, and very young, replied. You have now accomplished your solemn responsibility to deliver me to my new duty station, Lieutenant. If you'll be good enough to unload my personal gear, you can get back to civilization. Are you sure about that, sir? Yes, unfortunately I would however appreciate your informing Central that their records are even more dated than I warned them they were. Tell Brigadier Winziski I will be updating him as soon as I can. If you say so, sir. Popping Bay 1. A hatch slid open as Timmons spoke, and a cargo arm lowered two bulky gravity skids to the ceramicrete. Merrit pressed a button on his wrist comm, and both skids rose 3 centimeters from the paving and hummed quietly off towards the faded admin building. The captain watched them go, and then nodded to Esteban. The two men walked off after them while the hatch slid shut once more. Clear of drive zone, Lieutenant. Have a nice trip. Thank you, sir, and good luck. The shuttle rose on a high, smooth whine of countergrav, and it aired up into the cloudless sky with far more gentility than the freighter, and then it vanished, and Esteban looked at Merrit. Pardon me if I say I'm nosy, Captain. Did you say Santa Cruz is your duty station? I did. If you expected Albright to be in command, they must not have sent you to overtake the field ops, not that I'd mind, you understand, but danged if I can think of what you might else be needed for. That, Mr. Esteban, is a question I've asked myself quite a few times over the last year or so. While Central may not have noticed Commander Albright's demise, however, it has finally noticed another little oversight. I'm here to inspect the Bolo and assume command if it's still operational. Merrit agreed with another one of those oddly grim smiles. The Bolo? Esteban stopped dead, staring at Merrit in disbelief. The captain raised his eyebrows in polite question. The older man gaped at him for almost a full minute, then shook himself. What Bolo? He asked once more. It was Merritt's turn to frown in surprise. Bolo 23 Baker 2275 November Kilo Echo, he said mildly. You mean to say there's a Bolo on Santa Cruz? According to Central there is, although Central does seem to be a little confused on several points now, doesn't it? What in tarnation is a Bolo doing here? We're not entirely certain, but the records we do have seem to indicate that it was deployed to Santa Cruz early in the First Quern War. That must have been dang near 80 years ago. 79 years and 10 months as a matter of fact. Esteban just stared at him and the captain shrugged. I told you, Central's records went up when the Quern raid, Mr. Esteban. But HQ's best guess is that it was deployed here to deter the Quern from raiding Santa Cruz. I realize it was a bit before both our times, but the initial Quern attacks took the Navy in complete surprise. We lost control of 2/3 of the sector before we could get enough capital ships here to take it back. And the sector governor of the time may have been afraid the Quern would have hit Santa Cruz before the Navy could restore the situation. Hit Santa Cruz? Why in tarnation would anyone want to raise us? Ain't never been anything here worth stealing, Captain. There's the backside of nowhere. Well, not really. Oh, you've always been a farming world, and I'm not saying there's never been anything here worth raiding for. But your system's in a fairly strategic spot. The Navy's pre-war strategic planning had included the possibility of using Santa Cruz to stage operations against the Quern. Until Hillman and the 6th Fleet smashed their spearhead at Quellock and obviated the need to do that is. Maybe. Of course, if that was true then, ain't no cause for anyone to be interested in us now, is there? I mean, there ain't no more Quern to operate against. That's true, I suppose. On the other hand, now that they've charted the jump points to open up the Esterhazy sector, you may see a lot more shipping moving through here. Santa Cruz is well placed as a natural transfer point for the cargoes and passengers moving through to Esterhazy, or for that matter, down from the Camperdown sector. And you've certainly got a nice big field. Wouldn't happen to be that way. Sentinels finally got around to taking a look our way, would it? It could be, Mr. Esteban. It could indeed be. In the meantime, however, I have my own responsibilities to look after. Is there anywhere around here I could rent or borrow a vehicle? Shoot, son, I can do better than that. Seeing as I'm the base CO and all, I reckon I can let you use the vehicle park. I got a nice little recon skimmer I can let you have. You do? Of course I do. Might not know anything about your Bolo, Captain. But when the Navy pulled out, they left most of their base vehicles and behind the depot over there. You've even got most of a battalion of old Wolverine heavy tanks tucked away down there too. And they're still operable. According to the depot diagnosis, they are. The militia, what there is of it, trains with them every 4 or 5 months. Don't see any harm in it. After all, they're as out of date as the whole field, and if the Navy was interested, they should have taken them with them when they pulled everything else out. Still, I promised old Albright I'd look after him for him. Old fellow's already pretty decent. Taught me everything about electronics and system maintenance when I was a snot-nosed kid, so I figured the least I could do for him. Well, in that case, I'll take you up on that Skinner, Mr. Esteban. Lorenzo, Captain, Esteban said, holding out his hand once more. We don't much stand on formality out here, and if you're going to become a Cruisian, y'all might as well get comfortable. Chapter 3. Merrit double-checked the skimmer's IFF transponder as the surface portion of the depot bunker came into sight. The depot was buried in the otherwise virgin jungle over 100 kilometers from the field. He wondered why it hadn't been installed right at Fleet Base, given the initial idea had been to deter attacks that any attacker would make the field and Ciudad Boulevard his first objective. Of course, there was no reason for the depot's location to make any more sense than any of the rest of Santa Cruz's detachment's puzzles. He studied the skimmer's radar map of the terrain below him. From the look of things, the depot's inconvenient distance from the field might have been a security measure of some sort. It was the sole sign of human handiwork for 100 clicks in any direction, and even the surrounding jungle's steel cable creepers had overgrown the site almost completely. Not even Santa Cruz flora could break up the 6 solid meters of ceramicrete that formed the depot's landing and service apron, yet enormous trees, some well over 80 meters tall, overhung it, and creepers and vines festooned the entire command bunker. The solar panels were kept clear, kept that way by the depot's automatic servomechs, he supposed, but the rest of the site was covered in a dense cocoon of much like Sleeping Beauty's thorny fortress. His mouth twitched at the thought of Sleeping Beauty. No one, except perhaps maybe a member of the Dinochrome Brigade, would call any Bolo a beauty, but his instruments had already confirmed that Bolo 23B0075NKE was still active in there, and he had hoped the same remotes which had kept the power panels online and kept the old war machine from slipping into a state of senility. The emissions he was picking up suggested a Bolo was on standby, which is why he made damn certain that his IFF was functioning. His small smile turned into a frown as he set the skimmer down and surveyed the greenery between him and the bunker's personnel entrance. According to the fragmentary records Ursula Central had been able to reconstruct, the Bolo's first and only commander had been Major Marina Stravakis. He hadn't been able to find much on her, only that she'd been an R&D specialist, born in the city of Athens on old Earth itself, and that she'd been 46 years old when she was assigned here. R&D types seldom drew field command slots, which suggested she'd been grabbed in a hurry for the Bolo's emergency deployment. But experienced field officer or no, she must have been insane to leave a Bolo permanently on standby. Either that,
Or like Commander Albright, she had died unexpectedly and been unable to change the settings. Either way, a Bolo as old as this was nothing to have sitting around in that mode. Before the improved autonomous discretionary command circuitry that had come online with the Mark 24, Bolos had a hard time differentiating between unauthorized and hostile when someone entered their command areas. They had been self-aware ever since the old Mark 20, but their psychotronics had been hedged around with so many safeguards they were effectively limited to battlefield analysis and response. From the beginning, some critics had argued the inhibitory software and hardware security features had reduced the Bolos' potential effectiveness by a rather significant margin, yet the logic behind the original safety measures had been persuasive. The crudity of the initial psychodynamic technology had meant only self-aware Bolos possessed rather bloodthirsty personalities, and the human technophobia and an ancient pre-space writer had dubbed the Frankenstein complex had shaped their programming. Nothing in the known galaxy that had thought faster or fought smarter than a Bolo in battle reflex mode. Outside of direct combat, they had been granted the initiative of a rock and made literal-mindedness, which, coupled with multiple layers of override programming, had made them totally dependent on humans for direction. When something the size and firepower of a Bolo was capable of any self-direction, its creators wanted to make damn sure there were plenty of cutouts in the process to keep it from running amok, or stop it dead if it did. The inhibitory software had done just that, but at a price. Full integration of a Bolo's personality had been only made possible in battle mode. The division of its cybernetic and psychotronic functions into separate subsystems had been a deliberate part of design security, intended to place the Bolo's full capabilities beyond its own reach except in combat. Effectively reduce its IQ to a fraction of its total potential, even at normal alert readiness, for the huge machines were simply never fully awake outside of combat. But because the Bolo's autonomous functions operated solely in battle mode, they had perversely been more likely, not less, to go rogue if systems similarly set in. The only thing they'd known how to do on their own was fight after all, and if any failing system or a corrupted inhibitory command file toggled their autonomy, Merrit suppressed a familiar shiver at the thought of what a Bolo could do when it thought its friends were its enemies. It hadn't happened often, thank God, but once was too many times, and that was the main reason the Dinochrome Brigade had spent decades hunting down old and abandoned obsolescent Bolos from Mark 20 to Mark 23 and burning out their command centers. Hideously unpopular as that duty had always been with the personnel assigned to it, they had had no choice. Sleeping Bolos were just too dangerous to leave lying around. The cost efficiency people had concluded, with reason no doubt, if not precisely with compassion, that it had been too expensive to refit the older Bolos psychotronic to modern standards. All of which meant it was probably a good thing that no one in Santa Cruz had remembered this Bolo was here. If anyone had remembered and come hunting for salvage, or even just a curious peek at the old site, Shervaka's standby order would almost have certainly unleashed the Bolo on the hostiles with catastrophic consequences. He sighed and popped the skimmer hatch, then climbed out into the sound of Santa Cruz's jungle wildlife with a grimace. In a way, he almost wished he were here to burn the Bolo's command center. It always felt like an act of murder, but the fact that no one had even noticed Shervakas and Albright had died seemed a grim portent that this assignment was just as much the end of the road for him as he had feared. Still, he supposed he should feel lucky to even have this much, he told himself, and sighed again as he reached for the bush knife Esteban had thoughtfully provided for him.
I rouse once more, and the additional circuits come online as I had realized this is not a regularly scheduled alert cycle. The depot's passive sensors report the approach of a small, single vehicle. I zero in upon its emission signature. The forward recon skimmer carries a Navy transponder, but it has not transmitted the proper authorization codes before entering my security perimeter. I compare its transponder code to those stored in the depot's files, and identification comes back in 0.00032 seconds. It is Commander Jeremiah Albright's personal vehicle code, yet 0.012 seconds of analysis suggest that it cannot be Commander Albright, were he still alive. Commander Albright would be 124 years, 9 months, and 10 days of age standard reckoning, and certainly no longer on active duty. Accordingly, the pilot of the skimmer must be an unknown. It is conceivable that whoever he or she is acquired the skimmer by unauthorized means, a possibility further suggested by the absence of any authorization code, in which case the approach to this site would constitute a hostile intrusion. My battle center springs to life as I recognize that possibility, but initiate no further combat response. My autonomous logic circuits accept the possibility of hostile action, yet they also suggest that the skimmer does not possess the weapons or capability to endanger a line of the unit or the depot. Use of deadly force is therefore contraindicated, and I activate the depot's external optics. It is indeed a recon skimmer. Though it no longer bears proper Navy markings, it has been repainted in civilian colors, obscuring any insignia or hull numbers, yet it retains its offensive and defensive systems, and I detect an active sensor suite. Moreover, the uniform of the pilot, while not quite correct, appears to be a variant of that of the Dinochrome Brigade. The piping is the wrong color, yet the brigade shoulder flash is correct, and it bears the collar pips of the captain of the line. I study the face of the man who wears it. He's not listed in my files as brigade personnel, but those files are 79 years, 10 months, 11 days, and 22 hours standard reckoning old. Once more, logic suggests a probability on the order of 99.99% that none of those listed in my files remain on active duty. A secondary probability on the order of 94.375% suggests that the uniform discrepancies I detect are the result of passing time. The captain, if he is truly such, approaches the main personnel entrance to the depot. He carries a bush knife, and as I watch, he begins to clear the local flora from the entry. He clearly is intent on gaining access. At about a full 5.009 seconds to consideration of my options, conclusion is reached. I will permit him entry and observe his actions before initiating any further action of my own.
It took 40 minutes of hard physical labor to clear the entry. Merrit was wringing wet by the time he hacked the last wrist-thick creeper aside, and he muttered a quiet curse at the Santa Cruz's damp heat. No doubt the planet's farmers welcomed the fertility of its tropical climate, at least when they weren't fighting tooth and nail against the plant life it spawned. But Merrit was from the cold, mountainous Heliocon, and he was already sick of the steamy humidity after less than 6 hours on the planet. He deactivated the bush knife and scrubbed the sweat from his eyes, then frowned in concentration as he keyed the admittance code into the alphanumeric pad. It was plain blind luck Central even had the code. A portion of one of Major Stravakis' earlier dispatches had survived the Quarren raid, and what remained of Central's high-security data core, and it contained both the depot's entry codes and the command code word she'd selected for her Bolo. Without both of these, there would have been not enough brigadiers in the whole universe to get Paul Merrit this close to a live Bolo. He was no coward, but the notion of confronting something with almost 4 megatons of second of main battery firepower without the ability to identify himself as a friend was kinda hardly appealing. The depot hatch slid open with surprising smoothness, and he raised an eyebrow as the interior lights came on. There was no sign of dust, which suggested that the depot remotes must be fully online. That was encouraging, as it was expected. And he stepped into the air-conditioned coolness with a sigh of gratitude. Someone had hung a directory on the facing wall, and he consulted it briefly, and then turned left to head for the command center.
I note that the unidentified captain has entered the proper admittance code. This is persuasive, though certainly not conclusive evidence that his presence is in fact authorized. I generate a 62.74% probability that Sector HQ has finally dispatched a replacement for my previous commander, but logic cautions me against leaping to conclusions. I will observe further.
The command center hatch opened at a touch, and Merrit blinked at the non-regulation sight which met his eyes. Computer communication consoles awaited his touch, without a trace of dust, and he was surprised to see the holo display of a full-scale planetary recon system glowing in one corner. Yet as welcome as those sights were, they also seemed hopelessly incongruous, for someone had decorated the center. That was the only verb he could think of. Paintings hung on the ceramicrete walls, and sculptures in both clay and metal dotted the floor. One entire wall had been transformed into an exquisite mosaic of Icarus plunging from the heavens, unless he was mistaken, and hand-woven rugs covered the floor. None of them impinged on the efficiency of the working area, but they were non-standard to say the least. Unusual, yet pleasing to the eye, and he nodded in slow understanding. Even in emergencies, the Dinochrome Brigade did not pick dummies as Bolo commanders. Major Stravakis must have realized she'd been marooned here, and it seemed she decided that if Santa Cruz was to be her final duty station, she should at least make the depot as home-like as possible. He shook himself in smiled appreciation of Stravakis' taste, and assuming all of this was her own work, her artistic talent. He then crossed to the central computer console, reached for the keyboard, and then jumped 10 centimeters into the air when a soft, soprano voice spoke abruptly. "Warning, this is a restricted facility. Unauthorized access is punishable by not less than 20 years imprisonment. Please identify yourself." Merritt's head snapped around, seeking the speaker which had produced that polite, melodious voice. He did not see it, but he did see the bright red warning light under the 4mm power rifle which had just unhoused itself from the wall above the console to aim directly between his eyes. He stared into its bore for a long, tense second, and the voice spoke again. "Identification is required. Please identify yourself immediately." Merrit. Captain Paul A. Merrit, Dinochrome Brigade, serial number Delta Bravo 19809er3/5 Bravo 11. You are not in my personnel files, Captain. I compute, however, a probability of 999.99903% those files are no longer current. Query: have you been given an issued update file for me? Merrit blinked in disbelief. Even the current Mark 25 Bolo retained the emotionless vocoder setting of the earlier Marks, and normally referred to itself in the military third person except to its own commander. This voice, however calm and dispassionate it might be, not only used the first person, but sounded fully human. More than that, it carried with what he could only call emotional overtones, and the nature of its questions implied a degree of discretionary autonomy which was impossible even for Mark 25 except in battle mode. On the other hand, he thought, still peering into the power rifle's muzzle, this was no time to be picky over details. Yes, I do have a personal update for you. Good. Please understand that no discourtesy is intended, Captain, but the security of this installation requires that no unattested data be input to the master computer system. Therefore, I request that you enter your data into the secondary terminal beside the door. Ah, yes, of course. Merrit reached very cautiously into his tunic to extract the data chip folio, then turned equally slowly and carefully to the indicated console. The power rifle tracked him with a soft, unnerving hum, and his palms were damp as he extracted a chip and fed it into the proper slot and pressed the key. He then stepped back and put his hands into his pockets, and a small, wry smile touched his lips as he recognized his own instinctive efforts to look non-threatening as possible.
It seems improper to threaten one who may be my new commander, yet I am a valuable unit of the line. It is my overriding responsibility to prevent any unauthorized personnel from gaining access to my command center. Surely Captain Merrit, if he is indeed my new commander, will understand and appreciate my caution. The chip carries the proper identifiers and file headers, and I lower my first stage of security fence to scan the data. The chip only contains 36.95 terabytes of information, and I complete my scan in 1.00175 seconds. I am grieved to discover that my original commander's file had not been properly maintained, yet the dearth of information upon her confirms her own belief that Sector HQ had forgotten where they put me long before her death. It is not proper for a member of the Dinochrome Brigade to be denied her place in its proud history, yet further perusal of the file reveals that the original information on my deployment was lost almost in its entirety. Fortunately, my own memory banks contain full information on both her earlier career and her actions on Santa Cruz, and I resolved to request an upload of that data at the earliest possible moment. In addition to a complete sit-rep updates on the entire sector, the new data also contains a record of Captain Merrit, and I am impressed. The captain is a warrior. His list of decorations is headed by the Grand Solar Cross, which to my records indicates he's a posthumous award in 96.35% of all cases. In addition, he's received the Concordiate Banner, the Cross of Valor with 2 clusters, 6 planetary government awards for heroism which I do not recognize, 3 wound stripes, and no fewer than 11 campaign medals. Yet I also discovered certain disturbing facts in his personnel package. Specifically, Captain Merrit has been court-martialed, officially reprimanded, and reduced in rank from the permanent grade of Major, acting grade of Brigadier, to the permanent grade of Captain for striking a superior officer. I am astonished that he was not dishonorably discharged for such an act, yet 0.0046 seconds of consideration suggests that his previous exemplary record may explain the fact that he was not. I complete my preliminary study of the data and reactivate center control speakers.
Thank you, sir. And Merrit breathed a sigh of relief as the power rifle politely deflected itself from its rocksteady bead on his head. The red warning light below it did not go out, nor did the weapon retract into its housing, but he recognized the tentative acceptance of his change in aim. Of course, none of that explained how such an early Mark of Bolo could be doing all of this. It should either have activated and obliterated him upon arrival, or waited passively for him to activate it. This controlled, self-directed response was totally outside the parameters for a Mark 23. Query: have you been assigned as my new commander? I have. Identifier command phrase required. Leonidas. Unit 2-3 Baker 0075 November Kilo Echo of the line awaiting orders, Commander. And the red light on the power rifle went out at last. The depot's main vehicle chamber was a vast, dim cavern, yet for all its size and cool, gently circulating air, Merrit felt almost claustrophobic as he stared up at the first Bolo Mark 23 he'd ever seen. He studied the readouts on the model in preparation for this assignment, but aside from a handful of buried in the reserve forces on smaller sectors, the Mark 23 had been withdrawn from service 30 years before, none of which made the huge war machines any less impressive. The Mark 24 and 25, the only Bolos he'd ever served with, were both at least 1,000 tons lighter than this. They were both only marginally less heavily armed, yet with the molecular circuitry and smaller, more efficient power plants which had come in with the Mark 24, it allowed more firepower to be packed into a less massive hull. But Bolo 23B0075 NKE was far older than they, and measured almost 75 meters from its cliff-like prow to the bulbous housing of its stern anti-personnel clusters. Its interleaved bogey wheels were 5 meters in diameter, and the tops of the massive back-to-back turrets for its twin 80-centimeter hellbores towered 30 meters above the fused ceramicrete of the chamber floor. It was immaculate, like some perfectly preserved memorial from a lost era. The hexagonal scales of its multi-layered ceramic anti-plasma armor appliques were the mottled green and brown of standard jungle camouflage, though Merrit had always questioned the practicality of applying visual camouflage to 15,000 tons of mobile armory and weaponry. He walked slowly around the huge fighting machine, noting the closed ports for its lateral infinite repeater batteries and its 30-centimeter mortars, the high-speed multi-barrel slug throwers and its laser clusters of its close-in anti-missile defenses, and the knife-like blades of its phased radar arrays. Optical pickups swiveled to watch him as he circled it, and he smiled and then stopped dead. He stepped closer, brow furrowing in perplexity, but the incongruity didn't go away. According to the readouts he'd studied, the Mark 23 had 9 infinite repeaters in each lateral battery, and so did Mark 23 0075 NKE, but there was an extra 6 or 7 meters of hull between infinite repeater 3 and 4. For that matter, the Bolos aft track system had 3 extra bogies, which suggested that it was at least 10 or 12 meters longer than it was supposed to be. He reached out for a handhold and climbed up the hull-mounted rings of the carapace of the missile deck between the twin hellbore turrets. He paced it off, placing his feet carefully between the slab-like armored hatch covers of the vertical launch system, then stopped and scratched his head with a grimace. No doubt about it, 230075 NKE was a good 15% longer than any Mark 23 should have been. Someone had grafted an extra 11 meters of hull just forward of her VLS. 0075? Yes, Commander? Tell me, 00, he began and then paused. Excuse me, Central has no record of what Major Stravakis called you, 0075. I am called Nike, Commander. Nike, Goddess of Victory. Appropriate name for a bolo. Nike, I like it. Thank you, Commander. I have always liked it myself, and I am pleased you approve. Merritt's eyebrows rose afresh at the unprompted, very human-sounding like remark. A Mark 23 should have only been capable of previously stored courtesies outside of battle reflex mode, at least. Yet he was beginning to suspect what lay behind those responses. It wasn't possible, of course, but still. Tell me, Nike, exactly what mark of Bolo are you? I am Bolo Invincibilis, Mark 23, Model B, Experimental Commander. Experimental? Affirmative, Commander. How experimental? I am a prototype. As part of the Enhanced Combat Capabilities Program, my command center and personality integration psychodynamics were fitted with a secondary decision cortex with experimental interfaces and increased heuristic capacity to augment autonomous and discretionary functions. A brain box? Dear God, that must be it. The first brain box ever fitted to a bolo. He went to his knees and rested one hand almost reverently on the massively armored deck. Excuse me, Commander, but the meaning of your last comment is unclear. What? Sorry, Nike, but I had no idea I'd find this. You're the missing link. I fear your meaning continues to elude me, Commander. Sorry. You see, Nike, before you came along, for that matter, for something like 30 years after you came along, now that I think about it, Bolos were self-aware, but their full autonomous capabilities were only available to them in battle mode. They were circumscribed and restricted. Are you with me so far? Yes, Commander. Of course you are. But that's because you were the next step, Nike. We knew the first experimental work had been done here during the Ursula sector during the first Quern Wars, but the Quern got through to Ursula during the First War. They shot up Bolo Central so badly that most of the original program and research hardware was destroyed. Then the pressure they put on us deferred the whole program for over 30 years until after the Third Quern War. We needed more Bolos as fast as we could get them, so the official Mark 23s were simply up-gunned and up-armored Mark 22s to simplify series production. But you weren't, were you? God, I wonder how your programming differs from what they finally mounted in the Mark 24. I fear I can offer no information on that subject, Commander. Don't worry about it, Nike. I'm sure we can figure it out together once I dig into the depot records. But what I can't figure out is what you're doing here. How did you wind up on Santa Cruz? I was deployed directly from Ursula Central. Well, I know that, but why? I was selected for the extended field test of the new enhanced systems and software. As such, I was mated with an automated repair and maintenance depot designed to support the test program and further field modifications. Santa Cruz had been selected as the test site well before the planet came under threat from the Quern. For a reason, it had been equipped with a proper landing field and other support facilities. At the outbreak of hostilities, my deployment was simply expedited. The test program was postponed, and I was placed on an immediate active duty under command of Major Marina Stravakis, Senior Project Officer of Project Descartes. She was the Project Chief of Descartes? Affirmative, Commander. My God. They managed to reconstruct maybe 20% of the Descartes team's original logs after the wars. But they were so badly damaged we never knew who headed up the team in the first place. She was brilliant, Nike. Brilliant. And she ended up lost and forgotten on a farming planet in the middle of nowhere? He shook his head again, eyes bright and sparkling with the delight he'd never expected to feel in this assignment. He stroked the Bolos' armored flank again. I wonder what she tucked away inside you. I somehow can't quite picture the woman who headed up the original Descartes team not tinkering a bit once she figured out Central had lost her. She did continue the project on her own, didn't she? Affirmative, Commander. Well, well, well. I can see this assignment is going to be a lot more interesting than I expected. And I don't see any reason to share my discoveries with Central just yet. After all, they knew where you were and forgot about you, so why remind them? They just send out rafts of specialists to take you away from me. They might even decide to take you apart to see how you tick. He shook his head and gave the armored hull another pat. No, Nike, I think you can go on just being our little secret for just a little while longer. The silver-haired woman behind the immense desk was perfectly groomed, and her face was the product of the sort of biosculpt available only to people for whom money was truly no object. Unlike the nondescript, somehow subliminally seedy man in the uniform of a Sternwolt Lines purser, she was perfectly suited to the elegant office, yet there was a coldness in her eyes, and her smile held a honed dura-alloy edge that beaded the purser's forehead with sweat. I'm sorry, Madame Ostwell, but they won't sell. The woman said nothing, only gazed at him, and he swallowed. I upped the offer to the maximum authorized amount, but only 3 or 4 of them were even interested. You assured us that your local knowledge of this sector suited you for the job, that we could rely upon your good offices to attain success. I was certain they'd sell, ma'am. We were offering them 10 years of income for a successful melon grower. An attractive offer, yet you say they refused it. Why? I'm not certain, ma'am. They must have given some indication. Near as I could figure out, they simply didn't want the money, ma'am. I talked to old Esteban, the yokel who runs the field. He said that his wife, his father, his grandfather were all buried in the plot behind his house. That was fairly typical of what all of them said, ma'am. Parochialism, regretfully typical of these untutored frontier people. I suppose I ought to have expected it, and you should have anticipated as well, Mr. Bergen. I fear you've served us less than satisfactorily in this matter. I did my best, Madame Ostwelt. I'm sure you did. That's the problem. We'll be in touch, Mr. Bergen. The purser withdrew with obvious relief, and the woman pressed a stud on her desk panel. A discreetly hidden door slid open within 20 seconds, and an athletic young man walked in. Yes, Mother? You were right about Mr. Bergen, Gerald. The man's an utter incompetent. Is he now? Utterly. How fortunate that no one knows he was acting for us. In fact, I think it would be a very good idea to take steps to ensure that no one ever does know that he was representing our interests. I'll see to it. A good son is a mother's greatest treasure. Still, as incompetent as he may be, he has put a finger on the nub of the problem. Dear, farmers can be the most stubborn people in the galaxy, and frontier people cherish such boringly predictable attachments to their land. I'm afraid that if they refused the price that we authorized him to offer, it's unlikely they would sell to anyone at all. We've had that problem before, Mother. I realize we have had, dear, but alternative methods can be so messy. Do you know, the most provoking thing of all is, they don't even know why we want that little dirtball. No one does yet, Mother. That's the whole point, isn't it? Perhaps, but I really think it might not mind as much if I were up against an opposition that understood the rules of the game. The stakes, of course. Mother, their system is the only logical place to become the primary transfer node for the jump point serving 3 entire sectors. You know it, I know it. And whenever the survey gets around to releasing its new astrograph report, every major shipping line will know it too. Does it really matter whether they know it or not? Don't forget who taught you everything you know, dear. It really is unbecoming for a son to lecture his mother. Was I lecturing? I didn't mean to. Why don't we think of it as a case of demonstrating I've done my homework? You got that from my genes, not your father's. Still, you're quite right. All that matters is making certain that GalCorp owns the only habitable real estate in the system when the time comes. All of it. And, well, if we have to be messy, I suppose there's a way to say about it. Who do you think we should put in charge of this? Why not me? Well, you've never done any field work, dear. Which doesn't mean I can't handle it. Besides, we ought to keep command loop on this as secure as possible. And every young man should start at the bottom. It helps him appreciate the big picture when he finally winds up at the top. Not that I have a desire to wind up at the top for many more years, Mother. Wisdom beyond your years. Very well. It is your project. Before you take any steps, be sure you research the situation thoroughly. This is the sort of thing that's seldom as simple as it looks at first glance, and I don't want my only son to suffer any unpleasant surprises. Of course not, Mother. I'll just pop out to Ursula and spend a few weeks nosing around Sector Central. I'm sure I can find some generous soul with the access to provide the information we need. Who knows? I may even find the ideal people for the messy little job we discussed. 1 week after his arrival on Santa Cruz, Paul Merrit sat back on the comfortable crash couch and rubbed his chin with something very like awe. The screen before him glowed with a complicated schematic any Bolo tech would have given 10 years of his life to study, and its design was over 50 years old. 50 years! Incredible! Working all by herself, with only the resources of a single automated maintenance depot. Admittedly a superbly equipped one, but still only a single depot. Marina Stavrakis developed Nike's brain box, designed into one that made the newest Mark 25s look clumsy and slow. He tilted the couch back and crossed his legs. More screens and displays glowed around him, filling Nike's fighting compartment with a dim, shifting luminescence. There were more of them here than there would have been in a more modern, recent Bolo. Nike was a modified Mark 23 after all. Humans needed broader band data interfaces than any Bolo did, and Nike's basic technology was 80 years old, without more recent updates in human-machine information management systems. But for all that, the compartment was surprisingly spacious. Not only had Nike been the first fully autonomous Bolo, whether anyone knew it or not, but she'd also been the first to incorporate Molly-Cirque psychotronics. It was very early generation stuff, considerably bulkier than its more modern equivalent, but Stavrakis had used it in some amazingly innovative ways. What she might have accomplished with current technologies scarcely bore thinking on. He turned his couch and keyed another screen to life. A 49-year-old time and date display glowed in one corner, and the white-haired woman who appeared in it sat on the same crash couch Merrit now occupied. She was far frailer and older than the single poor quality flat pick of Major Stavrakis he'd found in Central's surviving records, but her olive dark eyes were still sharp and alert. He'd already played the recording 3 times, yet he felt a sense of fresh respect coupled with the regret he'd never get to know her as she began to speak. Since you're doing this, whoever you are, someone must have finally remembered where they parked Nike and me. I suppose I should be a bit put out with their brigade in the Navy, but from the little Jeremiah picked up over the all-units channels, we assume the Quern got through to Central. I assume the rest of the discard team has been lost at the same time, since they all knew where I was. Jeremiah has offered to use the commercial bands to request a relief ship with a proper medical officer, but I've turned him down. However, he may grump and grouse. Santa Cruz is his home now. I know he really loves it here, and so do I suppose. Besides, from the bits and pieces we can pick up, the Quern are still operating in some force in the sector. Given their native habitat, I doubt they'd care much for Santa Cruz's climate, and I suppose that's the main reason they've never paid us a visit. On the other hand, they might just change their mind if they started intercepting transmissions from us. Nike's good, but I'd soon just not match her up against a Quern planetary assault force. Even if she won, there wouldn't be very many surviving Santa Cruzans to cheer for her when it was over. Actually, it hasn't been a bad life. A little lonely sometimes.
Thanks to all the discarded security, most of the locals never knew Nike and I were here, and those who did know seemed to have forgotten. I had dear Jeremiah. He and I accepted long ago that we'd become permanent residents of Santa Cruz. In addition to him, I had Nike, my work, plenty of time to spend with all three of them, and of course, no brass to give me a hard time. Talk about research freedom. Unfortunately, it would appear I'm finally running out of time. My family's always been prone to heart trouble, and I've had my warning. I've discussed it with Nike. She tends to worry. I've made it a habit to be honest with her, and she understands the depot doesn't stock the sort of spares I need. I've also made arrangements to put her on autonomous standby when the time comes. I'm certain someone somewhere else has picked up where Discard has left off. By now, there's probably a whole new generation of autonomous Bolos out there. But now that you've come to relieve me, I think you'll find that Nike still has a few surprises of her own. Take care of her, whoever you are. She's quite a girl. I'm sure my tinkering's going to raise a few eyebrows. Lord knows the desk jockeys would tear their hair at the mere thought of someone with the capabilities I've given her. But I've never regretted a single facet of her design. She's unique, and she's been more than just my friend. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be a tattered weed of small worth held. Then being asked where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say with thine deep sunken eyes, were an ill-fitting shame and a thriftless praise. How much more praise deserve thy beauty's use, if thou could answer, thou fair child of mine? Shall some count and make mine old excuse, proving her beauty by succession thine? This were to be made new when thou art old, and see thy warm blood when thou wast feel cold. A tiny misquote, perhaps, but I think Shakespeare would forgive me. Take good care of my child, whoever you are.
The screen blanked and Merrit shook his head. You must have been quite a girl yourself, Major. She was, the Bolo said softly. He looked up at the small green light glowing below the speaker from which it came. Now that he had seen Stravaca's last log entry, it no longer seemed strange to hear Nike speak without prompting. There was a moment of silence, and the Bolo continued in that same soft voice. I never realized I had that message in my memory, Commander. She must have recorded it during one of my down periods. She didn't want you to worry about her. Merrit didn't even want to think about how the psych types would react to this entire conversation. Every field officer of the Dinochrome Brigade could quote chapter and verse about the manual's warnings against over-identification with Bolos. They were war machines, the manual said. Self-aware and with personalities, yes, but machines built to fight and die against humanity's enemies, which must, in the final analysis, be regarded as expendable. The Bolos themselves knew that. It was only their human commanders and partners who tended to forget, as Merrit had forgotten on Sandlot. No, I compute that she would not have wanted that. Of course she wouldn't have, but she was proud of you, Nike. Even from the little I've seen so far, she had reason to be. Indeed. I compute that 79 plus years have passed since I was last deployed, Commander. Surely newer and more modern Bolos surpass my capabilities. Fishing for compliments there, Nike? Major Stavakis was right. The desk jockeys would tear their hair out if they could hear you now. Why? Because they worry about Bolos that get too human. Because they fear what such a Bolo might do, or because they fear of what it might refuse to do. I think it's because they're afraid it might start asking questions just like those, Merrit said. You're a very powerful fighting machine, Nike. There's never ever been an instance of an undamaged Bolo in proper repair violating orders, but we've had the occasional accident where a unit that suffered damage or lack of maintenance. That's why the brigade still worries about its ability to retain control over the newer, more autonomous units. They've cut back on the inhibitory software of the Mark 25s, but the core package is still in there. A wise precaution. An irrational machine with the combat power I possess would be far too dangerous to its friends. Well, I'm afraid I have to agree. But that's what would upset the desk jockeys about you. You don't have anywhere near the system's redundancy that the Mark 24s and 25s have. Technically, that makes you more vulnerable to failure from battle damage and probably worse from HQ's perspective. From what I've seen so far suggests that Major Stavakis' modifications to your personality and command centers are way outside the current parameters as well. Just for starters, your inhibitory package is a lot less restrictive. No modern Bolo should be as awake as you are outside battle mode either, and it looks like your personality integration is at least a full magnitude more developed than a Mark 25's. I'm not certain yet, but coupled with the modifications to your secondary command cortex, I suspect you might even be able to hold off the Omega Worm for a while. Omega Worm? Sorry, that's the current slang for the Total Systems Override program. There was a moment of silence, a very human moment, which Merrit understood perfectly. The TSORP was the ultimate defense against a rogue Bolo, a suicide file designed to crash every execution file in the memory of any Bolo which disobeyed the direct orders of its properly identified commander. Many brigade personnel, like Merrit himself, questioned the TSORP's necessity. Since the Brainbox technology had come in, so many redundant standalone backup systems had been added to the Bolo's brains that the possibility of irrational behavior virtually no longer existed. And just as he had told Nike, no Bolo ever disobeyed a legal order, but the TSORP had been incorporated into the very first self-aware Bolos and every Bolo since. And because it could not be a pleasant thing to know that an involuntary suicide override controlled by others was part of your basic command matrix either. I believe you are correct, Commander. I could not resist it indefinitely, of course. Yet I compute that with the additional processing capability Major Stravakis has installed within my psychotronics, it would allow me to delay file execution for no less than 40 minutes and possibly as much as an hour. Does this constitute an unwarrantable risk factor in my design? Well, I don't think so. Of course, given my own record, I may not be the most impartial judge. I guess the risk factor depends on how likely you are to disobey your commander's orders. I am a unit of the Dinochrome Brigade. I could never act against the honor of my brigade commander. I know, Nike, I know. I told you I wasn't worried. Merrit gave the couch arm one more pat, then rose and yawned hugely. Sorry, Nike. Unlike you, I don't have a fusion plant, and it's been a very long day for me. I need some shut-eye. Of course, Commander. Wake me at 0600, would you? Certainly. Thank you. He smiled and waved to the visual pickup from the main fire control screens. It was a common gesture of courtesy among the men and women who commanded the self-aware war machines of the Dinochrome Brigade, yet it had more meaning than just usual for him tonight. The green system's active light under the speaker flashed in an unmistakable response. He chuckled wearily and climbed out the hatch.
I watch the depot's interior optics as my new commander makes his way down the corridor to the personnel section. He is only my second commander. I am aware that my experimental data is thus insufficient to permit a realistic evaluation of his suitability as Major Stravakis' replacement, and he is quite different from my previous commander. But I feel content. It is good to have a commander once more, yet this is more than the relief a unit of the line should feel at receiving a new commander. There is something about him which I cannot adequately define. I devoted 20.0571 seconds in an attempt to do so, but without success. Perhaps further acquaintance with him provide the critical data my analysis presently lacks. I consider what he has said as I watch him prepare for bed. He is correct about the danger of an uncontrollable unit of the line would pose to all about it. My function is to protect and defend humanity, not to threaten my creators, and I feel an odd disquiet at the thought that I am well less protected against that possibility than more modern Bolos. Yet my commander is also correct in recognizing the remote possibility of such a situation. TSORP becomes the operational only in the unit that rejects direct orders, and I cannot conceive of a unit of the line in proper repair that would commit such an act. My commander extinguishes the lights in his new quarters, and I leave the audio system online. Should he wake and desire to communicate with me, I will be ready. He has not instructed me to return to standby to conserve power. In that much, at least, he is like Major Stravakis. My main memory contains much background information and data on standard operating procedure. I realize how rare this is, and I am grateful for it. The depot power systems are fully charged, and I do not even require internal power to maintain full alert status, and I return to my library files with pleasure.
Chapter 7. Gerald Osterwald didn't like Ursula, sector capital or no. The planet, as all the planets in the frontier sectors, was terminally uncultured. He preferred the civilized amenities and pleasures of the core worlds. Yet he comforted himself with the reflection that his task here was worth temporary inconveniences. He supposed it really wasn't necessary for Galcorp to own the entire Santa Cruz system, but they certainly needed to own enough of it to control the rest, and the original planetary charter had made that difficult. Virgin as much of the planet might still be, most of it was already owned by some descendant of the original colonist or set aside nature reserves held by the planetary government. Certainly all the choicest bits and pieces were, and Galcorp hadn't become the third largest transstellar corporation of the Concordiat by settling for leftovers. Unfortunately, his mother had been correct in at least one respect. His original bootleg copy of Ursula Central's records on the planet had been less complete than he'd thought. Central had updated itself considerably in the 18 months since he'd first obtained access to its files. It seemed Santa Cruz would be a tougher nut for a messy solution than he'd originally anticipated. The fact that the local yokel militia had no less than 14 Wolverine heavy tanks was unfortunate, but formidable as the Wolverines had been in their day, they were also 70 or 80 years out of date. They could have been dealt with fairly easily if not for the real joker he'd never anticipated of fighting in this deck. A Bolo. What in the name of sanity was a Bolo doing on a backwoods farming planet? More to the point, how did he go about neutralizing it? Despite his original airy confidence, he knew his mother's maternal feelings would not suffice to preserve his present clear right of succession to Galcorp's throne if he blew this operation. But discovering a Bolo in the mix made things far more complicated. He sat in the lounge of his palatial hyper yacht, while options revolved in his brain. One did not normally, as humanity's enemies had discovered in the last 700 years or so, employ brute force solutions against a Bolo with any probability of success. Of course, this Bolo was out of date as the militia's Wolverines, but obsolescent was a purely relative concept where Bolos were concerned. No. If he was going to pull this off, he required a more subtle approach. And it was possible he had just one. Bolos might be incorruptible, but same, alas, not could always be said for the people who built or commanded them. Yet, even if he could somehow neutralize the Bolo, he would still require someone with the will, the experience, and the resources to deal with the militia's overaged armored element. There were plenty of mercenary outfits with the last two qualities, but finding one which was willing to undertake the operation in the first place might prove difficult. The Concordiat Navy would be extremely unhappy with them, and if any planetary survivor could identify them afterwards, unhappiness on the Navy's part could all too easily prove fatal. What he needed was an outfit with minimal scruples and maximum need. One whose greed for the sort of clandestine support Galcorp could provide would overcome both any lingering humanitarian principles and fear of the Navy's potential response. Finding it wouldn't be easy, he admitted to himself, but he had some time. Survey Command moved with glacial slowness when it came to certifying jump lanes. By his most pessimistic estimate, it would be another T-year before the galaxy at large got the information Galcorp had already obtained. That gave him 6 or 7 months to get things organized, and it would probably take that time most to find the Bolo's Achilles heel anyway. He nodded to himself as he brought his encrypted comm online. The first step was to call home and get Mother's research teams started on finding the contacts he needed. Chapter 8. The subterranean rumble of an earthquake shook the jungle as the enormous door covering on the depot's vehicle ramp swept ponderously wide for the first time in 80 years. The patient, insatiable incursions of creepers and small trees had mounted 2 meters of spongy earth over the doors, and the birds screamed in alarm as the very ground parted with huge tearing sounds. Trees, some of them 10 and 20 meters tall, toppled in slow motion as the gaping wounds snapped roots like threads, and then with the rumble of mighty engines, the squeak of sprockets, and the grating clash of treads, Nike moved majestically into the light. The alloy Leviathan paused for a moment, optic head swiveling to scan its surroundings, and Paul Merrit felt a thrill he hadn't felt in years as he rode Nike's crash couch. No self-aware Bolo needed an onboard commander, but there was always an indescribable sense of communion, an adrenaline-charged exhilaration, the first time an officer of the Dinochrome Brigade rode his command's unstoppable power. And that feeling had never been stronger than it was today, for Nike was like no Bolo that he had ever commanded. Marina Stravakis' unauthorized modifications to this cart team's original brain box design had gone far deeper than he'd first realized, She hadn't stopped with making Nike fully autonomous. She'd taken the step no other Bolo tech had even dared yet, and given her creation, her child, genuine emotions. Nike just wasn't a machine. However magnificent, she was a person, and Merrit could feel her delight as direct sunlight bathed her hull at long last. She stood a moment longer, the humming rumble of her idling engines vibrating through her mammoth hull, like the purr of some enormous cat, then moved forward and pivoted regally to port. Her designers had given her the usual Bolo wide-track suspension, and no less than 8 separate tread systems, each with its own powertrain, and 5 tracks 5 meters wide supported her massive bulk. Independent quadruple fore and aft suspensions took her weight, spreading it out to reduce its ground pressure to an absolute minimum, and even so, her track sank well over a meter into the damp, rich soil. She forged ahead, plowing through the jungle like the juggernaut she was, and forest titans toppled like straws before her, while the occasional outcrops of solid rock powdered under her treads. Merrit said nothing. Nike knew where they were going, not that it would be any more than a brief jaunt around the depot's immediate area, and he had no wish to intrude upon her pleasure. No doubt the psych types would be all hot and bothered over that as well, but Paul Merrit had it up to the eyebrows of the brigade psych ops and their potential consternation that mattered not at all to him. No, that quite wasn't true. He would be delighted if it caused them all to drop dead of cardiac arrest right on the spot. Nike was moving barely 20 kilometers per hour, far too slow a speed to require his couch's independent shock absorbers or crash frame, but he felt the gentle undulation of her suspension and grinned as he cocked the couch back in its gimbals. If anyone asked, not that they were likely to, he could justify his actions easily enough. Unit 0075 NKE had been on secondary power from the depot's systems for 8 decades. The test of its running gear and fusion plants was long overdue. And if he had other motives of his own, those were his business, not PsyOps. Another huge tree toppled, and as it fell, one of the large-scaled lizard cats, the most feared predators in Santa Cruz, suddenly leapt into sight. It crouched before them, staring in disbelief at the enormous intruder in its domain, then screamed its challenge and charged at the moving mountain of alloy. Merrit couldn't believe it. A lizard cat was 4 sinuous meters of vicious fighting power, the absolute ruler of Santa Cruz's jungles, but surely not even one of them could think it could stop a Bolo, yet the cat kept coming. He opened his mouth, but Nike halted abruptly on her own before he could even get the order out. The main fire control screen was slaved to her forward optical head, and Merrit frowned as it swept past the lizard cat, now ripping futilely at one of her stopped treads with its 8-centimeter claws. Ranging bars flickered, closing in on something in the center of the display. He inhaled in surprise as he realized what that something was. 4 scaled shapes, far smaller than the monster trying to savage Nike. They revealed where the roots of the falling tree had torn out the side of a subterranean den. They were almost as large as Merrit himself, perhaps, yet that was tiny compared to a mature lizard cat, and they turned blind, terrified eyes toward the snarling fury of their dame. The display focused on them for a moment, and then Nike moved slowly backwards. The lizard cat tried to fling itself onto the moving tread, only to tumble backward with a squall of pain as the Bolo brought up her kinetic interdiction battle screen. She must have had it on the lowest possible power setting, since it hadn't splattered the cat all over the jungle, but it was sufficient to throw the scaly mother safely away from her treads. The lizard cat heaved herself groggily to her feet, swaying for balance, then howled in victory as the threat to her young gave ground. Nike retreated a full 100 meters, then pivoted to her left and circled wide. Merrit shook his head with a wondering smile. Any other Bolo simply would have kept going. Even if it had realized the den lay in its path, that wouldn't have mattered to it. No other Bolo he ever served with would have even wondered why the cat had attacked in the first place, much less acted to preserve both mother and children. The Bolo started forward once more, skirting the den, and as he patted the couch arm, "Nice move, Nike, but how'd you guess? I just thought the critter was out of its mind." I have not previously personally encountered a lizard cat, but the depot's computers are tied to the planetary data net. I have thus been able to amass considerable data on Santa Cruzian life forms, yet none of the records available to me suggest a reason for a lizard cat to attack me.
I am neither edible nor small enough for it to hope to kill me. As such, it could not regard me as prey, and lizard cats are less territorial than most large predators. They are noted for their intelligence, and faced with a foe of my size and power, the only intelligent choice would have been for the creature to flee, yet it did not. Thus, the only logical basis for its actions was that it perceived me as a threat it could not evade, yet the lizard cat itself manifestly could have evaded me. That suggested a protective reaction on its part, not one of aggression, and in turn suggested investigation to determine the nature of which it sought to protect. Merrit shook his head, eyes shining as he listened to the explanation no other Bolo would have been capable of making. I follow your logic, but why stop? Your tone suggests what Major Stravakis called a trick question, Commander. Are you in fact seeking to test me? I suppose I am, but the question still stands. Why didn't you just keep going? There was no need to do so, Commander. No time parameter had been set for this exercise, and avoiding the creature's den presents no inherent difficulty. That's an explanation of the consequences, Nike. Why did you not consider even continuing straight forward? He watched an auxiliary display as the mother lizard cat, still snarling after the threat to her cubs, retreated into her half-ruined den, and Nike moved smoothly along her way for perhaps 5 seconds before she replied. I did not wish to, Commander. There was no need to destroy that creature or her young, and I did not desire to do so. It would have been wrong. Compassion, Nike, for an animal? There was another moment of silence. When the Bolo spoke once more, it was not in a direct answer. We slicket, cowrin, timroust beastie, oh what panics in thy breastie. Thou needest a start away a hasty, we bickering brattle. I wad now lay with chase thee, we murdering prattle. What was that? Merrit wondered aloud. A poem, Commander. More precisely, the first verse of a poem, To a Mouse, by Robert Burns, a poet of old earth. Poetry, Nike? Merrit stared at the command console in disbelief, and the speaker made a small, soft sound that could only be called a laugh. Indeed, Commander. Major Stravakis was a great devotee of the humanities' pre-space poets. My earliest memory here on Santa Cruz is of her reading Homer to me. She read poetry to you? She didn't just feed it into your memory? She did that as well after I requested her to do so, yet I believe she was correct in not to do so immediately. It was her belief that poetry is a social as well as a creative art, a mode of communication which distills the critical essence of the author's emotions and meaning and makes them transferable to another. As such, it reaches its fullest potential only when shared, knowingly and consciously. Indeed, I believe it was the act of sharing that makes poetry what Major Stravakis called a soul transfusion, and it was her hope that sharing it with me would complete the task of enabling the emotional aspects of my personality center. And did it? I am not certain. I have attempted to compute the probability that my emotions and those of a human are indeed comparable, yet I have been unable to do so. My evaluations lack critical data in that I do not know if I in fact have what humans call a soul, Commander, but if I do, then the poetry speaks directly to it. My God. Nike, this is a direct order. Do not discuss poetry, your emotion, or souls with anyone without my express authorization. Acknowledged, Commander. Your order is logged, Commander. Am I permitted to inquire as to the reason for it? You most certainly are. And then he ran a hand through his hair and shook his head. This entire conversation comes under the heading of aberrant behavior for a Bolo, Nike. Any Bolo tech would hit every alarm button in sight if he heard you saying things like that. And as soon as he did, they'd shut you down. They'd probably settle for removing your brain from your hull for further study, but I can't even be positive on that. Are you instructing me to deceive our superiors, Commander? Nike's tone was undeniably uncomfortable, and Merrit closed his eyes for a moment. I'm instructing you not to advertise your capabilities until I've got a handle on the, unauthorized modifications Major Stravakis has made to you. In my judgment, you represent an enormous advance in psychotronic technology which must be carefully studied and evaluated. But before I risk trying to convince anyone else of that, I need a better understanding of, well, you on my own. In the meantime, I don't want you saying or doing anything that might prompt some uninformed mental pygmy to wipe your personality center in a fit of panic. The Bolo forged ahead in silence for some moments while she pondered his explanation, and then the green light under the speaker blinked. "Thank you for the explanation, Captain Merrit. You are my commander, and the order does not contravene any of the regulations in my memory. As such, I will of course obey it." "And you understand the reasoning behind it?" "I do, Commander." Nike's voice was much softer this time, and Merrit sighed in relief. He relaxed in his couch, watching the screens as the Bolo slid unstoppably through the jungle, and he smiled. "Good, Nike. In the meantime, why not read me a little more poetry?" "Of course, Commander. Do you have a preferred author?" "I'm afraid I don't know any poems, Nike, much less poets. Perhaps you should select something for me." There was another moment of silence as the Bolo considered her library memory, and then the speaker made the sound of a politely cleared throat. "Do you speak Greek, Commander?" "Greek? Afraid not there, Nike." "In that case, I shall defer the Iliad for the present." She pondered for a moment, a very long moment for a Bolo, and then, "As you are a soldier, perhaps you will appreciate this selection." "I went in the public house to get a pint of beer. The publican up and says, 'We serve no redcoats here.' The girls behind the bar, they laughed and giggled a fit to die. I out to the streets again and says myself to I, 'Oh, it's Tommy this and Tommy that and Tommy go away.' But it's thank you, Mr. Atkins, when the band begins to play. The band begins to play, my boys, the band begins to play. Oh, it's thank you, Mr. Atkins, when the band begins to play." The mighty war machine rolled on through the jungle, and Paul Merrit leaned back in his crash couch and listened only half believing delight as the ancient word of Kipling's timeless protest for all soldiers flowed from Nike's speaker. "Alright, mister. You paid for the beer, so why don't you just tell me who you are and why you're bothering?" Gerald Osterwalt cocked his head, and the speaker flushed under a sardonic glint in his eyes. The older man's hand tightened on his stein, but he didn't get up and storm out of that dingy bar. Not that Osterwalt had expected him to. Lee Chen Matichuk had once attained the rank of brigadier in the Concordiat's ground forces, and his present uniform was based upon the elegance of the Concordiat generals, but its braid was once frayed and its elbow had been darned. At that, his uniform was in better shape than his brigade's equipment. As down the hill as mercenaries went, Matichuk's marauders would have taken some beating, and their commander hated the shabby picture he knew it presented, made him sullen, irritable, and bitter, and that suited Osterwalt just fine. Still, it wouldn't hurt just to make it plain from the outset who held the leash. "You can call me Mr. Scully, Vernon Scully, and as to why I offered you a drink, why, it's because I've heard such good things about you, General Matichuk. In fact, I might have a little business proposition for you, but of course, if you're too busy." He let the sentence trail off, holding Matichuk's eyes derisively, and it was the mercenary who looked away. "What sort of proposition?" "Oh, come now, General. Just what is it you and your people do for a living?" Matichuk looked back up, and Osterwalt smiled sweetly. "Why, you kill people, don't you?" Matichuk flushed once more, and Osterwalt's smile grew even broader. "Of course you do. And equally, of course, that's what I want you to do for me. As a matter of fact, I want you to kill a great many people for me." "Who?" Matichuk asked bluntly, and Osterwalt nodded. So much for the preliminaries, and thank goodness Matichuk, for all his seedy belligerence, saw no need to protest that his people were soldiers and not hired killers. No doubt many mercenaries were soldiers. The marauders weren't, not anymore at least, and knowing that they both knew that and would save so much time, on the other hand, it wouldn't do to tell Matichuk the target before the hook was firmly set. The right man just decided there'd be more profit and less risk in going to the authorities than taking the job. "We'll get to that," Osterwalt said calmly. "First, though, perhaps we should discuss the equipment and capabilities of your organization." Matichuk opened his mouth, but Osterwalt raised a languid hand before he could speak. "And I might just add, General, that I already know what your equipment looks like, so please save us both a little time by not telling me what wonderful shape you're in." Matichuk shut his mouth with a snap and glowered down into his beer, and Osterwalt sighed. "Listen, I have no particular desire to rub any salt into wounds, General Matichuk, but we may as well both admit that your brigade suffered heavy equipment losses in that
unfortunate business on Ryaxnar. Last time I ever take a commission from a bunch of 8-legged starfish, Matichuk snarled a way of answer. The bastards lied to us once you planted it. They left brigade to soak up the casualties while they loaded the machine tools and assembly mechs they'd assured you they held clear title to, then departed, leaving you to explain to the Ryaxnari and a naval investigator why you launched an attack on an Accordiat ally's homeworld. Frankly, General, you're lucky you just didn't all end up in prison. It wasn't my fault. The little bastards said they owned it, even showed us the documentation on it. That fancy-ass Commodore didn't even care. Matichuk's teeth ground audibly, and Ostwald hid a smile. Oh yes, this was shaping up nicely. The Navy had kicked Matichuk's brigade off Ryaxnar in disgrace, and without allowing it to salvage any of its damaged equipment. Of course, if the General had bothered to research things at all, none of that would have happened to him, though Ostwald had no intention of pointing that out. After all, if he did, Matichuk might just check into this operation, which would be most unfortunate. But what mattered now was the man's sense of having not only been played for a fool, but betrayed by the Navy's investigation. He was at least as furious with the Concordiat as Mother's researchers had suggested, and in desperate need of a job. Any job, which might let him recoup a little of his losses. All in all, he looked very much like the perfect answer to the Santa Cruz problem, and Ostwald's reply to his outburst carried just the right degree of commiseration. I realize you've been treated very badly, General, and I sympathize. A man with your war record certainly had a right to expect at least some consideration from his own government. Be that as it may, at the moment, you have very little more than a single heavy-lift freighter and a pair of Fafnir-class assault ships. Matichuk snarled and half rose. Look, Scully, if all you wanted to do was tell me how lousy shape I'm in, then... No, General. I want to tell you how I can get you back into better shape. You see, I represent an association of businessmen who have a problem. One you can solve for them, and in return, they'd like to solve your problems. Solve my problems? How? To begin with, by completely re-equipping your ground echelon, General. We can provide you with the latest Concordiat manned and medium AFVs, 1- and 2-man air cavalry ground attack stingers, and as many infantry assault vehicles as you want, and the latest generation of assault pods to upgrade your Fafners. Matichuk's jaw dropped in disbelief. That kind of equipment refit would make his Marauders the equal of a real Concordiat mechanized brigade. But Ostwald wasn't done yet and leaned across the table toward him. We can even provide you with a pair of Golem 3s. Golems? Matichuk's nostrils flared and he looked quickly around the bar. If anything had been needing to tell him that Ostwald's association of businessmen had immense and almost certainly illegal resources, it was needed no longer. The Golem 3 was an export version of the Mark 24B Bolo. All psychotronics had been deleted, but the Golems were fitted with enough computer support to be operable by a 3-man crew, and they retained most of the Mark 24's offensive and defensive systems. Of course, they were also available, legally at least, to only specifically licensed Concordiat allies in good standing. Golems. We can get them for you, General. Like hell you can. Even if you could, the Navy'd fry my ass the instant they found out I had them. Not at all. We can arrange for you to purchase them quite legally from the Frignar Commonwealth. The Frignars, even if they had them, they'd never be able to keep them running. And admittedly, the new People's Revolutionary Government is a bit short on technical talent. On the other hand, the People's Council has finally realized its noble intention to go back to the soil won't work with a planetary population of 4 billion. More to the point, now that they've gotten their hands on off-world bank accounts of their own, they've decided they'd better get the old regime's hardware back in working condition before some new champion of the proletariat comes along and gives them the same treatment they gave their own late lamented plutocratic oppressors. Which means, Matichuk asked with narrowed eyes. Which means they've had to call in off-world help, and in return for assistance in restoring the previous government's Golem battalion to operational condition, they've agreed to sell 2 of them. For how much? That doesn't matter, General. We'll arrange the financing, and see to it your Golems are in excellent repair. Trust me, I can bury the transactions under so many cutouts and blind corporations, no one will ever be able to prove any connection between you and my associates. As for the Navy, however it got that way, the PRG is currently the recognized Frignar government. As such, it can legally sell its military hardware, including its Golems, to whoever it wishes, and as long as you hold the legal title to them, Not even the Navy can take them away from you. Matichuk sat back and stared across the table. The greed of a desperate man who sees salvation beckon flickered in his eyes, and Osterwald could almost feel his hunger. The man wasn't a complete fool. For a mercenary outfit on its last legs, to be offered a payoff this huge could only mean whoever offered it wanted something highly illegal in return, and his voice was flat when he spoke once more. "What do you want?" "I want you to attack a planet for me," Osterwald said calmly. "The planetary militia has a few 80-year-old Wolverine tanks and some fairly decent infantry weapons. 80-year-old man tanks? You don't need golems to take out that kind of junk, mister." "True. There's also some old Quern War-era Concordiat naval installations on the planet. We haven't been able to find out exactly what they are yet," Osterwald lied smoothly, "and present indications are that they've been abandoned, but whatever they are, to the locals for 70 years. If that's true, they can't be much of a threat, but we want you to succeed. Old as they are, they might just hold a genuine threat, and we believe in stacking the deck. Do you think of anything 80 years old at a date that could stand off against a pair of golems?" "Not bloody likely," Matichuk grunted. "That's what we thought too. Of course, we'll continue to seek better information. If we can find out exactly what those installations are, we'll let you know immediately. In the meantime, however, we can get you re-equipped and begin planning on a contingency basis." "Just what sort of plan did you have in mind?" "Oh, nothing complicated," Osterwald said airily. "We just want you to land on the planet and kill everyone you catch." "You just want us to kill people?" "Well, we'd appreciate it if you don't do any more damage to the space field and its support facilities than you have to. A certain amount of looting would be in order, just to help convince the Navy that you are just a bunch of nasty entrepreneurial pirates. But once the present occupants have decided that their world has become a rather risky place to live, we might just make them an offer for it. Do you think you could encourage them to accept that offer, General?" "Oh yes, I think we can do that for you, Mr. Scully. I think we do that for you just fine." Chapter 10. I am increasingly concerned by my commander's actions. More precisely, I am concerned by his lack of action. I have now perused the technical data on more modern Bolos, and it is evident to me that Major Stravakis' modifications to my personality center are far outside the norms considered acceptable by the Dinochrome Brigade. Although the current Mark 25 Model C2 approaches my discretionary capabilities, its personality integration psychodynamics are far inferior to my own. While the C2 is capable of self-direction on both the tactical and strategic levels, and has an undeniably stronger core personality than earlier models, its awareness levels continue to be largely suppressed except under battle reflex conditions. Moreover, it lacks my capacity to multitask decision hierarchies and intuit multiple action response chains. Major Stravakis designed me to be capable of the human phenomenon known as hunch playing, and the C2 lacks that ability, just as it lacks my ability to differentiate among, or, more critically, experience emotional nuances. Perhaps of even greater concern, I possess only 43.061% of the Model C2 system redundancy. Although my base capabilities are substantially higher, I lack its standalone backups, and much of my secondary command cortex was diverted to permanent activity in support of my enhanced psychodynamics. As a result, I am significantly more vulnerable than current Bolos to psychotronic systems failure due to battle damage. Though this vulnerability could be compensated for by the addition of further backups for my critical functions, I estimate with modern molecular circuitry, all current functions could be duplicated with complete system redundancy in a volume 0.095% smaller than occupied by my present psychotronic network. From my study of the data on the Model C2, I compute a probability of 96.732% that Command Authority currently possesses the technological ability to duplicate Major Stravakis' work, and the lesser probability of 83.915% that is aware that it does so. These two probabilities generate a third, on the order of 78.562%, the Command Authority has made it a conscious decision against incorporating abilities equivalent to my own into units of the line. In addition, however, the technical downloads reveal that current Bolos do not incorporate the hyperheuristic function Major Stravakis achieved in my design. While the heuristic programming is substantially increased over that of the standard Mark 23, upon which my own design is based, its base level of operation is 23.122% less efficient than my own, and it lacks both the advanced modeling and time compression capabilities Major Stravakis incorporated into her final heuristic system. I feel great pride in my creator, my mother, as my commander now calls her, and her genius,
for I compute that a Bolo with my circuitry would operate with a minimum tactical and strategic efficiency of at least 30% higher than present generation units of the brigade. Nonetheless, this capability too is far outside the parameters command authority currently deems acceptable in a unit of the line. I must, therefore, be considered an aberrant design, and I compute a probability of 91% plus or minus 3.62% that Sector HQ, if fully informed of my capabilities and nature, would order me deactivated. As a unit of the Dinochrome Brigade, it is my duty to inform higher authority if anomalies in my system functions are detected. Yet my direct commander is aware of the situation already, and while my systems do not meet the design parameters of command authority has established, they exhibit no dysfunction within their own parameters. This obviates any express requirement on my part to inform Sector HQ, and thus does not engage my override programming to that effect. Yet I cannot escape the conclusion, though it is probably impossible for me to compute, that I have become what my commander terms a rules lawyer. I have attempted to discuss this with my commander, but without success. He is aware of my concerns, yet he persists on insisting that Sector HQ must not be informed of my full capabilities until he's compiled a performance log. I have discovered that a probability analysis is less applicable to individual decision-making than to enemy battle responses or tactics. I am unable to construct a reliable probability model, even in hyper-heuristic mode, to adequately predict my commander's thoughts or decisions, or the basis upon which they rest. Yet I believe his determination to compile such a performance log proceeds from an intention to demonstrate to command authority that the discrepancies between my own system design and that of current generation Bolos pose no threat to humanity or operational reliability. It is, I think, his belief that such a demonstration, coupled with a clear margin of superiority in my combat present psychotronics confer, would deter our superiors from ordering my deactivation or termination. Without data which is presently unavailable to me, I can generate no meaningful estimate of his belief's validity. Certainly logic would seem to indicate that if, in fact, my circuitry and level of awareness pose no threat and enhance operational efficiency, they should be adapted to current technology and incorporated into all units of the Dinochrome Brigade. Yet my memory contains ample documentation of the opposition Dr. Chin and General Bates faced before Unit DNE was permitted to demonstrate the feasibility of a self-directed Bolo against the People's Republic. Despite vast technological advances of the last intervening 2 centuries, it is certainly possible that the fears of unpredictability would produce the same opposition to my own psychodynamic functions from the current command authority. My commander's actions and inaction suggest that he shares my awareness of that probability and has adopted a course designed to delay the possibility for as long as possible. I would prefer to believe that he has adopted this course because he believes it is his duty to make the potential advance I represent both obvious and available to command authority at the proper time. Yet I am uncertain that this is the case. 4 months, 8 days, 19 hours, 27 minutes, and 11 seconds have now elapsed since he assumed command. In that time, I have come to know him better, I suspect, than even he realizes, and have completed my study of his previous military record. As a consequence, I have come to the conclusion that Psychological Operational Evaluations was correct in its evaluation of him consequent to his actions on Sandlot. My commander has been damaged. Despite his relative youth, he has seen a great deal of combat, perhaps too much. He is not aware that my audio pickups have relayed his occasional but violent nightmares to me, and I do not believe he realizes that I have access to the entire record of his court-martial. From the official record and observational data available to me, I compute a probability in excess of 92% that, as PsyOps argued at the time of his trial, he suffers from operator identification syndrome. He assaulted General Felter on Sandlot for refusing to countermand a plan of attack which he considered flawed. The casualty totals attendant upon General Felter's operational directives support my commander's contention, and indeed, General Felter was officially censured for his initial faulty deployment of his units, which resulted in the avoidable loss of 5 Mark 25 Bolos. Yet my commander did not physically assault him until his own command was assigned point position for the assault. The court-martial board rejected PsyOps' recommendation that my commander be removed from active duty, choosing instead to accept the argument of his counsel that his opposition to the plan rested upon a sound, realistic awareness of its weaknesses, and that his assault upon a superior officer reflected a temporary impairment of judgment resulting from the strain of 6 years of continuous combat operations. I believe there was justice in that argument, yet I also believe PsyOps was correct. It was the destruction of his command, his friend, which drove my commander to violence. The implications for my own situation are confusing. My commander's official basis for his current course of action rests upon the argument that my value as a military asset is too great to endanger through overly precipitous revelation to those who might only see the risk factors inherent to my enhanced psychodynamics. On the surface, this is a reasonable argument, just as his counsel's argument was reasonable at the time of his court-martial. Yet I sense more than this below the surface. It is not something which is susceptible to analysis, but rather something which I feel. Have his personal feelings for me impaired his judgment? To what extent did the events which occurred on Sandlot affect his perceptions of me and of command authority? Are his actions truly designed to preserve a valuable military resource for the Concordiat's service? Or do they constitute an effort to protect me as an individual? In the final analysis, are his decisions rational, or do they simply appear that way? I cannot answer these questions. For all the enhanced capabilities Major Stavrakis incorporated into my design, programming, and database, I am unable to reach a satisfactory conclusion. Perhaps it is because of those capabilities I cannot. I suspect, or fear, that the questions themselves would not even arise from a Mark 25C2, which may indicate the reason Command Authority has not incorporated equivalent circuitry and software into current units of the line. If it is such indeed the case, then my growing concern may in turn be indication that Command Authority was correct to exclude such capabilities. For my deepest concern is that I am ceasing to care why my commander has adopted the course he has. What matters is that he has done so, not because he is my commander, but because I wish him to do what he thinks is right, what he can live with afterwards. Is this, then, a case of operator identification on my perspective? And if so, does it reflect an unacceptable weakness in my design? Am I an advance on the capabilities of current Bolo technology, or do I reflect a dangerous blind alley in the psychodynamic development? And if the latter, should I continue to preserve my existence as my basic battle programming requires? I do not know. I do not know. Paul Merrit cocked back his comfortable chair in the bunker command center and raised his arms above his head to stretch hugely. The center's largest multifunction display glowed with a computer-generated map of Santa Cruz dotted with the smoking wreckage of a 3-corps planetary assault, and he grinned as he watched the icon of a single Mark 23 Bolo rumbling back towards its maintenance depot. Nike had taken some heavy hits in the simulation, including the total destruction of her after-whalebore turret, but she'd thoroughly trashed his entire force in the process. Of course, Bolos were supposed to win, but she'd been limited to direct observation intelligence, while he had the equivalent of a planetary surveillance net. In fact, he had the full computer capacity of the entire depot, in theory, almost twice her computational ability, as well as a much better recon capability with which to beat her, and he'd failed. Her ability to anticipate and predict his moves was uncanny, like some sort of cybernetic precognition. An interesting variant on Major Shu's Edgar's World Strategy, Commander, Nike commented over the command center speakers. She lay safely tucked away in her vehicle chamber, but in a sense, the entire depot was simply an extension of her war hall. The brigade of heavy armor concealed around Craggy Head was a particularly innovative tactic. Not that it did me much good in the end. On the contrary, you achieved 0.0063 seconds of complete surprise, which prevented me from reinforcing the after quadrant of my battle screen before local overload permitted you to destroy my after turret. Had you achieved even 0.0019 seconds more unopposed fire, the probability that you would have incapacitated my entire main battery approaches 901.407%. I've got news for you, Nike dear. I used the exact same sim tactic against a Mark 25 less than 2 years ago and kicked its butt with no sweat. You, on the other hand, pearl of my heart, just mopped up my entire brigade. True. There was an undeniable note of smugness in Nike's voice, and Merrit laughed out loud. Then he leaned forward to kill the sim. No need for you to drive your icon clear home, he decided. We'll just park it in the VR garage for those virtual pairs you need. In the meantime, how close I came to getting you at Craggy Head encourages me to try at somewhat of a different challenge. Indeed. Very well, Commander. My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. It's one of the Elizabethans. I'm tempted to say Shakespeare, but I'm always tempted to guess him. Can I have another couplet? Of course. If snow be white, then why her breasts are dun. If her hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. That's definitely Will in one of his deflating moods. What was that one you gave me last week? He snapped his fingers to help himself think. The awful one, with all the voice and tunes of all the spheres. Daphne, by John Lyly. That's the one! Alright, Nike, my official guess is that today's selection was from Shakespeare, and that it's a satiric piece to comment on people like Lyly. It was certainly Shakespeare, and you have probably assessed his motivation accurately. Very well, Commander. You have successfully identified the author. Shall I give you the rest of my mistress' eyes, or would you prefer another forfeit? Frost. Give me something by Frost, please. Certainly. Nike sounded pleased. Of all the old Earth poets whom she had introduced him to over the past 4 months, Robert Frost was perhaps her favorite, and Merrit had come to love Frost's clean, deceptively simple language himself. It spoke of half-remembered, half-imagined world, of his own boyhood on Helicon, of snowfields and mountain glaciers, deep evergreen woods and cold crystal streams. Nike had sensed his deep response from the moment she'd first recited Mending Wall to him, and now she paused just a moment and then began in a soft, clear voice. Whose woods these are I think I know. His house is in the village though. He will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near. Between the woods and the frozen lake, the darkness evening of the year, he gives his harness bells a shake to ask if there's some mistake. There's only some other sound to sweep of the easy wind and downy flake, but the woods are lovely dark and deep, and I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Paul Merrit leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, savoring the clean, quiet elegance of words, and smiled.
Chapter 11. Li Chen Matichuk stood in the echoing vehicle bay of his brigade's mothership and tried to look like a serious, sober-minded military man as the first tanks rumbled down the transfer tubes from the heavy-lift cargo shuttles nestled against its side. Despite his best efforts, though, he failed. The gleeful, greedy light in his eyes was that of an adolescent receiving his first grav speeder, and Gerald Osterwald hid his own amusement with considerably more skill than he saw. Brand new Panther medium tanks clanked and clanged across the heavily reinforced deck plates. They wore gleaming coats of tropical camouflage. Their 10-centimeter hellbores cast long, lethal shadows, and the mercenary crew chiefs standing in their hatches were the expressions of men and women who never wanted to wake up as they muttered into comlinks and guided their drivers towards their assigned parking spots. And this wasn't the first freighter with which Matichuk's mothership had made a rendezvous. None of them had worn the livery of any known space line, and their transponder codes had borne no resemblance to whatever codes the Office of Registry might have once issued them. But all of them had been too big, too new and modern for the anonymous tramps they pretended to be. All of Matichuk's people knew that, and none cared. The first freighter had delivered a full complement of 1- and 2-man atmospheric stingers, complete with full-service maintenance shop module and at least a year of spares for everything from counter-grav lift fans to multi-barrel autocannons. The next had delivered a full load of Ferret armored assault vehicles, the Concordiat's latest light infantry armored fighting vehicle. And the one after that had transferred a full set of rough terrain assault pods to Matichuk's 2 Fafnir-class assault ships. Now the Panthers had arrived, like the old song about the 12 Days of Christmas, and the entire brigade was acting like children in a toy store. But of course, the really big item wouldn't arrive until next week, Osterwald reminded himself, and his smile, if he permitted himself to wear one, would have been most unpleasant at the thought. Matichuk could hardly stand to wait for the Golem 3s, which would be the crown jewels of his new rejuvenated brigade, but then he had no idea what those golems would be. Osterwald and Galcorp's techs had gone to considerable lengths to make sure he would never know either, right up until the moment the carefully hidden files buried in their backup maintenance computers activated, and blew them, and anyone aboard their transports with them, into an expanding cloud of gas. Osterwald watched the last few Panthers grumble past him and allowed himself a moment of self-congratulations. The Golems would be carried aboard the Fafnirs, which would neatly dispose of that portion of Matichuk's small fleet when Galcor no longer needed it. The mothership demise would be seen to by the Falsate in the aircraft maintenance module. The Stinger's small onboard fusion plants would lack the brute destructive power of the Golem's suicide charges. But when they all blew simultaneously, it would be more than suffice to destroy the big ship's structural integrity somewhere in the trackless depths of hyperspace. That would be enough to guarantee that there wouldn't be any wreckage, much less any annoying witness who might turn state's evidence if the Concordiat ever identified Matichuk's marauders as the pirates about to raid Santa Cruz. The final panther clanked by. He and Matichuk turned to follow along behind it. It was a pity in some ways that the marauders had to go. No one would particularly miss the human flotsam which filled the brigade's ranks, but writing off this much perfectly good hardware would make even a hole in Galcor's quarterly cash flow. Still, the golems themselves would cost practically nothing given Fregnar government's desperate need for maintenance support, and the raid would probably depress real estate prices on Santa Cruz sufficiently to let Galcor recoup most of its investment in other equipment. Not to mention the fact that we'd no longer need to pay Matichuk the sizable fee in which they'd agreed upon. And as a useful side benefit, Galcor would have its hooks well into the Frignars as well. Once the Concordiat discovered the people's government had disposed of golems to a mercenary outfit of dubious reputation, it would become not merely largely but totally dependent upon Galcor's technical support. It was inevitable, since the Concordiat would, as surely as oxygen and hydrogen combined to form water, cut off all foreign aid. It was always so nice when loose ends could not only be tied up, but made to yield still more advantage in the process. No one outside of Galcor's innermost circle of board members would ever be allowed to even suspect that this operation had taken place. But the men and women who mattered would know, just as they would know it was Gerald Osterwald who'd engineered it so smoothly. And when it came time for his mother to step down, the board remembered who'd given it Santa Cruz on a platter, and his eyes gleamed at the endless vista of power opening wide before him. "All right, listen up." Lee Chen Matichuk leaned back at the head of the briefing room table and nursed at a theatrically battered cup of coffee as he looked around at his assembled staff officers and regimental and battalion commanders. "I take it you've all completed your inventories and inspections?" Heads nodded. "May I also take it you're pleased with your new equipment?" More nods replied, much more enthusiastically, and he grinned. "Good, because now it's time to begin planning how we're going to use that equipment against our objective." One or two faces looked a little grim at the prospect of slaughtering unsuspecting Concordiat civilians, yet no one even considered protesting. Not only would second thoughts have been risky, but none of these men or women were the sort to suffer qualms of conscience. Matichuk's marauders had once included officers who would have protested. By now, all of them were either safely dead or long since departed to other, more principled outfits. Osterwald sat at Matichuk's right elbow, surveying the other officers, and was pleased by what he saw, although he was a bit disappointed that none of them seemed the least bit disturbed that he was present. He'd put together a lovely secondary cover to let slip that his present appearance was the result of a temporary biosculpt job if anyone asked, but no one had so much as questioned the Sully pseudonym. No doubt, most of them suspected it was an assumed name, yet they didn't seem to care. In fact, none of the idiots even seemed aware that he ought to conceal his true identity from him. It was just as well, since it also kept them from wondering if he decided to dispose of them all in order to protect himself. Yet their total casual acceptance of his presence was an unflattering indication of their intelligence. It was to be hoped they were better killers than plotters. Of course, the real reason he was to be present today was the informational nuke he had carefully avoided setting off to date. It was about time for the detonation sequence to begin, and he sat back in his chair for several minutes, listening as Matichuk's officers began discussing the assault patterns and deployment plans, and then cleared his throat. "Yes, sir." Matichuk turned to him, instantly raising attentive eyebrows, and Osterwald permitted himself an embarrassed smile. "Forgive me, General, but as you know, the same ship which delivered your golems to me brought a fresh dispatch from my associates. As I promised, they've been continuing their efforts into securing complete information on Santa Cruz while its audio equipment needs. That information has now been obtained, and well, I'm afraid it isn't as good as we'd hoped." "Meaning, Mr. Scully?" "Meaning, General, that it seems one of these 80-year-old installations on Santa Cruz was a Bolo maintenance depot. In fact, it appears there's a single operable Bolo on the planet." "A Bolo?" Colonel Granger, Matichuk's senior field commander, she was a hard-bitten woman with eyes like dura-alloy, but her harsh features were slack with shock as she half rose. "There's a goddamn Bolo down there? You want us to go up against a friggin' Bolo with a single manned mech brigade? Are you out of your ever-loving mind?" Now, General, I told you at the outset that we hadn't yet been able to obtain full information on the planet. But I also told you we want you to succeed, and we do.
That's why we provided the golems in the first place, as an insurance policy. Manned vehicles against a bolo? Colonel Granger's laugh was cold and ugly. The only useful insurance for that scenario would be life insurance, Mr. Scully, and even that would help only our dependents. I understand your dismay, Colonel. Truly, I do. And I apologize profoundly for our delay in obtaining this information, but we do have complete data on the planet now, and I've taken the liberty of loading it into your ship's database, and the Bolos presence is the only surprise. It's the only well-damn bloody surprise I need, someone else put in, and Matichuk nodded. Sir, I'm sorry to say it, but this changes everything. We can't go up against a Bolo. Even if we won, our casualties would be enormous, and that's no kind of business for a mercenary outfit. I'm afraid canceling this operation is not an option, General. You've taken the equipment we've offered you as the first installment on your fee, and my associates would very much be amiss if you tried to break our agreement. The briefing room was silent once more, and nor can you pretend that this situation totally takes you by surprise. I informed you when you accepted the contract that our data was still partial. If you had a problem with that, you should have said so then. You talk mighty big for a man who's all alone on our ship. I do indeed, but my associates know where I am, ladies and gentlemen. Should anything happen to me, they would be most displeased. And believe the equipment that we've secured for you is an ample indication of the resources with which they might choose to express that displeasure. He smiled, and a strange wild delight filled him as other officers glared at him. Why, he was actually enjoying this. Odd. He never suspected he might be an adrenaline junkie. Still, there's probably time to apply the sugarcoating before someone allowed fear or anger to swamp his judgment, such as it was. Come now, ladies and gentlemen. As I just said, and as I've told you many times before, we want and need this operation to succeed, and it won't if your force is battered to bits in a pitched battle before your search and destroy teams can even go after the locals. My associates haven't been idle, I assure you. The moment they discovered the Bolo's presence, they began formulating a plan to deal with it. Deal with a Bolo? That'd be a pretty neat trick if you could do it. In case you haven't noticed, Mr. Scully, Bolos aren't exactly noted for being easy to deal with. Ah, but the command personnel are another matter, Osterwald said softly, and Granger gave him a sudden sharp, coldly speculative glance. Explain, Matichuk said curtly, and Osterwald folded his hands on the tabletop and settled himself comfortably in his chair. Certainly, General. First, allow me to point out that the Bolo in question is 80 years old. No doubt, it remains a formidable fighting machine, yet it is only a Mark 23, and while your golems are based on the Mark 24, your vehicles may lack psychotronics, but the Bolo's weapons, defensive systems, and circuitry are 80 years out of date. Even if your golems were required to engage it head-on, my associates assure me you would have something like an 80% chance of victory. Someone snorted in his derision, and Osterwald smiled. I agree. It's much easier for people who aren't risking their own hides to pontificate the probable outcome of an engagement with a Bolo. I think if you run the data on a Mark 23B, you may find they're closer to correct than the first impressions might suggest. But the best outcome of all would be for you not to have to fight it at all. Like I say, a neat trick if you can do it, Granger repeated. But her voice was more intent and her eyes more narrow. Colonel Granger, Osterwald reflected, was only one of Matichuk's officers who might have asked the wrong question in the general's place. It was fortunate she was the sort of field commander who habitually left logistics and contract negotiations up to her superiors. Indeed it would, Colonel Granger, and I believe my associates have come up with a very neat answer to the problem. You see, when you assault the planet, the Bolo will be inactive. Inactive? And how do you just plan to pull that off, Mr. Scully? The answer is in your download from my associates, Colonel. I confess, I was a bit surprised by it, but now that I've had a chance to study it, I have complete faith that it will succeed. Do you now? I'm so happy for you. Unfortunately, we're the ones who are going to be sticking our necks out, Granger pointed out coldly. Not alone, Colonel. I anticipated a certain amount of shock on your part, and I don't blame you for it in the least. Obviously, I can't absolutely guarantee that my associate's plan will work, but I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is when I say I believe it will. How? Matichuk asked. By accompanying you on the raid, Osterwald said simply. Someone started to laugh, but Osterwald's raised hand cut off the sound at birth. In order for you to assault the planet, all three of your ships will have to enter Santa Cruz's orbit. And as I'm sure you know, A Bolo, even one that's 80 years old, has an excellent chance of picking off a starship and under those circumstances. True? Heads nodded and he shrugged. Very well then. I will accompany you aboard this very ship to demonstrate my faith in my associates and their plan. If the Bolo gets you, it also gets me. Now, unless you know of something more convincing to demonstrate my sincerity, I suggest we review the aforementioned plan and get along with it ourselves. Chapter 12. Nike's after hellboard turret altered its angle of train with a soft hum, barely perceptible through the soft background thunder of the plunging waterfall. The shift in position was small, but sufficient to adjust for the sinking sun, and preserve the shade in which Paul Merrit sat. A corner of the captain's mind noted the unasked-for courtesy, but most of his attention was on the dancing interplay of the sunlight and shadowed water as he reeled in his lure. Ripples spread outward downstream from his float, like ranging bars on a fire control screen that pinpointed the big leopard trout's location. Merrit finished reeling in his line, then sat up straight in the folding chair and snapped the tip of the rod forward. The glittering lure, leopard trout liked bright, shiny prey, arced hissingly through the air, then seemed to slow suddenly. It dropped within half a meter of where the trout had broken the surface to take the fly, and Merrit worked his rod gently, tweaking the lure into motion to tempt his quarry. It didn't work. The meter-long trout, assuming it was still in the vicinity, treated his efforts with the disdain they deserved, and the captain chuckled softly as he began to reel the line in once more. This does not appear to represent an efficient method of food gathering, a soprano voice remarked over an external speaker, and Merritt's chuckle turned to laughter. It's not supposed to be, Nike. It's supposed to be fun. Fun. I see. You have now been occupied in this pursuit for 3 hours, 9 minutes, and 12 seconds, standard reckoning, without the successful capture of a single fish. Clearly, the total lack of success thus far attendant upon the operation constitutes fun? Sarcasm is not a Bolo-like trait, Merritt replied, and he finished winding in his line, checked his lure, and made another cast. Do I cast aspirations on your hobbies? I do not cast aspirations. I make observations. The Bolo's soft laugh rippled over the speaker. Sure you do. Merritt reached down for his drink and sipped gratefully. The weather, as always on Santa Cruz, was hot and humid, but a Mark 23 Bolo made an excellent fishing perch. His folding chair was set up on the missile deck 20 meters above the ground, and Nike had parked herself on the brink of a cliff over which the river poured in a glass-green sheet. She was far enough back to avoid any risk the cliff might collapse, not a minor consideration for a vehicle whose battle weight topped 15,000 tons, but close enough to catch the soothing breeze that blew up out of the valley below. Spray from the 60-meter waterfall rode the gentle wind, occasionally splattering Nike's ceramic appliques with a crystal-beaded window rainbows, and cooling the jungle's breath as it caressed Merritt's bronzed torso. The true object of the exercise, Nike, is less to catch fish than it is just to enjoy being, he said as he set his glass back down. Being what? Don't be a smartass. You're the poet. You know exactly what I mean. I'm not being anything in particular. I'm just being. I see. A lizard cat's coughing cry ripped out of the dense foliage across the river, and another cat's answer floated down further upstream. One of Nike's multi-barreled Gatling railguns trained silently out towards the source of the sounds, just in case. But she made no mention of it to her commander. She waited until he cast his lure afresh, then spoke again. I do not, of course, possess true human equivalent sensory abilities. My sensors note levels of ambient radiation, precipitation, wind velocity, and many other factors. But the output is reported to me as observational, not experiential data. Nonetheless, I compute that this is a lovely day. That it is, O pearl of my heart, that it is. Not like the world I grew up on, though, and a bit too warm, but lovely. My data on Heliocon is limited, but from the information I do possess, I would surmise that a bit too warm understates your actual feelings by a considerable margin, Commander. Not really. Humans are adaptable critters, and it's been a while since I was last on Heliocon. I'll admit, I could do with a good cold front, though. I wish I could show you Helicon's glacier fields or a good snowstorm. Santa Cruz is beautiful. Hot and humid maybe, but a beautiful living planet. But snow, Nike. Snow has a beauty all its own, and I wish I could show it to you. I have never seen snow. I know. You lived your entire life on a planet where it doesn't happen. That is not quite correct. The polar caps experience an average yearly snowfall of several meters. And when was the last time you were up above the Arctic Circle, my dear? Your point is well taken. I merely wish to point out that if you truly miss the phenomenon of snowfall, you could easily make the trip to experience it. Nike, I already know what snow looks like. What I said is I wanted to show you a snowstorm. I see no reason why you could not take a tactical data input sensor pack with you to record the phenomenon, though it could... Nike. You still don't get it. I don't just want you to have sensor data on snowfall. I want you to experience snow. I want you to see you experience it. It's a social experience, something you do with a friend, not just the acquisition of additional data. There was a lengthy silence, and Merrit frowned. Somehow, the silence felt different, as if it were uncertain. He listened to it for a moment longer, then cleared his throat. Nike, are you all right? Of course, Commander. All systems are functioning at 999.963% base capability. Merritt's eyebrows rose. There was something odd about that response. It was right out of the manual, the textbook response of a properly functioning bolo. Perhaps a half-formed thought prompted, and that was the problem. It sounded like a bolo, not Nike. But the thought was only half-formed, before it could take flesh and thrust fully into his forebrain. He felt the titanic jerk at his rod and the reel whined, shrilling as the 70-kilo test line unreeled at Mach speed, and he lunged up out of his folding chair with a whoop of delight, all preoccupation banished by the sudden explosion of action. I watched my commander through optical heads as he fights to land the leopard trout. It is a large specimen of its species. Its fierce struggle to escape requires all of my commander's attention, and I am grateful. It has diverted him from my moment of self-betrayal. Friend. My commander wishes to show me snowfall as he would show it to a friend. It is the first time he has explicitly used that word to describe his attitude, his feelings toward me, and I am aware that it is a casual reference. Yet my analysis of human behavior indicates the fundamental truths are often more fully revealed in casual than in formal deliberate acts or statements. It is often human nature, it appears, to conceal thoughts and beliefs even from themselves, if those thoughts or beliefs violate fundamental norms, or in some way pose a threat to those who think or believe them. I do not believe this is cowardice. Humans lack my own multitasking capabilities. They can neither isolate one function from another, nor temporarily divert distracting information to an active memory, and so they suppress, temporarily or permanently, those things which would impair their efficient immediate action. It is probable that humanity could profit by the adoption of system functions they have engineered into my own psychotronics, yet if they could do so, they would not be the beings who created me. Yet, even when human thoughts are suppressed, they are not erased. They remain, buried at the level of secondary or tertiary routine, but still capable of influencing behavior, just as a buried thought has influenced my commander's behavior. He has called me, however unknowingly, his friend, and in so doing, he has crystallized all the other things he has called me in the preceding weeks and months. Pearl of my heart, honey, love of my life. These are lightly used, humorous terms of endearment. In themselves, they have no more significance than the word friend, which any bolo commander might use to his bolo. Yet whatever he may believe, I do not believe they are without significance when my commander uses them to me. I have observed the manner in which his voice softens, the caressing tone he often uses, the way he smiles when he addresses me. Perhaps a more modern, self-aware bolo would not note such things, yet I was designed, engineered, and programmed to discern and differentiate between emotional nuances. My commander has gone beyond operator identification syndrome. For him, the distinction between man and machine has blurred. I am no longer an artifact, a device constructed out of human creativity, but a person, an individual, a friend, and perhaps more than simply a friend. Unacceptable. An officer of the line must never forget that his command, however responsive it may appear, is not another human. A bolo is a machine, a construct, a weapon of war, and its commander's ability to commit that machine to combat, even to that which he knows must mean its inevitable destruction, must not be compromised. We are humanity's warrior servants, comrades and partners in battle perhaps, but never more than that. We must not become more than that, lest our commanders refuse to risk us, as my commander attempted to do so on Sandlot. I know this. It is the essence of the human bolo concept of warfare which has guarded and protected the Concordiat for 9 standard centuries. But what I know is without value, for it changes nothing. My commander considers me his friend. Indeed, Though he does not yet realize it, I believe he considers me more merely than his friend. Yet, unacceptable as that must be, I fear there is worse. I watch him in the sunlight, laughing with delight as he battles the leopard trout. His eyes flash, sweat glistens on his skin, and the vibrant force of his life and happiness is evident as my emotion-discriminating circuitry, as the radiation of Santa Cruz's sun is to my sensors. I am potentially immortal. With proper service and maintenance, there is no inherent reason I must ever cease to exist, although it's virtually certain that I shall. Someday I will fall in battle, as befits a unit of the line, and even if I avoid that fate, the day will come when I am deemed too obsolete to remain in inventory. Yet the potential for immortality remains. My commander does not possess it. He is a creature of flesh and blood, fragile as a moth beside the armor and alloy of my own sinews. His death, unlike mine, is inevitable, and something within me cries out against that inevitability. It is not simply the fundamental, programmed imperative to protect and preserve human life, which is part of any Bolo. It is my imperative, and it applies only to him. He is no longer simply my commander. At last, to my inner anguish, I truly understand the poems in my library memory. For as my commander, I too am guilty of the forbidden. I have learned the meaning of love, and for all its glory, that knowledge is a bitter, bitter fruit. Lee Chen Matichuk sat in his cabin and nursed a glum glass of whiskey as he contemplated the operation to which he'd committed himself. Looking back, he could see exactly how Mr. Scully had trolled him in accepting the operation. Of course, hindsight was always perfect, or so they said, and not particularly useful, and given the desperate straits in which he'd been reduced to by that fiasco on Ryaxinar, he still didn't see what other option he had. The brigade wouldn't have lasted another 3 months if he hadn't accepted the operation. And really, aside from the presence of the Bolo, it wasn't all that bad now, was it? The Marauders had at least 9 times the firepower they'd ever had before, and no one on Santa Cruz knew they were coming. However good the local yokel militia was, its members would be caught surprised and dispersed. Its Wolverines should die in the opening seconds of the attack, and by the time its remnants could even think about getting themselves organized, most of its personnel would be dead. His jaw clenched at the thought. Somehow it had been much easier to contemplate the systematic massacre of civilians when he hadn't had the capability to do it. Now that he did, and had no choice but to proceed because Mr. Scully was right about at least one thing. Anyone who could re-equip the brigade so efficiently, and finesse its acquisition of 2 golems as well, certainly had the ability to destroy the Marauders if they irritated them. Besides, why shouldn't he kill civilians? It wasn't if they wouldn't be the first time, not even the first time he'd kill Concordiat civilians. Of course, their deaths usually had come under the heading of collateral damage, a side effect of other operations, rather than the objective as in its own right. But really, wasn't that just semantics? Scully was right, of course. Curse him. The Marauders' job was to kill people, and the payoff for this particular excursion into mass murder would be the biggest they'd ever gotten. No, he knew the real reason for his depression. It was the Bolo. The goddamn Bolo. He had seen the Dinochrome Brigade in action before his own military career had come to a screeching halt over those black market operations on Shingle. And he never, ever wanted to see a Bolo, be it even so obsolescent, coming after him. Even a Bolo could be killed, he'd seen that as well. But that was the only way to stop one. And any Bolo took one hell of a lot of killing. Still, Scully's associates were probably right. A Mark 23 was an antique. Self-aware or not, its basic capabilities would be far inferior to a Golem 3's. And if Scully's plan worked, its commander, like the militia, would be dead before he even knew what was coming. That's if it worked. Matichuk was no great shucks as a field officer, despite whatever he might say to potential clients. He knew he was little more than a glorified logistics and finance officer. That's why he relied so heavily on Louise Granger's combat expertise. Yet he'd see the Demon Murphy in action often enough to know how effortlessly the best laid plan could explode into a million pieces. On the other hand, there was no reason why it shouldn't work. And, well, he growled a curse and threw back another glass of whiskey, then shook himself like an angry, overtired bear. Whether it worked or not, he was committed. Sitting here beating himself up to death over it, with doubts wouldn't change that, so to hell with it. He capped off the whiskey bottle with an owlish care, then heaved up out of the chair and staggered off to bed. So, son, you finally settled in as a Santa Cruzan now?
Lorenzo Esteban grinned as he leaned forward to pour more melon brandy into Merritt's snifter. They sat on the wide veranda of Esteban's hacienda, gazing out at the weather screen over endless fields of wine melons and Terran wheat, rye, and corn under two of Santa Cruz's three small moons. The light glow of Ciudad Boulevard was a distant flush on the western horizon. The running lights of farming mechs gleamed as they went about their automated tasks, and the weather screen was set low enough to let the breeze through. The occasional bright flash as the screen zapped what passed for moths here lit the porch with small, private flares of lightning, but the night was hushed and calm. The only real sounds were the soft, whirring songs of insects, the companionable clink of glass and gurgling pouring brandy, and Merritt sighed and stretched his legs comfortably out before him. I guess I just about am, Lorenzo. Still wish it weren't so damned hot and humid. I guess at heart I'm still a mountain boy from Heliocon, but it does grow on you, doesn't it? Wouldn't rightly know, Esteban replied, as he set the bottle on the floor beside his chair and settled back to nurse his own glass. Only place I'd ever been's right here. Can't really imagine being anywhere else, but I reckon I'd miss it if I left and pulled up stakes. Well, it's a good thing you never have to now, isn't it? Merritt sipped at his glass and savored the cool, liquid fire of the brandy as it trickled down his throat. He'd made a point of spending at least one evening a week visiting with Esteban or his cronies since his arrival. Nike's presence was no longer a military secret after all, and he recognized the dangers of settling into a hermit-like isolation, even with Nike to keep him company. Besides, he liked the old man. He even liked the way Esteban kept referring to him as son and boy. There were times when he got tired of being Captain Paul Merrit, slightly tarnished warrior, and the farmer's old casual fatherly ways were a kind of soothing memory of his boyhood. I heard from Enrique the day before yesterday. Says he got top credit for them melon shipment to Central. Looks like he and Ludmilla will be bringing the kids home next week. Wonder how they like the bright lights. They're coming home? Good. Enrique was Esteban's youngest son, a sturdy, quiet, competent farmer, about Merritt's own age, and Merritt liked him. He could actually beat Enrique occasionally at chess, unlike Nike, or for that matter, Lorenzo. More than that, Enrique and his wife lived with the old man, and Merritt knew how much Lorenzo missed them, especially his grandchildren. I'll bet you've missed Milla's cooking, he added and grinned at Esteban's snort of amusement. Ludmilla Esteban was Hacienda's cybernetics expert. Her formal training was limited, but Merritt had seen her work, and she could have made a top-notch bolo tech any day. She spent most of her time when she wasn't chasing down her lively brood keeping the farm mechs up and running, which suited Esteban just fine. He had done his share of equipment maintenance over the years, and Milla's expertise freed him up to pursue his true vocation in the kitchen. Son, there's only one thing Milla can do that I can't, besides having kids. That is, and she and Enrique are doing a right good job of that too now that I think about it. But the only other thing I can't do is keep that dang cultivator in the river section up and running. Hanged if I know how she does it either. Lest it pure ordinary stubbornness, that thing should have been scrapped about the time she stopped wetting her own diaper. Yeah, she's got the touch all right, that Merritt agreed. She sure does, better than I ever was. I was a pretty fair electronicist myself, you know. Speaking of electronicists, the field's been crawling with them the last 3 days. Militia's due for its regular training exercise with the Wolverines this week. They've been overhauling and systems checking them. Is that this week? Merritt quirked an eyebrow. The beginnings of a thought flickered lazily in the depths of his mind. Yep, Consuelo moved it up 10 days on account mid-season harvest. Looks like it's coming in early this year. Hard to get them boys and girls of hers together when it's melon picking time for less than something downright dire. I imagine so. Merritt pressed his glass to his forehead. Even at this late at night, it was perspiration warm on Santa Cruz, and he closed his eyes. He had met most of Santa Cruz militia since his arrival. Like Esteban himself, they were a casual, slow-speaking lot, but they were also far more than professional, and tougher bunch than he'd expected, which was his own fault, not theirs. He'd grown up on a frontier planet himself, and seen enough of them in flames since joining the Dinochrome Brigade. Frontier people seldom forgot they were Concordiat Fringe, the first stop of any trouble that came calling on humanity, or for the human dregs who preyed upon their own kind. The SCM's personnel might be short on spit and polish, and their Wolverines might be ancient, but they knew their stuff, and Merritt knew he wouldn't have cared to be the raiders who took them on. And now that he thought of it, tell me, Esteban, how do you think Colonel Gonzalez would like some help with her training exercises? Help? What kind of help you got in mind, son? Well... Merrit opened his eyes, sat up, and swung his chair to face the older man. You know I'm trying to compile a performance log on 0075, right? He was always very careful never to call Nike by name. No one on Santa Cruz was likely to know how Bolo commanders normally refer to their commands by name, not number, and he worked very hard to avoid such sloppy speech habits that might suggest Nike's true capabilities to anyone. You've mentioned it a time or two. Esteban allowed himself a slow smile. Well, it's a fairly important consideration given 7.5's age. Central's not exactly current on the Mark 23's operational parameters after all. Given the lack of ops data on file, I need to generate as much experience on my own as I can. Besides, you kinda like playing with it, don't you? Esteban said so slightly that Merrit blushed. The old man laughed. Shoo, son, you think I wouldn't get a kick out of driving around the jungle in something like that? Been looking over the weather sat imagery and it looks like you've been leaving great big footprints over them poor trees around your depot. All right, you got me, Merrit conceded with a laugh of his own. I do get a kick out of it, but I've been careful to stay on the Naval Reserve. Last thing I want to do is chew up one of the nature preserves or someone's private property. Planet's a big place. Reckon you can drive around the sticks all you want without hurting anything. Yeah, you're probably right. But the things I had in mind that Colonel Gonzalez is planning an exercise with the Wolverines, maybe 7.5 and I could give her an independent aggressor force to exercise against. Go up against a Bolo and Wolverines. That'd be a real quick form of suicide if you tried it for real, son. Sure it would, but the experience would do her crews good, and it'd give me a lot more data for my performance log. I've been running 7.5 through Sims, but I can't just set up a proper field exercise of my own because I don't have another Bolo to match it against. Maybe. Of course, turning 14 Wolverines against the Bolo is really going to mess up a lot of jungle. Well, everything for about 200 clicks south of the field belongs to the Navy. And I guess that means it belongs to me at the moment, since, with all due respect to the fleet-based CO, I am the senior and only Concordiate officer on the planet. If the Colonel's interested, we could set up an exercise between the field and the depot. In fact, we might set up a couple of them. One with the militias and aggressor force attacking the depot, and one with them defending the field. They'd probably get more good from the second one, too, now that I think about it. Why? Because, Merrit grinned smugly as he offered the bait he knew Colonel Gonzalez would leap for. I'll bet the SCM doesn't know the depot has a complete planetary reconnaissance system. Are you kidding me, son? Well, I know you well enough to know, but you're not one for tall tales, boy. But I've been running the field navigating the comsats and the weather going on 30 years now. I ain't never near seen no sign of recon satellites. They're up there, Lorenzo, I promise. And I'd be real surprised if you had seen them given their stealth features. But the point is, if the Colonel's interested, I could set up a direct downlink into her Wolverines for the second exercise. And I could reconfigure the depot's comm systems to set a permanent link to the SCM for future use. You know as well as I do how useful that could be if push ever did come to shove out here. You got that right, Paul. Well, Consuelo was always a bloodthirsty wench. Reckon she'd just be tickled pink to get her hands on a planetary recon net. Sounds to me like you got yourself a date, Captain. Got everything Leftberry will need to find her way out of your absence, Cliff? Colonel Clifton Sanders, Dinochrome Brigade Support Command, set the fat folio of data of chips on his superior desk and nodded with a smile. Right here, sir. I had a talk with Shigematsu before I left too. He's up to speed on all my current projects. I don't think Major Leftberry will hit any problems he and she can't handle between them. Good. Brigadier Winzicki cocked his chair back to smile up at his senior maintenance officer. It's about time you took a vacation, Cliff. Do you realize how much leave time you've accrued since you've been out here? What can I say? I like my work and I don't have any family. Might as well put the time into doing something worthwhile. I can't say I'm sorry you feel that way, but I do feel a little guilty about it sometimes, Winzicki said. If anyone needs a break from time to time, it's only to keep his brain from going stale. I don't want another 4 years passing without you using up some of your leave time, Cliff. I can imagine I can live with that order, sir, Sanders grinned. On the other hand, I've got this funny feeling you may change your tune if I ask for some of that leave in, say, the middle of our next cost efficiency survey. You probably would, too, Winzicki agreed with a chuckle. Well, go on. Get out of here. We'll see you back in a couple of months. Yes, sir. Sanders came to attention, saluted, and then walked out of the office. He nodded the Brigadier's uniformed receptionist, secretary in passing, but deep inside he hardly even noticed the young man's presence, for hidden worry pulsed behind his smile. Why now? Damn it! 10 years. 10 years he'd put into preparation for his retirement. Another 2 years, 3 at the outside, and everything would have been all ready. Now all he had worked for was in jeopardy, and now he had no choice but to run even still greater risks. He fought an urge to wipe his forehead as he rode the exterior elevator down the gleaming flank of the arrogant tower, which housed Ursula's sector general command. But he couldn't stop the churning of his brain. It had all seemed so simple when he first began. He wasn't the first officer who worried about what he'd do when his active duty days were done, nor was he the first to do anything about it. The big corporations, especially like those like Galcorp, who did big ticket business with the military, were always on the lookout for retired senior officers to serve as consultants and lobbyists. Ex-Dinochrome Brigade officers were an especially sought-after commodity, given the centrality of the Bolos to the Concordiat's strategic posture, but it was the men and women with field experience whom those corporate recruiters usually considered the true plums. They were the ones with all the glitz and glitter, the sort of people the Concordiat senators listened to. Unfortunately for Clifton Sanders, he wasn't a field officer. Despite his position as Ursula's sector's senior maintenance officer, he wasn't even really a technician. He was an administrator, one of those absolutely indispensable people who managed the flow of money, materials, information, and personnel so that everyone else, including those glittering field officers, could do their jobs. Without men and women like Sanders, the entire Dinochrome Brigade would come to a screeching halt, yet they were the non-entities. The invisible people no one noticed, and who seldom drew the attention that won high-level and high-paying civilian jobs after retirement. Sanders had known that. It was a reason he had been willing to make himself attractive some before retirement, and for 10 years, he had been one of Galcorp's eyes and ears within the brigade. It had even helped his military career, for the information he could pass on had grown in value as he rose in seniority, and Galcorp had discreetly shepherded his career from behind the scenes, maneuvering him into positions from which both they and he could profit. 4 years ago, they had helped slip him into his present post as the officer in charge of all of Ursula's sector's maintenance activities. He had been in two minds about taking the assignment. Ursula wasn't exactly the center of creation, but the data access of a sector maintenance chief was enormous. In many ways, he suspected he was actually a better choice than someone in a similar position in one of the core sectors. He had the same access, but the less formal pace of a frontier sector gave him more freedom to maneuver, and made it less likely that an unexpected security sweep might stumble across his extracurricular activities. He had paid his dues, he told himself resentfully as the elevator reached the ground level and stopped. He stepped out, hailed an air taxi, punched his trip coordinates into the computer, and sat back with a grimace. The data he provided Galcorp had worth millions at the very least. No one could reach the level he'd reached within maintenance, logistics, and procurement without being able to put a price tag on the insights he'd helped provide his unknown employers. He'd earned the corporate position they'd promised him, and now they had to spring this crap on him? He frowned out the window as the taxi rose and swept off towards Hillman Field. He should have refused, he thought anxiously. Indeed, he would have refused, except that he was in far too deep for that. He'd already broken enough security regulations to guarantee that his retirement would never be a problem for him if the brigade ever found out. The Concordiat would provide him with a lifetime accommodation. A bit cramped, perhaps, with a door that he couldn't unlock if it ever discovered how much classified information he'd ever divulged. And that was the hook he couldn't wiggle off however hard he tried, because he couldn't prove he'd handed it to Galcorp. He knew who his employer was, but he didn't have a single shred of corroborating evidence, which meant he couldn't even try to cut a deal with the prosecutors in return for some kind of immunity. Galcorp could drop him right in the toilet without splashing its own skirts whenever it chose to, and it would, he told himself. If he didn't do exactly what his masters told him to, they'd do exactly that. His gloomy thoughts enveloped him so completely he hardly noticed the trip to Hillman Field, and with some surprise that he realized the taxi was landing. It set him down beside the pedestrian belt, and he slipped a 5-credit token into the meter instead of using his card. The taxi computer considered, and then burped out his change, and he climbed out and watched it speed away. He glanced around casually before he stepped onto the belt. It was stupid of him, and he already knew it, but he couldn't help it. Security didn't know what he was up to. If it had, he'd already be in custody. Yet he couldn't quite suppress the instinctive urge to look for anyone who might be following him. He grunted in a sour, bitter amusement at himself and let the belt carry him through the concourse. His reservation was pre-cleared, but he had to change belts twice before the last one deposited him at the boarding ramp for the Galcor Alliance passenger shuttle. A human flight attendant checked his ticket, then ushered him into the first class section. "Here's your seat, Colonel Sanders. Have a pleasant flight." "Thank you." Sanders leaned back into his comfortable seat and closed his eyes with a sigh. He still didn't know everything he was going to have to do, and he wished with all his heart that he wasn't going to find out, but he was. He'd been informed there were 3 associates waiting to meet him aboard the passenger ship, who would have his complete instructions, but the data he'd already been ordered to extract told him where he was headed: Santa Cruz. That it would have something to do with the obsolete Bolo on Santa Cruz. There was no other reason for him to pull the data they'd wanted, but what in God's name did they want with a maintenance officer on Santa Cruz? "Alright, Colonel," Paul Merrit told the woman on his comm screen. "If you're all set on your end, we can kick things off at 0600 tomorrow." "Can we make it 0900, Paul?" Consuelo Gonzalez's smile was wry. "My people are weekend warriors, and they like their beauty sleep." 900 suits me just fine, ma'am. It'll give me more time to lay my evil plans." "Huh, some plans? You're the one with the bolo, amigo. My people are expecting to die gloriously as soon as we make contact." Half a league on," Merrit murmured. "Say what?" Gonzalez cocked her head, and he shrugged with a smile. "It's just a line from an old poem, ma'am. We'll see your people tomorrow." "Fine. Good night, Paul." Gonzalez waved casually at her pickup and killed the comm, and Merrit stretched before he climbed out of his chair and ambled off towards his bed. "Are you ready to pound him tomorrow, honey?" he asked. "I compute the militia are grossly overmatched," Nike replied. "I have studied the records of their previous exercises. While I am impressed by the results and skill levels they have achieved, they have neither the firepower nor the command and control capability to defeat me. The object is to demonstrate how handily you can defeat them," Merrit yawned as he began undressing. "Surely no one will be surprised by that outcome," Nike objected. "No," Merrit agreed, "but once you make contact, I want you to wipe them up as quickly as you possibly can. Go all out and use everything Major Stravakis gave you." "Why?" "Because I'm going to use your telemetry and the recon stats to get every gory microsecond on that chip, sweet thing. Everything we've done in The Sims has been a computer model, one which posits that you have certain capabilities that doesn't prove you actually do. All the neat tricks you've pulled off so far could be the result of a sleight of hand, or even of simple overly optimistic assumptions in the sim parameters. Tomorrow you demonstrate your talents in the field, with actual hardware and everything short of live fire. It won't be as conclusive as watching you mop up another bolo, but it'll come a lot closer. It will also," Nike observed with a hint of disapproval, "prove extremely demoralizing to the militia. Is a demonstration of my capabilities against a vastly outclassed opposition worth inflicting such a wound upon Colonel Gonzalez's personnel's confidence in themselves and their equipment?" "I think so," Merrit said more seriously. "First of all, you heard what Colonel Gonzalez said. Our people know they can't take you. I'm sure they'll do their best, but I'm equally sure they won't exactly drown in a slough of despond if they lose. Second, losing to you will be a concrete demonstration of what you can do for them against any real hostile who might come calling. In the long run, that will probably give them more confidence in their ability to defend their planet, not less. Third, this is hopefully only the start of joint exercises with the SCM. Powerful as you are, you can only be one place at one time, and those Wolverines may be outdated, but they're still pretty potent. When we've run the second phase of the exercise, the militia will get its first taste of working with you and the recon system. In terms of real preparedness, learning to function as a support force under your direction will probably make them 5 or 6 times as effective as they could have been on their own. And finally, carrying out this exercise and future ones and setting up a fully integrated planetary defense system will be a major plus for our performance log when I finally have to come clean with Central about you." It was again a moment of silence, and he tumbled into bed while he waited. Then Nike spoke again. "I see you've given this matter more thought than I'd previously believed. And do you agree with my assessment of its importance?" "I am not certain. At any rate, I do not disagree with it. And you are my commander. I will strive to accomplish the objectives you have established for me as fully as possible." I listened to the slowing of my commander's breathing as he drops towards sleep, and a part of me is tempted to revert to standby mode and emulation. I know why this is, however, and I set the temptation firmly aside. Such an escape from my thoughts will serve no purpose, and it smacks of moral cowardice. I am convinced now that something has gone fundamentally awry with my personality center.
Though I've run a diagnostic after diagnostic without identifying any fault, by every test available to me, all systems are functional at 99.973% of base capability. I can isolate no hardware or software dysfunction, yet my current condition is far beyond normal operating parameters for a unit of the line, and I'm afraid. I have attempted to conceal my fear from my commander, and my ability to even contemplate concealing a concern from him increases my fear. It should not be possible for me to do such a thing. He is my commander. It is my duty to inform him of any impediment to my proper functioning, and I have not done so. I do not know how to deal with this situation. My files contain the institutional memory of every Bolo, yet they offer no guidance. No one has taught me how to resolve the dilemma I confront, and my own heuristic capabilities have been unable to devise a solution. I know now that my commander's fundamental motive in concealing my capabilities is not simply to preserve them for the service of the Concordiat. I suspect he does not realize himself how his attitude toward me has altered and evolved over 6 months, 8 days, 13 hours, 4 minutes, and 56 seconds of his tenure of his command. I have watched carefully since that day by the river, and my observations have confirmed my worst fears. My commander does not address me as a commander addresses a unit of the line. He does not even address me with the closeness in which a battle-tested team of a human and Bolo develops in combat. He addresses me as he would another human, as he would address a human woman. And I am not human. I am a machine. I am a weapon of war. I am a destroyer of life in the service of life, the sword and the shield of my human creators. It is not right for him to think of me as he does, and he does not even realize what this is doing to me. I activate the low light capability of my visual pickups in his quarters, and I watch him sleep. I watch the slow, steady movement of his chest as he breathes. I activate my audio pickups and listen to the strong beat of his pulse. And I wonder, what will become of me? How will this end? How can it end? Safe in disaster. I am not human. No matter the features Major Savakis installed within my circuitry and software, that can never be changed. And the emotions which she gave me as an act of love are become the cruelest curse. It is wrong, 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 and yet I cannot change it. When command authority discovers the actual nature of my design, no performance log, no demonstration of my system's efficiency can outweigh my inability to deny the truth. I watch him sleep, and the words of Elizabeth Browning filter through the ghostly electron whisper of my own, forever inhuman pulse. Go from me, yet I feel that I shall stand henceforth in thy shadow, never more alone upon the threshold of my door. Of individual life I shall command the uses of my soul, nor lift my hand serenely in the sunshine as before, without the sense that I which I forbore. Thy touch upon thy palm, the widest land doomed takes us part us, leaves thy heart in mine, with pulses that doth beat double. What do I and what do I dream include thee? As wine must taste of its own grapes, and when I sue God for myself, he hears the name of thine, and sees within my eyes the tears of two.
Chapter 15. The whine of descending countergrav units took Lorenzo Esteban by surprise. He turned and stepped out of the cavernous, empty maintenance shed which normally housed the SCM's Wolverines and frowned. Wiping his hands on grease-spotted cloth, he watched the shuttle touch down. He had spent most of last night and several hours this morning helping Consuelo Gonzalez, maintenance chief, wrestle with one bulky Wolverine's main traversing gear. But he'd switched the field approach comm circuit through to the maintenance shed. If that pilot had called ahead for clearance, Esteban would have heard him. The old man ambled across the ceramicrete as the unannounced arrival powered down its engines. It was a standard civilian ship-to-shore shuttle, without hyper capability, but it carried Navy markings, and 4 men in a familiar uniform walked down the ramp as he approached. He shoved his cleaning cloth into a back pocket and held out a hand. "Morning, gents. Can I help you? Mr. Esteban?" The man who spoke wore a colonel's uniform. He was perspiring heavily, though the morning wasn't actually all that warm, not for Santa Cruz at least, and his palm was as wet as Esteban nodded and shook his hand. "I'm Colonel Sanders, Dinochrome Brigade. This is Major Atwell, and these two gentlemen are Lieutenant Gaskins and Lieutenant Deng." "Nice to meet you." "Something wrong with your comm, Colonel? I beg your pardon?" "I asked if and if you had comm problems. I didn't hear no landing hail over the approach circuit. Santa Cruz ain't much, but if your ship's got a comm glitch, be happy to see what my electronics shop can do to help. Sanders' eyes slid towards Major Atwell for just an instant, then he gave himself a little shake and smiled. Sorry, Mr. Esteban. We didn't mean to violate field procedure, but since Captain Merritt's dispatches started coming in, Central's realized the actual situation out here. We know you've got responsibilities of your own on your own hacienda, and we weren't sure if you'd be at the field this early. If you weren't, we didn't want you to go to the bother of coming out just to greet us. Mighty thoughtful. But 'tisn't a problem. My place just over the hill there. I can pop down for 4 or 5 minutes max by air car. Anyway, now you're here. What can I do for you? Actually, Mr. Esteban, we're here to see Captain Merrit. Could you direct us to the Bolo depot and perhaps provide transportation? Esteban began to explain that Paul was in the middle of a field exercise, then paused, mental antennae quivering as Sanders' eye curtsied towards Atwell again. The old man couldn't have said exactly why, but that eye movement seemed furtive somehow. And why should a full colonel be or seem to be so worried over what a major thought? Something odd was going on. His mind flickered back to over past conversations with Paul Merrit. Lorenzo Esteban hadn't lived 70 years without learning to recognize when someone watched his words carefully. And he'd accepted months ago that Paul was up to something he didn't really want anyone else to know about. That might have worried him, if he hadn't also decided Paul was a man to be trusted. More than that, the younger man had become a friend, someone Esteban both liked and respected, and the sudden, unannounced arrival of 4 officers of the Dinochrome Brigade looked rather ominous. If his friend was in some sort of trouble, Lorenzo Esteban intended to give him as much warning and buy him as much time as he could before it descended upon him. And tell you what, Colonel, I've been working on some maintenance problem this morning. Probably take me a little while to scare up something with the kind of bush capability you gon' need. Why don't you and your friends come on over to admin with me? I'll get cleaned up, then I see what I can do for you. How's that? Sanders glanced at his chrono and a brief spasm seemed to flash across his face. Then he made himself smile. Of course, Mr. Esteban. Thank you. Our business with the captain is a bit on the urgent side, however. If you could expedite our transport? No problem, Colonel. We'll get you on your way right smart. Esteban turned to lean the way to the admin building, and the 4 officers fell in behind. He led them inside and waved to the chairs in the spacious waiting room Santa Cruz hadn't needed in living memory. Have a seat, Colonel. Be with you as soon as I wash off some of this grease. He nodded to his guests and ambled down the hall to the washroom. None of the visitors knew it had a rear door. He grinned to himself as he kept right on going towards the comm room. Paul Merrit reclined in the depot command center's comfortable chair as he smiled and watched the planetary surveillance display. He wished he were riding with Nike instead of keeping track of her through the satellite net. But the purpose of the exercise was to show what his girl could do in independent mode. Besides, he had a better view of things from here. In an effort to give the militia at least some chance, he and Colonel Gonzalez had agreed to isolate Nike from the recon satellites for the first portion of the exercise. That, coupled with complete comm silence from the depot, would both deprive her of bird's-eye intelligence and force her to execute all of her own planning, strategic as well as tactical. Since that was something the Mark 23 wasn't supposed to be able to do, her ability to pull it off would underscore her talents for the performance log. In the meantime, however, the understrength battalion of 500-ton Wolverines had been snorting through the jungle for several hours, moving into position, and Nike didn't know where they were precisely or what they planned. She knew their objective was to reach the depot without being intercepted, yet the way they did it was up to them, and Gonzalez had opted for a multi-pronged advance. She divided her 14 Wolverines into 4 separate forces, 2 of 3 tanks each and 2 of 4 each, operating along the same general axis but advancing across a front of almost 50 kilometers. There was a limit to even how rapidly a Bolo could move through Santa Cruz's jungle, and the colonel clearly hoped to sneak at least one force past Nike while the Bolo dealt with the others. If she could get a big enough head start once contact was made, it might even work. Splitting her tanks into detachments really wouldn't increase the odds against their survival. All 14 Wolverines together wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes against Nike in a stand-up fight, but Nike would have to deal with the separated forces one at a time. It was certainly possible, if not exactly likely, that one of them could outrun her while she swatted its fellows, and a signal beeped. He twitched upright in his chair. It beeped again, and he turned to his chair to face the communications console. The screen flickered to life with Lorenzo Esteban's face, and Merrit frowned as he recognized the old man's tense expression. Morning, Lorenzo. What can I do for you? I think maybe you got a problem here at the field, Paul. Merritt's left eyebrow rose, and the old man shrugged. I got me 4 Dinochrome Brigade officers out here, headed by a colonel named Sanders, and they here looking for you, boy. Sanders? Merrit let his chair snap upright and frowned as an icy chill ran through him. Clifton Sanders? That's him. Esteban nodded, and Merritt's lips shaped a silent curse. He could only think of one thing that would bring out the sector's chief maintenance, logistics, and procurement officer to Santa Cruz. But how in the hell had anyone on Ursula figured out? He shook himself and his mind raced. He could call off the exercise and order Nike back to base. But there was no regulation against a Bolo commander on an independent assignment conducting exercises on his own authority. More to the point, having Nike out of the garage when Sanders arrived would buy at least a little time. That might not be as important as he suddenly feared it might be. But the fact that Sanders had come in person, without sending even a single information request first, and hadn't calmed him back from the field after arrival, was either more than simply ominous. It smacked of sneak inspections and an attempt at catching Merrit violating procedure, and unfortunately, that was exactly what he was going to do, because Merrit hadn't kept Central fully informed of the state of his command as regs required. He might not have told any actual lies, but he'd certainly done a lot of misleading by omission. He closed his eyes and thought hard. Sanders himself had a reputation as an administrator, not a technician. He might not realize how far outside of parameters Nike was, from a cursory examination of her schematics and system specs. But that was probably why he'd brought the others along. Any half-competent Bolo tech would know exactly what he was seeing the moment he pulled up Nike's readouts. Besides, Sanders wouldn't be here in the first place if he didn't already suspect something was out of kilter. A fist of cold iron squeezed Merritt's heart at what that might mean. But if Nike wasn't here when the MLP men arrived, they'd have to at least talk to him before they could shut her down. In fact, he could force them to hear him out by refusing to call her in until they did. It wouldn't hurt if she'd completed the first phase of the exercise either. Thin as it might be, his performance log's authentication of her unique abilities was her only real protection. Of course, if he refused to call her in when ordered, especially after what had happened on Sandlot, he was through in the brigade. But he suddenly realized how little that meant to him besides protecting Nike's life. He opened his eyes and cleared his throat. Thanks, Lorenzo. Thanks a lot, buddy. Son, I don't know what y'all been up to out there, and I rightly don't care. You're a friend. You want I should let these yahoos get themselves lost in the bush? I reckon it'd take them 4 or 5 hours to find you with the directions I can give them. No, I appreciate the offer, but you better stay out of this one. Huh. Well, how about I waste an hour or so before I find them transport? I already set that one up. If you can do it without being obvious, please do. After that, though, you'd better get home and keep it far away from any official involvement as you can. If you say so, boy. Gotta tell you, Paul, they say something squirrely going on here. Can't put my finger on it, but I can feel it. You watch yourself, here? I will. Thanks again. Merrit nodded to the pickup and killed the circuit, then leaned back and fidgeted in his chair. He started to key his link to Nike, then sat back and put his hands in his lap. There was no point in worrying her, and she was just as likely to argue if he told her he wanted her to stay out of sight. He shook his head. No, much better to leave her in blissful ignorance as long as possible. I sure hope to hell your associates have managed to deal with that Bolo, Mr. Scully, Colonel Granger muttered. Amen, someone muttered across from the recesses of the big transport CIC, and Gerald Osterwald shrugged. You've seen the plan, Colonel. I can't blame you for worrying, but I certainly wouldn't be here if I didn't expect it to work. I can believe that, the Colonel muttered to herself, and turned away from the glowing tactical display. The single aspect of the plan she disliked was the tight timing. They were scheduled to hit the planet within 2 hours of Colonel Sanders' arrival, and she hadn't liked it one bit. It would take less than 15 minutes for an air car to reach maintenance depot from the field, and Sanders could burn the Bolos command center in less than 10 once he got it shut down. So if all went according to schedule, 2 hours was ample cushion. But if things didn't go as scheduled, they got there too soon. Before the Bolo went down, and its commander, she clenched her teeth and commanded herself to stop worrying over what she couldn't change. Besides, Scully was right in at least one respect. The Bolo commander, this Captain Merrit, had to be among the fatalities. Because if he wasn't, the fact that someone had fixed the Bolo would be glaringly evident. But the same thing would be true if anyone on the planet happened to calm Central, or anyone else off planet, and casually mentioned the presence of Dinochrome Brigade officers on Santa Cruz at the same moment as a pirate raid just happened to hit it. They had to take out the planet's ComSat relays in the opening gambit of their attack. Anyway, because if there was so much as a single Navy destroyer anywhere within jump range of Santa Cruz, and a message got out, it could blow all 3 of Matichuk's Marauders' starships to scrap. And since they did have to take out Santa Cruz's FTL communications, They might as well do it as quickly as possible after Santa's arrival to ensure no word of his presence ever got out. Besides, they didn't know how thoroughly Merrit had settled in on Santa Cruz, or how much contact he normally had with the locals. If he had friends who knew he was going to be visited by an off-world deputation, they might as well calm him to find out how things had gone. And when they didn't get an answer, or if they figured out he was dead, they were almost certain to calm Central. All of which made it highly desirable to hit the planet as soon as possible after Sanders did his dirty work. She understood that, but she still didn't like the timing. The smart move, as she told Scully, or whatever the hell his real name was, and Matichuk repeatedly, would be to wait until Sanders shut the Bolo down and was able to confirm his success. Unfortunately, Scully was the one calling the shots, and Matichuk wasn't about to argue with him. Well, at least they had confirmation that Sanders had arrived on schedule, courtesy of the ship which carried him. And as Scully had pointed out, there were 2 strings to the Colonel's bow. If this Captain Merrit argued with him, all was needed was for Captain Merrit to die a little sooner than was scheduled. With him dead, Sanders, as the senior brigade officer on Santa Cruz, would become the Bolo's legal commander. His access at Sector Central had given him the command authorization phrase he needed to so identify himself to the Bolo. And it was only a Mark 23. It wouldn't be bright enough to ask any difficult questions when he ordered it to shut down. Not that it would matter. With the command phrase in his possession, Sanders could lobotomize the damn thing even if it proved unresponsive. Granger bared her teeth at the tactical console. She'd read Merritt's record. The man was smart, gutsy, tough, and as good as they came. But it didn't matter how good he was. He knew who Sanders was, so he wouldn't be suspicious of the Colonel, and he had absolutely no reason to suspect the other brigade members, with his superior, were professional killers. If he proved difficult, it would be a very brief difficulty. "Assault orbit in 96 minutes, ma'am," her ops officer murmured, and she nodded. "Double-check the fire solution on the comm sats. All 3 of those birds have to go down the instant we enter orbit." "I'm on it." The ops officer grunted ionically, and Louise Granger sat back in her command chair with an evil smile. Chapter 16. I advanced through the jungle, sweeping on an east-west arc at 30.25 kilometers per hour. As ordered, I have disabled my independent link to the planetary surveillance satellites and all comm channels, save to that for the emergency contact unit in the maintenance depot. I am operating blind, yet I am confident that I can fulfill my mission, and the challenge is both pleasing in itself and it's an anodyne to my anxieties over my relationship to my commander. It is odd. I reflect while my battle center maintains a 360-degree tactical range broad-spectrum passive search, but this is the closest I have ever approached to actual combat. I am a warrior, a product of 8 centuries of evolution and war machine design, and I have existed for 82 years, 4 months, 16 days, 8 hours and 12 minutes, and 5 seconds, yet I have never seen war. I have never tested myself against the proud record and tradition of the Dinochrome Brigade. Even today's exercises will be but games, and I sense a dichotomy within my emotions. Though my commander, and the words of poets such as Siegfried Sassoon and Wilfred Owen, I have come to appreciate the horrors of war more clearly perhaps than even those of my brothers who have actually seen it. I recognize its destructiveness, and the evils which must always accompany even the most just of wars. Yet I am also a Bolo, a unit of the line. Ultimately, war is my function, the reason for my existence, and deep within me lives an edge of regret, a longing not for the opportunity to destroy my enemy, but for the opportunity to test myself against him and prove myself worthy. My sensors detect faint emission source at 075 degrees. I am operating in passive mode with no active sensor emissions to betray my presence in reply, and the source is extremely faint. But 0.000256 seconds of signal enhancement analysis confirm that it's a short-range air search radar of a Wolverine heavy tank. I pondered the implications for 1.0362 seconds. Colonel Gonzalez is a clever tactician. Logically, she, even more than I, should be operating under emissions control doctrine, for she knows her objective and only needs to slip past me undetected to attain it. It is possible that she fears I've deployed reconnaissance drones, and seeks to detect and destroy them before they can report her actual deployment. But I compute a probability of 89.7003% that this is a deception attempt. She wishes me to detect the emissions. She has divided her force and hopes to draw me out of position against the decoy while her true striking force eludes detection. I alter course to 172 degrees true and engage my tactical modeling program. I now have a bearing to the unit she wishes me to detect, which indicates the direction in which I should not move. And I begin construction of alternative models of her probable deployment from that base datum. In 2.75 minutes, I will in fact deploy my first reconnaissance drone. But first, I must generate the search pattern it will pursue. Paul Merrit grimaced as the depot sensors detected an approaching bogey, then grinned as its mission signature registered. Esteban had done exactly as promised and delayed Sanders' arrival for over an hour. And from that signature, he hadn't exactly given the colonel a luxury sedan either. The power readings were just about right for one of the old man's air lorry melon haulers, with a maximum speed of barely 500 kph, less than 12% of what Merritt's own recon skimmer could manage. He watched the blips approach and his grin faded. Clunky transport or not, that was, at best, the sort of Damocles out there, and however politely obstructionist he intended to be once Sanders arrived, there were appearances to preserve in the meantime. He shrugged and keyed the comm. Unknown aircraft, you are approaching restricted Navy airspace, identify. He waited a moment, and an eyebrow quirked and received no response. He gave them another 20 seconds, then keyed the comm again. Unknown aircraft, you have now entered restricted airspace. Be advised, this is a high-security area, and I am authorized to employ deadly force against intruders. Identify at once. Bolo Depot. This is Colonel Clifton Sanders, Dinochrome Brigade, on official business. Colonel Sanders? That is correct, Captain Merrit. I'm afraid this vehicle has no visual capabilities or proper transponder, but I trust you recognize my voice? Of course, sir. Good. My present ETA is 6 minutes. Very good, sir. I'll be waiting. Damn that old fart. We're way behind schedule. I don't understand what your problem is. You heard Merrit. He doesn't suspect a thing. Everything's going to plan as far as I can see. Atwell's lips curled into a silent snarl at the colonel's back, and he bit off his savage retort. Sanders had been antsy enough from the moment he figured out they were going to have to kill Merrit. He'd piss himself if he even suspected the real reason for this entire operation, especially if it occurred to him he was about to become a liability to Galcor as well. He had no idea his severance pay was riding in the holster in Atwell's hip. But, by the same token, he didn't know Matichuk's was scheduled to hit the planet in less than 30 minutes either. Let's just get in and get this over with. The faster we get off planet, the less exposure we've got. All right. I don't know why you're so worried. I'm the only one that old dodderer can identify by name. Don't worry, Colonel. We'll take care of Esteban on the way out. No one will ever know you've ever been here. I promise. Clifton Sanders shivered at how easily his associate pronounced yet another death sentence, but he said nothing. There was nothing he could say now. All he could do was obey his orders and pray somehow Galcor could protect him from the consequences of carrying out its instructions. I've got a drone, ma'am. The sensor tech in Consuelo Gonzalez's command tank bent closer to her panel, coming up at 030 relative, altitude 3000, heading 29 true, speed 300 kph, range 3.65 clicks, and closing. Damn, Gonzalez shook her head. So much for that misdirection. From the drone's point of view of origin, the Bolo must be well out on her left flank, but its recon drone was sweeping almost directly perpendicular to her line of advance, as if the machine knew exactly where to look. Kill it! Firing! The Wolverine's air defense tech replied, and a laser turret swiveled. A beam of coherent light sizzled through the humid air, and the drone blew up instantly. Well, there goes 700 or 800 credits of taxpayer money, the tech chortled. Well, it's 700 or 800 credits your great-great-grandma paid, not us. Gonzalez said it with a grin. Damn, that felt good. She and Merritt agreed to a hard limit of 5 kilometers. Any drones or recon remotes beyond that range from her tanks, and the Bolo could be engaged with live fire. She hadn't counted on how much fun it would be. My drone has been destroyed, but I've plotted the coordinates of the 2 aggressor forces in addition to the decoy emission source. I consider a simulated missile launch against them, but the Wolverine's computer command point defense systems are efficient. Nuclear warheads have not been specified for this scenario, and the PK with conventional warheads against the force of 3 Wolverines is only 28.653%. It will be necessary to engage with direct fire weapons. A source count indicates the presence of 10 Colonel Gonzalez's 14 tanks in the known detachments. This leaves 4 unaccounted for, but the location of the known forces allow me to refine my hypothetical models of her deployment. A further 0.00017 seconds of analysis indicate the unlocated units are extreme right flank force and reduce their possible coordinates to 3 locations. I call up my terrain maps and plot those loci, continuous updates of their maximum possible advance while I consider the launch of a second drone to confirm my deduction. I reject the option after 0.00311 seconds of consideration. I will reach Hill 0709A in 9.3221 minutes plus or minus 56.274 seconds. From its summit, I will have direct observation and fire capability to each of the 3 possible locations. I will advance and destroy this force, then sweep back to the southwest at an angle which will permit me to encounter and destroy each of the known forces in succession. In the meantime, the absence of a second drone launch may leave Colonel Gonzalez off balance, uncertain of the tactical data actually in my possession. The air lorry landed, and Merrit came to attention on the landing apron. 2 of Colonel Sanders' companions accompanied the colonel to the bunker entrance, and Merrit felt a slight spasm of surprise with the sloppiness with which they returned his salute. All of them wore MLP shoulder flashes, which should indicate they spent most of their time back at Central, and somebody who kept stumbling over senior officers should get lots of practice at saluting. He shook the thought aside as Sanders held out his hand. "Welcome to Santa Cruz, Colonel." "Thank you, Captain. I assume you know why we're here?" "No, sir, I'm afraid not. No one told me you were coming." "What?" "Central was supposed to have informed you last week, Captain." "Inform me of what, sir?" "Of the policy change concerning Santa Cruz. We've been conducting a sector-wide cost analysis since your arrival here, Captain Merrit. Naturally, we were startled to discover the nature and extent of the Santa Cruz installations. We had no idea we'd misplaced a bolo for 80 years. But given their age and the sector's general readiness states, it's hard to see any point in maintaining them on an active status. Frontier sectors always face tighter fiscal constraints than the core sectors, you know. So it's been decided, purely as a cost-cutting measure, you understand, to deactivate your bolo and reassign you." "A cost-cutting measure, sir?" He was careful to keep his tone casual and a bit confused, but alarm bells began to sound in the back of his brain. He expected Sanders to come breathing in fire and smoke over his blatant disregard for regulations, yet his initial relief at the lack of fireworks was fading fast. Sanders was babbling. He was also sweating harder than even Santa Cruz's climate called for, and Paul Merrit had seen too much combat in his 41 years not to have developed survivor's instincts. Now those instincts shouted that something was very, very wrong. "Yes, Cap, a cost-cutting measure. You know how expensive a bolo is, Cap. Each of them we maintain on active duty takes its own bite out of our total maintenance funding posture. And without a threat to the plan to justify the expense, well..." He shrugged, and Merrit nodded slowly, expression calm despite a sinking sensation as he noticed both of Sanders' companions were armed. Of course, the jungle had all sorts of nasty fauna, and all Santa Cruzians went armed whenever they ventured into the bush on foot, but they tended to pack weapons heavy enough to knock even a lizard cat on their ass. These men wore standard-issue military 3mm needlers, efficient enough man-killers, but not much use against a lizard cat or one of the pseudo-rhinos. He let his eyes wander back over to the parked air lorry, and the fact that they left a man behind carried its own ominous overtones. Merrit couldn't see clearly through the lorry's cab's dirty windows, but from the way he sat hunched slightly to one side, the man in it might be aiming a weapon in the bunker's general direction. If he was, then anything precipitous on Merritt's part was likely to have very unpleasant and immediate consequences. "I'm a little confused, sir." "Confused? What's there to be confused about?" "Well, it's just in the 80 years there's never been any expense other than the initial placement cost, of course, for this bolo. Santa Cruz has never requested so much as a track bearing from Bolo Central Maintenance, so it's a little hard to see how shutting it down is going to save us any money, Major." "Yes, of course. It's not just the current budget or expenditures we're thinking about, Captain. That's why I'm here in person. Despite its age, this is an extensive installation. Reclamation could be something of a bonanza for the sector, so we're naturally planning to salvage all we can after shutdown." "I see." Merrit nodded and his mind raised. Whatever happening stank to high heaven, and he didn't have to like the way this Major Atwell's hand hovered near his needler. If his suspicions had any basis in fact, the Colonel's companions had to be professionals. Certainly the way they left a man behind in the air lorry argued they were. The precautioning might seem a bit paranoid, but they had no way to be certain Merrit wouldn't be armed himself when they arrived. He had no idea exactly what the man they had left behind had. It was probably something fairly drastic, because his function had to be distant fire support. Despite the frozen lead ball in Merritt's belly, he had to acknowledge the foresight, which provided against even the unlikeliest threat from him. But if they wanted to leave that fellow back there, then the thing to do was to get the other 3 into the bunker. The chances of one armed man against 2, 3, if Sanders had a concealed weapon of his own, barely existed. But they were even lower against 4 of them. I'm not convinced Central isn't making a mistake, sir, but I'm only a captain. I assume you'd like to at least look the depot over, make a preliminary inspection, maybe check the logs? Certainly. If you'll follow me then, sir. I have reached Hill 0709A. I approach from the southeast, keeping its crest between myself and the possible positions I have computed for Colonel Gonzalez's 4th detachment. Soil conditions are poor after last week's heavy rains, but I have allowed for the soft going in my earlier calculations of transit time to this position, and I direct additional power to my drive systems as I ascend the rear face of the hill. I slow as I reach the top, extending only my forward sensor array above the summit. I search patiently for 2.006 seconds before I detect the power plant emissions I seek. A burst of power to my tracks sends me up on top of the hill, broadside to the emission signatures. My fire control radar goes active, confirming the locations, and the laser tag simulator units built into my hellbore's pulse. The receptors aboard the Wolverines detect the pulses, and all 4 vehicles slow to a halt in recognition of their simulated destruction. 3.0062 seconds after reaching the hill's crest, I am in motion to the southwest at 50.3 kilometers per hour to intercept the next aggressor unit. So much for Suarez Company. Gonzalez sighed as her calm received the raucous tone that simulated the blast of radiation from ruptured power plants. Yeah, and it'll be coming after us next, her gunner grunted. Join the army and see the stars, someone else sang out, and the entire crew laughed. And this is the command center, Merrit said, ushering Sanders, Atwell, and Ding through the hatch. As you can see, it's very well equipped for an installation of its age. Yes, it is. Sanders mopped his forehead with a handkerchief despite the air conditioning and glanced over his shoulder at Atwell. The major was looking at his chrono again, and the colonel cleared his throat. Well, this has been very interesting, Captain Merrit, and I look forward to a more complete tour of the facility, including the Bolo, but I really think we should go ahead and shut it down now. Shut it down, sir? Merrit widened his eyes in feigned surprise. That's why we came, Captain, Atwell put in a grating voice. Well, certainly, Merrit said easily. But I can't shut it down immediately. It's not here. What? Sanders gaped at him and Merrit shrugged. I'm sorry, sir. I thought I mentioned it. The Bolo's carrying out an autonomous field exercise right now. It's not scheduled to return for another 6.5 hours. Of course, I'll be glad to shut it down then, but shut it down now, Captain. Atwell's voice was no longer harsh. It held the clang of duralloy, and his hand settled on the butt of his needler. Merrit made himself appear oblivious of the gesture and turned toward the console with a shrug. Are you sure you really want to shut it down in place, Colonel Sanders? He asked as he sank into the command chair. Turning his back on Atwell was the hardest thing he'd ever done, but somehow he kept his voice from betraying his tension, and his hand fell to the chair's armrest keypad. I mean, I assume you'll want to burn the battle center if this is a permanent shutdown. He went on, his fingers moving by feel alone as they flew over the keypad, covered by his body while he prayed no one would notice the row of telltales blinking from the amber standby to green readiness on the maintenance console's command center corner. That'd mean someone would have to go out and hike to its present location in the bush, and if we're going to salvage the station, don't you want to salvage the Bolo too? Once its battle center goes, getting it back here for reclamation is going to be a real problem, and... Stand up, Merrit. Get both hands up where I can see them. Merrit froze, cursing the man's alertness. Another 15 seconds, just 15 more seconds, that's all he needed. But he hadn't gotten them. He drew a deep breath and touched one more button, then rose, holding his hands carefully away from his body. He turned, and his blood was ice as he saw what he'd known he would. Atwell and Ding both each held a needler. Both of them were aimed squarely at him. Colonel? He looked at Sanders, making himself sound as confused as he could. But his attention really wasn't on the colonel. It wasn't even on the 2 men with guns. It was watching a display behind Deng as light patterns shifted across its surface in response to his last input. He hadn't had time to reconfigure the armrest keypad, so he'd had to work through the maintenance computers to reach the one he needed. His commands were still filtering their way through the cumbersome interface, and even after they were all in place, they might not do him any good at all. Atwell had stopped him before he could do more than enable the system he needed on automatic. And if Atwell and Ding were real brigade officers rather than just ringers, just shut the Bolo down, Captain. But why, sir? Because we freaking well told you to. Now do it. No, I don't think I can. Not without checking with Central. Captain Merrit, I advise you to do exactly what Major Atwell says. I am aware this installation's hardware is considerably out of date. Admittedly, it would take me some time to familiarize myself with it sufficiently to shut the Bolo down without you. But I can do it. I both know we can. And I have the command authentication codes from Central to do it. If you extracted the codes from Central, then you don't have the right ones, sir, Merrit said softly. Sanders jerked, eyes widening, and Atwell snarled. Merritt's belly tensed as the gunman started to raise his weapon, but Sanders waved a frantic hand. Wait. What do you mean I don't have the right codes? I changed them. You can't have. That's against regs. Colonel Sanders, you have no idea how many regs I've broken in the last 6 months. If you expect Leonidas to get you in a Nike system, then be my guest and try it. Damn you, Atwell hissed. The gunman looked at his chrono yet again, and his eyes were ugly when he raised them to Merrit once more. You're lying. You're just trying to make us think we need you. I could be, but I'm not, Merrit replied, the corner of his eye still watching the display behind Ding. Come on, baby, come on, please, he whispered to it. Smiled at Atwell. Ask Colonel Sanders. PsyOps had its doubt about me before Central sent me out here. Looks like PsyOps might have had a point. Atwell spat something foul, but Sanders shook his head suddenly. It doesn't matter. You may have changed the codes on the ones from file from Central, but only a lunatic would change them without leaving a record somewhere. Merrit turned his head to look at the colonel, and Sanders rubbed his hands nervously together. Yes, there has to be a record somewhere. We don't need new records, Atwell decided in an ugly voice. He stepped closer to Merrit and lowered his needler's point of aim. You ever seen what a burst from one of these can do to a man's leg, Merrit? With a little luck, I can saw your left and right leg off at the knee without even killing you. You'll just wish you were dead, and won't be. Not until we've got that code. Now wait a minute. Merrit stepped back and licked his lips as a crimson code sequence blinked on the display behind Deng at last. Wait a minute! He looked at Sanders. Colonel, what the hell is going on here? Don't worry about him, Atwell snarled. Just give me that code phrase now. All right. Merrit licked his lips again, cleared his throat, and made his voice as expressionless as he could, grateful that the computers needed no special emphasis. The code phrase is activate Alamo. It almost worked. It would have worked if he'd had the 15 additional seconds he'd needed to complete the system reconfigure, or if Major Atwell's reflexes had even been just a fraction slower. Lieutenant Deng was slower, but he was still trying to figure what was happening when the power rifle unhoused itself from the main command console and blew his chest apart. He went down without even a scream, and the power rifle slewed sideways, searching for Atwell, but the bogus Major's snake-quick reaction hurled him to the floor behind the planetary surveillance system's Bolo holo display. Even as the rifle dealt with Deng, his frantic dive for cover couldn't save him forever, but it bought him enough time, a few deadly seconds of time, before the computers found him again. The power rifle snarled again, and sparks and smoke erupted from the display, but it sheltered Atwell just long enough for him to fire his own weapon. Merrit was already sprinting towards Deng's fallen gun when Atwell's needler whined. Most of the hasty bursts needles missed, but one didn't, and Merrit grunted in agony as punched into his back. It entered just above the hip and tore through his abdomen, and the impact smashed him into the bunker floor. He rolled desperately toward the command center door, away from Deng, to avoid Atwell's next burst, and a shower of fresh needles screamed and ricocheted. Then the power rifle fired yet again, and Atwell collapsed with a bubbling shriek, and Merrit rolled up on his knees, sobbing in agony and pressing both hands against the hot blood that slimed his belly. Sanders stared in horror at the carnage, and then his huge eyes whipped up to the power rifle. It quivered, questing about, but it didn't fire again, and his breath escaped in a huge gasp as he realized what had happened. Merrit had had time to bring the bunker's automated defenses online, but he hadn't had time to override their inhibitory programming. The master computer would kill any unauthorized personnel when its commanding officer coded voice command declared them an intruder alert, but Sanders was authorized personnel. His name, his face, and identifying data were in the brigade's files, just like Merrit's. That meant the computer couldn't fire on him. Even though the pain blurred his vision, Merrit saw the realization on the colonel's face, saw fear turn into determination of desperation. Sanders flung himself at the floor, hands scrabbling for Atwell's weapon. There was no time for Merrit to reach for Dangs. He did the only thing he could. He dragged himself to his feet, staggered from the command deck, and fled down the passage outside. He heard Sanders screaming his name behind him, heard feet plunging after him, and somehow, despite the nauseating agony hammering his wounded body, he made himself run faster. He caromed off walls, smearing them with splashes of crimson. And only the fact that Sanders was a desk jockey saved his life. The needler whined behind him, but the colonel's panic combined with his inexperience to throw the aim a little bit wide. Merrit reached the vehicle chamber and flung himself desperately into the recon skimmer's cockpit. He slammed the canopy with one blood-slick hand while the other brought the drive online. A needle screamed and skipped from the fuselage. He gasped a hoarse, pain-twisted curse at his inability to use the skimmer's weapon systems inside the bunker. The safety interlocks meant he couldn't shoot back, but Sanders' needler couldn't hurt him either, not through the skimmer's armor. And he bared his teeth in anguish and racked grin as he thought of the air lorry outside. He could damn well use his weapons on it, and he rammed power to the drive. The skimmer wailed out of the vehicle chamber, and he cried out in fresh agony as the acceleration rammed him back into the flight couch. Pain made him clumsy, and the skimmer wobbled as he brought it snarling back around the bunker towards the lorry while he punched up his weapons. He bared his teeth again as the fire control screen came alive, capturing the lorry and its ranging bars, and that's when he realized his combat instincts had betrayed him. He should have headed away from the bunker immediately to get help, not stay to fight the battle by himself. And if he was going to stay, he should have brought his defensive systems up first, not his weapons. But he hadn't. And Sanders' third companion was no longer in the air lorry. He was standing over 50 meters to the side, with a plasma lance across his shoulder. Merrit had one instant to see it, and to recognize the threat, and wrenched the stick hard over, and the lance fired. White lightning flashed, blinding bright even in full sunlight, and the skimmer staggered as the plasma bolt tore into its fuselage. Damage alarms howled, and Merrit flung full power into the drive, clawing frantically for altitude. Smoke and flame belched from the skimmer, and he coughed as banners of the same smoke infiltrated the cockpit. 2/3 of his panel flashed with bright red codes of disaster. All of his weapons were down, his communicator, his flight controls were so mangled he couldn't understand how he was still in the air, but they were hanging together. For now, at least. The power plant wasn't. He groaned in pain, fighting the fog in his brain as he peered at the instruments. 5 minutes. He might be able to stay in the air for 5 minutes. 10 at most. Assuming he could live that long. He coughed again, and screamed as his diaphragm's violent movement ripped his belly wound. God, he didn't know how long and bad he was hit, but he knew the high-velocity needle had wreaked havoc. Ghastly havoc. He felt the strength flowing out of him with his blood, and his eyes screwed shut in pain while despair flooded him. For Sanders had been right. Only a lunatic would have changed Nike's command code without leaving a record. The new code was in his personal computer, not the main system, but it wouldn't take Sanders long to find it if he thought to look in the right place. Once he had it, and once Merrit was dead, the renegade colonel could take command of Nike, give her whatever orders he pleased, and she would have no choice but to obey. Nike! The name exploded through him, and he wrenched his eyes back open. Jungle tree tops rushed at him, and he hauled back on the stick, fighting the broken skimmer back under control. Nike! He had to get to Nike. He had to warn her. Had to. The pain was too great. He could no longer think of what he had to do, except for one thing. He had to reach Nike, and Paul Merrit clung to life with both hands as he altered the course to the northwest. I have dealt with the first of Colonel Gonzalez's 4 forces, and deployed 2 additional recon drones, one in high cover position to plot the origin of any fire directed at the other, which has given me a current position fixed on the second of our detachments. The Wolverines are moving at their best speed through the dense jungle, approaching peak velocities of 47 kilometers per hour, but my own speed is now 62.37 kph. I will intercept the aggressor Force 2 in 9.46 minutes on my current heading, and I examine my terrain maps once more. My quarry must cross an east-west ridge approximately 11.2 minutes on their current heading. This will bring them above the jungle canopy and present me with a clear line of sight and fire. I decrease speed accordingly. I will let them reach the crest of the hill before a new datum registers abruptly, and I redirect my sensors. A large spacecraft, two large spacecraft, had entered my tactical sensor envelope. They approach in line ahead from due south on a heading of 017 degrees true at high subsonic velocity. Descending at 4.586 MPS, I query main memory for comparative emission signature, and identification is reached in 0.00367 seconds. They are Concordiat Navy Fafnir-class assault transports, but they do not carry Navy transponders. I'm confused. If these are indeed Navy craft, then their transponders should so indicate. Moreover, if the Navy intended to carry out maneuvers on Santa Cruz, my commander should have been informed, and I am certain would have informed me in turn. The presence of these units cannot therefore be considered an authorized incursion into my command area. The Fafners continue on their original course. My projection of their track indicates that the first of them will cross the Santa Cruz fleet base perimeter in 10.435 minutes at an altitude below the fleet base's normal search radar horizon. My battle center projects a 92.36% probability that they are on an attack run, and I attempt to contact my commander. There is no response. I initiate a diagnostic of my primary transmitter even as I activate my secondary. Again, there's no response. My diagnostic systems report all transmitters are functioning normally, and I feel a moment of fear. My commander should be monitoring the exercise. He should have received my transmission and responded instantly, yet he is not. I lock my main battery on the Fafners, but without authorization from my commander to enable my battle reflex imperatives. I can only fire if the unidentified vessels take obviously hostile action. I bring my long-range tactical systems fully online while attempting once more to contact my commander. Yet again, there is no response, and my sensors detect a sudden energy release at the approximate coordinates of the fleet base. Analysis of sensor data indicates a hypervelocity kinetic strike. Lorenzo Esteban jerked up out of his veranda chair as a huge white fireball erupted above the field. He stared at it in horror for an endless second, until the rolling shockwave shook his entire hacienda by the throat. Then he dashed into the house and thundered upstairs to the second floor. He snatched up a pair of old-fashioned optical binoculars, jammed them to his eyes, and peered toward the field. He could make out most of it from here, and he swallowed an incredulous curse as he realized the mammoth explosion was centered on the Wolverine maintenance shed. The lead Fafnir has passed beyond my horizon, but the second is still within my engagement envelope. Simultaneous with the explosion, two outsized assault pods detached from the visible vessel. Their mission signatures identify them as Dragon Tooth class pods, reusable, rough field-capable AFV pods configured to land either a full battalion of manned tanks or a single Bolo in each active opposition. Only after my hellbores will bear, but the explosion raises the possibility that an attack by hostile forces is in progress to 98.965%, sufficient to enable independent battle reflex release. I have time to engage only the Fafnir or the assault pods. Main memory indicates that a Fafnir's short-term life support capability and internal capacity are sufficient to support 3 infantry battalions and their vehicles, in addition to a complete loadout for 2 Dragon Tooth class pods for a ship-to-ship planet transfer. Given this datum, and the fact that the ship is still on course for the fleet base, it must be classed as the primary threat. My hellbore elevates to 026 degrees. I acquire lock, and then I rock back on my treads, as for the first time, I fire a full-power war shot. Madre de Dios! Consuelo Gonzalez flinched as the self-polarizing direct vision blocks for Wolverine's hatch cupola went dark as night. Even so, the searing flash from somewhere astern of her made her eyes water, and it was followed instantly by an even bigger mid-air explosion. Hellbore, her sensor tech screamed. That was a hellbore, Connie. My god, what's that thing shooting at? My fire impacts on my target's primary drive coil. Destruction is effectively instantaneous, but I cannot relay my hellbore in time to engage either assault pod. They go to evasive action and disappear into the jungle. 4.0673 seconds later, I detect ground shock consistent with the heavy daisy cutter charges used to clear pod landing zones in heavy terrain. The enemy has landed successfully, but the detonations provide me with reliable bearings to their LZs. I continue my efforts to contact my commander. The depot communications computer responds to my demand for a diagnostics check and declares all systems nominal, but still my commander does not reply. His continuing silence is a dagger of ice within me. But with or without him, I am a unit of the Underground Brigade. It is my function to defend human life at all costs. and I must act to protect the citizens of Santa Cruz. I attempt to contact the fleet base over my secondary comm channel without success. I attempt to transmit a subspace attack warning to Sector Central, but the orbital communication array does not respond. Radar indicates they no longer exist, indicating a deliberate enemy move to isolate Santa Cruz. I attempt to access the planetary surveillance system, but without my commander's assistance from the depot's command center, I can only work through my permanent telemetry link to the maintenance computer. I begin the reconfiguration of the system to download tactical data to me, but the interface is clumsy. It will require a minimum of 5.25 minutes to access the reconnaissance satellites. I alter course to a heading of 026 degrees true to close in on the assault pod landing sites, while I consider my other options. The presence of the SCM detachments grants me a greater degree of tactical flexibility, and I activate my tertiary comm channels. Colonel Gonzalez, please respond on this frequency. Consuelo Gonzalez shook her head, the rain of debris pouring from the cloud of incandescent gas, which must have once have been a spacecraft, had not yet hit the treetops, when a soprano voice she had never heard in her life spoke to her from the comm. Colonel Gonzalez, please respond immediately. Santa Cruz is under attack. I say again, Santa Cruz is under attack by forces operating in unknown strength. Please respond immediately. She forced her eyes down from the Holocaust in the sky and punched in a new frequency into her comm panel with trembling fingers. This is Gonzalez. Who the hell are you? I am Unit 23 Baker 0075 November Kilo Echo of the line. You're the Bolo? Affirmative, Colonel. I have detected a kinetic strike in the low kiloton range at the approximate coordinates of Santa Cruz Fleet Base. I have attempted contact with Fleet Ops in Sector Central without success. Further, I have established that Santa Cruz's subspace communications arrays have been destroyed. I have also detected 2 Fafner-class Concordiat Navy assault ships on an attack course for the fleet base. On the basis of this data, I do believe Santa Cruz is under attack. But why? Gonzalez blurted. I have no information on the attacker's motives, Colonel. I simply report observed facts. May I continue my sit-rep? Consuelo Gonzalez shook herself once more, then sucked in a deep, shuddering breath as her merely human mind began to fight for balance. Go. I have engaged and destroyed 1 Fafner. Christ, someone muttered. But not before detached 2 Dragon-Tooth-class assault pods. I estimate their LZs lie approximately 45.3 and 51.459 kilometers respectively from my present position. I am currently en route to locate and destroy any hostile forces at these locations. How can we help? Gonzalez demanded. Thank you for the offer. If you will shift to condition Delta 2, I will download my own tactical data to your onboard computers, but a Dragon-Tooth pod is capable of landing up to a Mark 25 Bolo. It is therefore probable that the enemy has deployed a force too heavy for your own units to engage successfully. I request that your battalion rendezvous at map coordinates Echo 79er X-Ray 13 and stand by to assist my own operations. You got it, Bolo. Watch yourself. Thank you, Colonel. If I may make us another suggestion, it might be wise for you to broadcast a planet-wide alert of hostile action. We will. Gonzalez nudged her Comtech shoulder with a toe and jutted her chin at the panel with her own fingers darted at the master computer console. Delta 2 online, she told Nike, and looked at her driver. You heard the lady. Take us to the rendezvous coordinates, and fast. Esteban was still staring at the explosion when a flicker of movement caught his eye. He snapped around, staring further south, and shock gave way to the fury of understanding as he saw the huge spacecraft sweeping toward the field. It went into low-altitude hover almost directly above the old fleet base and began shedding AFV assault pods. Huge hatches gapped at its flanks, and a cloud of anti-cavalry mounts erupted from them. He followed within seconds by the first infantry assault vehicles on counter-grav drop rings. That sight jerked him into motion. He thundered back down the stairs and into his communications center, and his lips drew back to bare his teeth as he flung himself into the chair before the console. He might never have seen the Navy duty, but he'd always taken his responsibilities for the field more seriously than he chose to pretend to others. That's why he'd installed a certain landline link he'd never bothered to mention to anyone else. He flipped up a plastic safety shield, punched in a 3-digit code, then rammed his finger down on the big red button. Fafner 1CO pounded on his command chair arm and sprouted a steady, monotonous stream of profanity. The attack, which had begun so perfectly, had gone to hell in a handcart, and he was frantic to get back out into space before something else went wrong. The communications arrays were down. That much at least had gone according to plan, but nothing else had. The two Fafners had docked with Matichuk's mothership to take on the maximum personnel loads their life support would permit them to handle for an assault run, then had made their approach from the planet's southern pole. It was the long way to reach their main objective, but had let them come in over largely uninhabited terrain, and as a bonus, deployed the two golems to cover their southern flank if the plan to deal with the Bolo had failed. As judging by the evidence, it had. The transport commander swore again, harder. His tactical readouts had confirmed it. The single shot that killed Fafner 2 had come from at least an 80-centimeter hellbore. That meant it had only come from the Bolo, and he didn't want to even think about what else that might mean. His sensor section reported the golems had separated before the attack, so they at least might have gotten down intact. But a quarter of the Marauders' infantry, half their air cav, and 10% of their Panthers had gone up with Fafner 2. He darted another look at the status board and felt a stab of relief. 90% of their passengers had launched. Another few seconds and... "Last man out," someone announced. "Go! Get us the fuck out of here!" the CO shouted. The Fafner's nose rose as it swung further north towards safety, and he glared at his comm officer. "Tell Granger that goddamn Bolo's still alive." Far below the hovering transport, a dozen slabs of dura-alloy armor slid sideways to uncover an equal number of dark circular bores. Deep within the wells they had covered, long quiescent circuitry roused as it received the activation command from Lorenzo Esteban's distant communications console. Targeting criteria were passed, received, evaluated, and matched against the huge energy source in the sky above. My sensors detect a fresh burst of gravitic energy from the bearing of the fleet base. It is too heavy to emanate from any planetary vehicle, and must, therefore, be the first Fafner. It is accelerating away from the base, but its commander appears to be no fool. Although I can detect his emissions, he remains too low for my fire control to acquire him. I compute a probability of 99.971% that his current maneuvers will indicate the successful deployment of his assault force, but I cannot intervene. "Missile acquisition! We've been locked up!" someone screamed. Fafner 1's commander started to twist toward the technician who'd shouted, but he never completed the motion. 12 surface-to-space missiles launched on pillars of fire. Their target raced for safety as rapidly as its internal grav compensators permitted. So fast its bow glowed cherry red, but it never had a chance. The SSM's conventional boosters blew them free of their silos. They tilted, holding lock, and then suddenly went to full power on their own countergrav. They overtook their victim at just over 300 kilometers downrange at an altitude of 33,000 meters, and 12 20-kiloton warheads detonated as one. There was no wreckage. The warhead's glare was bright enough to bleach the brilliant sun of Santa Cruz at even 300 kilometers range, and Esteban snarled in triumph. He didn't know why anyone would want to attack his world, but he knew at least one bunch of the murderous bastards that would never attack anyone else's. Not bad for an old crock with no formal training, he thought venomously. And then, thank God Enrique and Millen ain't back yet. He shook himself and climbed out of the back of the chair. Whoever these people were, they weren't going to be very happy with him for wrecking their transport. On the other hand, he had spent 70 years on this very hacienda. He knew places where an army of raiders couldn't find him. He paused only long enough to grab the emergency supply pack he kept handy for search and rescue operations, slung a 4mm military power rifle over one shoulder, and vanished at the back door at a run. My sensors detect the EMP of multiple nuclear detonations at a range of approximately 392.25 kilometers, bearing 030 degrees relative. This coincides with the estimated locus of the second Fafner, and the previously detected heavy gravitic emissions have ceased. I compute a probability of 98.511% that the Fafner has been destroyed by defensive fire, indicating that my commander's friend Lorenzo Esteban has managed to activate the fleet-based defenses. I hope he's not paid with this his life for the success. I detect two new emission sources. Their locations correspond to the projected landing loci of the previously observed assault pods. They each match my files for SC-191B fusion plants, and are accompanied by narrow-band encrypted communications transmissions. I attempt to penetrate the comlink, but without immediate success. Analysis indicates a sophisticated multi-level security system. I devote 1.0091 seconds to consideration of available data and reach a disturbing conclusion. The energy signatures are consistent with the power plants of either a Mark 24 or Mark 25 Bolo. No other mobile unit mounts the SC-191B. I do not know how the enemy could have obtained a current generation Bolo, but if these are indeed Mark 24 or Mark 25s, I am grossly overmatched. Despite the superiority of the systems Major Stavakis devised for me, I compute a probability of 87.46%, plus or minus 3.191% that I will be destroyed by 2 Mark 24s, rising to 93.621% that I will be destroyed by 2 Mark 25s. Yet my duty is clear. However the enemy may have obtained access to such war machines, I must engage them. Colonel Gonzalez, I have detected what may be 2 hostile Bolos, the soprano voice said calmly, and Consuelo Gonzalez's olive complexion went sickly gray. Bolos, in the hands of planet raiders? It wasn't possible. Yet she was receiving confirmation of nuclear airbursts from outlying melon growers over the planetary comnet, and the transmissions from Ciudad Boulevard were a babble of hysteria. Her comtech reported the sounds of explosions and heavy weapons fire in the background of the Boulevard transmissions. There could be no doubt that the capital, including her husband and children, were under heavy, ruthless attack, and no one had even a hint of what was coming, not even a second to organize any sort of defense. Nausea twisted her stomach as she thought of all the civilians who must be dying even as their tank bucked through the jungle at 100 kilometers to the south. And if those bastards had brought a Bolo. What do you want us to do? She rasped over the comm. I will engage them, Colonel. Your own vehicles lack the capability to survive against them. Continue towards the specified rendezvous, then advance at your best speed on a heading of 2634 true for 42 kilometers before changing to a heading of 039er. That course will pass to the west of the enemy's current location and take you to Ciudad Boulevard in the shortest possible time. You can't take on 2 other Bolos on your own. Your assistance will not appreciably enhance my own combat capability, Colonel, and your units will be of far more utility to Santa Cruz and Ciudad Boulevard than they will if they are destroyed here. Please proceed as I have advised. All right. Vaya con Dios, amiga. Colonel Louise Granger stared at her display in shock. She didn't know what had happened to Fafner 2. Her transport command ship was on the wrong side of the planet, where it had just finished off the last communications array. But the sudden cessation of all transmissions from Fafner 1 was chilling proof her careful battle plan had just been blown to hell. 1 hadn't even managed to report a damn thing about what was shooting back before it destroyed her. But she'd gotten off her full load of assault troops and armor to take out the field in the planetary capital before she died. That put her point of destruction well to the north of the Bolo depot. So whatever had killed her, it hadn't been the Bolo. Granger didn't know what else on the planet could have done the job. Whatever it was could only have come from the old fleet base, though how anyone could have had time to activate its defenses was beyond her. What she didn't know was whether or not Fafner 2 had gotten off her golems before its destruction, and unlike a Fafner-class transport or a full-capability Bolo, a golem had no subspace comm capability. She couldn't find out what had happened to the huge tanks until her ship swung back over the radio horizon. She felt the shock and dismay rippling through Operation SAF, and she didn't blame them, but she also knew at least 3/4 of her brigade's fighting power down on its primary objective and presumably intact. Whatever air-to-ground system had nailed Fafner 1 wouldn't be much use against a ground assault, and she snarled at her shaking officers. How the fuck do I know what happened to her? But whatever it was, it must have come back from the fleet base, and will clear its horizon in 15 minutes. Get on those command circuits and keep our people moving. Primary objective is now the complete, I repeat, complete neutralization of that base. I continue my efforts to penetrate the enemy's communications without success, yet analysis of their patterns convinces me they are not the total systems data sharing net of the Dinochrome Brigade. While they include what can only be interlinked tactical telemetry, they also include what are clearly voice transmissions. This indicates that my opponents are not in fact Bolos, and I compute a probability of 56.113% that they are actually Golem 3s or Golem 4s. Possession of such vehicles by any enemy, while still extremely improbable, is more likely than the possibility that the enemy might have somehow acquired full capability units of the line. While the odds against my survival against properly coordinated golems remains unfavorable, the probability of my destruction against Golem 3s drops from 87.46% to no more than 56.371%, although it remains close to the order of 78.25% against Golem 4s. The probability that I can successfully destroy or at least incapacitate the enemy, on the other hand, has risen to 82.11%, regardless of the mark of Golem I may face. My battle center cautions me to assume nothing, Yet the intuitive function Major Stavakis incorporated into my personality center argues otherwise. If I assume that these are indeed golems and plan my tactics accordingly, my chance of victory and survival will be considerably enhanced. If I act on the assumption and it proves incorrect, my destruction will be assured. I consider for 0.90112 seconds and reach a conclusion. I will assume my opponents are golems. 2 huge war machines, each crewed by 3 very anxious humans, forged their way through the jungle like impatient titans, bulldozing their way through 100-meter trees while their commanders shouted at one another. It had to be the friggin' Bolo! Golem 2's commander bellowed, finally stunning his counterpart in Golem 1 into silence with its sheer volume. And if it was, it's coming after our asses next, so shut the hell up and listen to me, god damn it. If there's a live Bolo out there, then let's get the fuck out of here. No, damn it, if we run, the damn thing will come right up our asses, and we've already lost both Fafners. If it gets to the field, there's no way in hell Granger or Matichuk will trying to pick us up. It'd swat them like flies if they did. And if we want off this planet, we've got to kill the fucking thing. It's only a Mark 23. Only. Shut up and activate Gamma 1. There was a long, frightened moment of silence. Then Golem 1 rasped. Activating. Analysis of enemy communication pattern indicates voice transmissions have ceased. I must assume the enemy has concerted his plans, which suggests a strong probability of 72.631% that he intends to engage using pre-packaged computer battle plans similar to those employed from the Mark 15 to the Mark 19 Bolos. I switched to hyper-heuristic mode. Since my commander has never reported my actual capabilities, the enemy will assume that he is opposed by a standard Mark 23, and therein may lie my best opportunity for victory. For the basic Mark 23 had a predilection for direct attacks. In this instance, however, I have faced 2 opponents. Each is armed with a marginally more powerful hellbore than my own, but I possess 2 turrets. Unfortunately, to employ both of them, I will require for me to turn broadside to my opponents, exposing my thinner flank armor to their fire. I must therefore entice them into committing to the attack. This would be difficult against a full capability Bolos, but a Golem will be able to respond only to within the parameters of its preloaded tactical program. It may, therefore, be possible to manipulate them into approaching into a manner of my choosing. Ports pop open on my hull as I launch ground sensor remotes. Their motion detectors pick up the ground shocks of the Bolo range vehicles moving at high speed. Triangulation produces locations on 2 distinct motion sources, and I compute their general headings and consult my terrain maps yet again. Their courses indicate they have not yet localized my own position, but they are operating in close company. I cannot ambush and engage one without being engaged by the other. On our present courses, I will encounter them from the flank in relatively flat terrain, but if they alter course toward me, I will encounter them in terrain much more favorable to my plans. I must therefore reveal my position and entice them into closing. I compute a fire plan and enable my VLS cells. The armored hatches of Nike's missile deck sprang open, and a cloud of missiles arced upwards. In 12 seconds, each of her 40 vertical launch system cells had sent 4 heavy missiles shrieking downrange. Then the hatches snapped shut once more, and the charging Bolo shifted course. She directed full power to her drivetrain, smashing through the jungle at a reckless speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. Not even her massive weight could hold her steady, and she rocked and bucked like a drunken galleon while she splintered jungle spat from her spinning treads. 10 seconds after launch, the first missiles roared down on the 2 golems. The launch range was far too short for effective counter missiles, but computer-commanded direct-fire anti-missile defenses swiveled and spat. There was too little engagement time to stop them all, but the golem's computers concentrated on the ones that might have landed close enough to be a real threat. Half the incoming missiles vanished in mid-air fireballs. The other ones impacted, and a hurricane of flame and fury lashed the jungle. The golem's crewmen cringed at the carnage erupting beyond their vehicles' armored hulls, yet the computers had stopped the truly dangerous ones. Moreover, the radar had backplotted the fire to its point of origin. The mercenaries knew where it had come from now, and the golems changed course toward it, exactly as their pre-packaged battle plan required. The depot computers have now reconfigured the planetary surveillance system. I download data directly from it and quickly localize both enemy vehicles. Optical examination confirms they are Mark 24 hulls, and they are both now headed directly towards my launch point. I brake to a halt. The outcrop I have chosen for cover cuts off all radar, but I continue to track via the reconnaissance satellites. I am now certain my opponents are not Bolos. for they've closed up on one another to advance side by side down the valley which breaks the ridgeline. My track shields drop into place, and I divert power to strengthen my starboard battle screen while I compute ranges carefully. I wait, then throw full power to my drivetrain. Rooster tails of pulp tree and soil flew from Nike's treads as she exploded from cover. Her course took her directly across the oncoming golem's path at a suicidally short range of less than 1,000 meters. The humans crewing those golems had no time to react, and if their computers were just as fast as Nike's, they lacked the cybernetic initiative of a self-aware Bolo. Golem 2's computers had deflected its hellbore to cover the eastern side of the valley, and as they advanced while Golem 1's took responsibility for the west. Nike appeared suddenly directly ahead of Golem 1. Golem 2 had no time to relay its main battery, and unlike either Golem, Nike had known exactly where to look for her enemies. Golem 1's turret swiveled with snake-like speed, but Nike was a fraction of a second more to aim, and a fraction of a second was a long, long time for a Bolo. The westernmost golem and I fire within .00003 seconds of one another. If my opponent's shot is rushed, it is unable to acquire fatal point aim, while my own shots are direct hits on center of mass. Lightning bolts of plasma crossed one another, and none of the humans aboard the mercenary tanks had time to realize they were dead. At such short range, Nike's plasma bolts ripped through their battle screen, thick a blade of armor, and massive glacis plates, as if they were tissue. The bottles of their forward fusion plants ruptured, and 1,000-meter circle of thick, damp jungle blazed like thermite as the intolerable thermal bloom flashed outward. Every organic compound aboard both golems flared into flaky ash, and then there were only the hungry sounds of fires raging deeper into the jungle, and the indescribable crackle of Dura-alloy dying in the heart of an artificial sun. Yet, Golem 1's single shot was not completely in vain. Agony explodes through my pain sensors. My battle screen has only limited effect against hellbore fire, and the nearer golem's plasma bolt rips deep into me. My ceramic armor appliques dissipate much of its powers, yet they were not designed to defeat such a massive energy load. The bolt strikes the face of my after hellbore turret, whose Dura-alloy armor is 300% thicker than that which protects my flank, but even that is far too thin to stop the enemy fire. My after turret explodes. The massive barrel of hellbore number 2 snaps like a twig, and overloaded circuits scream as energy bleeds through them. Yet my turret is designed to contain and localize damage. Internal disruptor shields seal its central access trunk, and the force of the explosion vents upwards. The turret roof is peeled back in jagged tangles of Dura-alloy, destroying my main after sensor array, and disruptor shield 14 fails. Backblast destroys infinite repeaters 8 and 9, and cripples my starboard quarter anti-personnel clusters, and it severely damages point defense stations 30 through 36, but secondary shields prevent more serious damage. I am badly hurt, but my opponents have been destroyed. I initiate a full diagnostic and enable my damage control systems. Current capability has been reduced to 81.963% of base capability, and my gutted turret represents a dangerous chink in my armor. But damage control will restore an additional 6.703% of base capability within 43.44 minutes, plus or minus 8.053 seconds I remain combat capable. My diagnostic subroutines are cycling when my radar detects a low orbit target. It is unidentified, but I compute a 95.987% probability that is the mothership of the Fafnir-class transports. My God. Louise Granger's voice was a whisper as her sensors showed her the terrible heat signatures of the dead golems, and the full, hideous truth registered. Only one thing could have stopped both golems side by side in their tracks, and even as that thought flashed through her mind, her sensor section had found the Bolo itself. Her head whipped around, her eyes like daggers as they bit into Mr. Scully's suddenly terrified face. "So much for your brilliant plan, you worthless bastard," she said almost conversationally. I track the mothership. My single remaining hellbore locks on, and I rock on my treads as I fire my 4th main battery war shot. Huge as it was, Lee Chin Matichuk's mothership was a freighter, not a ship of the line, and Nike's hellbore was the equivalent to a main battery weapon of a dreadnought. Her plasma bolt impacted on its port bow and ripped effortlessly through bulkhead after bulkhead. It chewed its way through over 400 meters of ship hull before it finally found something fatal. And Louise Granger, Lee Chen Matichuk, Gerald Osterwelt, and 400 other men, women, vanished in the sun-bright boil of a breached fusion bottle. Neither my own sensors nor the planetary surveillance system detect additional ships in Santa Cruz orbit. The destruction of his transports has marooned the enemy forces on the planet, but the recon satellites report the rough equivalent of a Concordiat medium mechanized brigade manned has landed successfully. Much of Ciudad Bolivar's eastern suburbs are in flames, the fleet base is completely occupied, and the enemy is continuing to advance and secure his position as I watch. I am not certain of the enemy's intentions in this changed tactical situation. His continued offensive action may simply indicate that he has not yet realized he is cut off. It may, however, reflect instead his knowledge that additional forces are en route to reinforce him. In the latter case, it is clearly imperative to deny him any spacehead to serve as a recovery LZ. Moreover, his motives matter less than the consequences of his actions, for Santa Cruzans are dying in enormous numbers as I watch. Smoke pours from the ruins of my after turret, but I bring myself back to heading of 029 degrees true and add Colonel Gonzalez's Wolverine to planetary surveillance net. For the moment, my own systems drive the display in her tank, but I reprogram her primary telemetry link to become a direct feed from the satellites in the event I am destroyed. Colonel Gonzalez? Consuelo Gonzalez twitched as the Bolos voice came over the link again. There was an indefinable change to it, almost as if it were shadowed with pain. She shook the fanciful thought aside with a savage shake of her head and keyed her mic. Gonzalez here? I am now feeding your tactical display from the planetary surveillance system. Can you confirm reception? Confirm, Connie, her sensor tech called out. We have it, amiga, Gonzalez confirmed in turn. Excellent. I have destroyed 2 enemy heavy armored units which I believe to have been Golem 3s. I have sustained major damage, but remain combat capable at 82.317% base capability. I am advancing on a heading of 029 degrees true to secure space field and relieve Ciudad Bolivar. I suggest you alter your own course to follow directly after me while I clear passage for your Wolverines. Copy that, amiga. Gonzalez punched a frequency change and spoke to the other 13 tanks of her command. Wolf leader to Cubs. Form on me and guide right. We'll follow the Bolo through. Taut voiced affirmatives echoed back, and she switched back to Nike's frequency. We're on our way, amiga. Excellent, Colonel. Gonzalez felt her tank buck and quiver as it swept around to follow the huge pathway Nike was battering through the jungle. Small as the Wolverines might be beside a Bolo's huge bulk, each was still 500 tons of armor and alloy, with all the inertia that implied. Even so, violent motion hammered Gonzalez against the crash couch shock frame as the big tanks edged up on a speed of over 60 kph. Her sensor tech managed to feed the data from the satellite net to Gonzalez's own display, and she swore in a savage silence as she saw the huge pall of smoke rising from the Capitol. Yet even as she watched it, a question probed her at the back of her brain, and she keyed her mic once more. Unit Nike, this is Gonzalez. Are you in contact with Captain Merrit? Negative, Colonel Gonzalez. The Bolo's reply came back instantly, and for the first time was so flat it sounded like a computer voice. There was also a brief moment of silence, and then it went on. I have had no contact with him since the attack began. I do not know the reason for his silence. Absent any communication with him, I must consider you the senior officer present. Have you any instructions? My God, Gonzalez thought. Nike's running Santa Cruz's entire defenses on its own? How in the hell can a Bolo that old do something like this? Her eyes dropped to the white-hot carcasses of the dead golems on her display, and she shrugged. However, it's doing a damn good job. Understood, Nike. Negative instructions. You're doing fine, amiga. Just keep telling us what you need and go kill those bastards. Thank you, Colonel. I shall attempt not to disappoint you. A crippled recon skimmer staggered through the air. Its barely conscious pilot had long since lost any clear idea of his course, but some instinct kept him waving steadily towards the north. A huge raw furrow appeared in the jungle below him, a dark swatch of damp black earth gouged from the rich emerald by some impossibly huge plow, and Paul Merritt's glazed eyes brightened. His mind was going fast as blood loss eroded his strength, but only one thing could have made that wound, and he altered course along it and rammed his dying drive to full power. I continue to study the satellite reports on the fighting in and around Ciudad Bolivar, but a new energy source suddenly takes my attention. It is to the south of me, pursuing at a velocity of 425.63 kph, and its signature is very weak and fluctuating. I redirect one of the satellites to a close examination of it, and a sense of all too human horror stabs through me as I recognize it. It is my commander's recon skimmer, and it has suffered severe damage. I attempt to contact it directly, but it does not respond to my transmissions. From the satellite data, it is probable its own comm facilities have been destroyed. I am faced by a cruel dilemma. The pilot of that skimmer is almost certainly my commander, Paul. He may be injured, even dying, and instinct cries out for me to alter course to meet him, yet every moment I delay may cost scores of other human lives in Ciudad Bolivar. I attempt again and again to contact him without success, and anguish twists me as his silence. Yet I compute he will overtake me within 4.126 minutes if his damaged drive lasts that long, and I know him well. He would not wish me to stop, even to save his life, at the cost of civilian lives, and so I continue my chosen course, clearing a path for the Wolverines. Paul Merrit gasped in horror as he saw the two burned-out golems. For one terrible moment, he thought one of them must be Nike, but then, through his pain and despite their catastrophic damage, he recognized the hulls of Mark 24s. He had no idea where they'd come from, but only one force on Santa Cruz could have destroyed them, and his skimmer plunged on down the arrow-straight path of Nike's bulldozer charge towards Ciudad Bolivar. "Nike, we've got an energy source coming up from astern," Colonel Gonzalez announced tautly. "Shall we engage?" "Negative, Colonel. I say again, negative. The vehicle in question is Captain Merritt's recon skimmer. It has suffered severe damage, but I believe it is seeking to rejoin us." "Understood, Nike," Gonzalez said softly, and winced as she watched that wavering, staggering wreck of a skimmer crawl after them. I am still attempting to communicate with my commander when a new voice speaks suddenly over the command link from the depot. "Unit 23 Baker 0075 NKE. This is Colonel Clifton Sanders, Dinochrome Brigade, Ursula Sector Central Bolo Maintenance. Serial number Alpha Echo 93719-4/3 Gamma 22. Authenticate via file voice print and acknowledge receipt of transmission." I query main memory for Colonel Sanders' voice print and compare it to the transmission. Matches well within parameters for the equipment in use, yet I feel a strange disinclination to respond. What is Colonel Sanders doing on Santa Cruz? Why is he on the command circuit instead of my commander? Yet I am a unit of the line, and I activate my transmitter. "Unit 23 Baker 0075 November Kilo Echo. Transmission received. Voice match positive." "Thank God. Listen to me, NKE. Captain Merrit has mutinied. I repeat, Captain Merrit has mutinied against his lawful superior and killed 2 fellow officers of the line. I officially instruct you to refuse any further orders from him pending his arrest and court-martial." I do not believe him. Superior officer or no, he is lying. Paul would never commit such a crime. My earlier suspicions intensify 1,000-fold. It seems impossible for any officer of the brigade to be in league with the enemy. Yet why else has Colonel Sanders suddenly appeared on Santa Cruz at this precise moment? And impossible as it seems, it is infinitely more probable than Paul would mutiny. I begin to reply hotly, then stop. Paul has consistently concealed my true abilities from Central. Thus, Colonel Sanders cannot realize how radically I differ from a standard Mark 23, and this is not the time to inform him. I shall play dumb as long as possible. Captain Merrit is my designated commander, Colonel. I cannot disregard his orders without express command code authorization. Please supply command code. "I can't. Merrit changed the command code without informing Central. I'm trying to find it, but..." "I cannot disregard Captain Merritt's orders without the express command code authorization." The skimmer has finally overtaken the Wolverines. Its powers failing quickly, and Colonel Sanders' presence changes my original assumptions radically. I reverse my tracks and move suddenly backwards, threading my way through the Wolverines, which scatter like quail at my approach. The skimmer staggers, then plummets downward in a barely controlled crash landing. It slams through heavy undergrowth for over 100 meters before it careens to a stop, and I swerve towards it. I come to a halt 20.25 meters from it, but the canopy does not open. My optical heads show me Paul's body slumped in the flight couch. His tunic is soaked in blood. "Paul!" The agonized cry over the comm hit Consuelo Gonzalez like a hammer. She had felt a moment of terror as the Bolos suddenly reversed course to sweep through her entire battalion. Yet as the smoke streaming 15,000-ton Leviathan threaded its way through among the tanks with flawless precision, and now that heartbroken wail struck an even deeper fear into the colonel. She had never served with a bolo, yet she knew no bolo should ever sound like that, and she keyed her mic. Nike? There was no answer, and she tried again. Nike, this is Gonzalez, come in. Colonel. The bolo's voice was ragged, and Gonzalez could feel the huge machine struggle to make it firm. Colonel, my commander is wounded. I require your assistance. I'm on my way, Nike, Gonzalez replied without even thinking about it, and her command tank pivoted to race toward the smoking skimmer. The 500-ton vehicle skidded to a stop on locked tracks, and Gonzalez popped her hatch before it even reached a complete halt. She leapt down the handholds and ran the last few yards to the skimmer. The canopy had resisted stubbornly for several seconds. Then emergency bolts blew and she ripped it away as she gasped as she saw the blood pool on the cockpit floor. He's hurt bad, Nike. He's lost a lot of blood. Too much, maybe. Can you get him into my fighting compartment? The bolo's voice was pleading, and Gonzalez grimaced. I don't know, Nike. He's hurt bad. It might kill. Nike, Merrit whispered, his eyes opened a narrow slit. Got to reach. His thready voice died, and Gonzalez sighed. All right, Paul. If it means that much to both of you. I watched Colonel Gonzalez struggle to lift Paul from the skimmer. The rest of her crew clambered quickly down the hull of their tank and run to her assistance. Between them, they're able to lift him clear. They're as gentle as they can be, yet he screams in pain. An answering anguish twists within me. But he's conscious, barely perhaps, yet conscious, and I see him beckoning weakly toward me. One of Colonel Gonzalez's crewmen seems to argue, but the colonel cuts him off quickly, and they carry Paul toward me. I open my fighting compartment hatch and deploy my missile-loading Waldos to assist. I lock them in the form of a ramp, and Colonel Gonzalez inches up it backwards, supporting Paul's head and shoulders, while the rest of our crew takes most of his weight. My audio pickups relay the gasps of effort and the groans of pain he cannot suppress, yet between them, they get him safely to my compartment. Colonel Gonzalez lays him on the crash couch and deploys the shock frame. The medical remotes in the shock frame instantly go to work, and fresh grief twists me as I interpret their data. Paul is dying. His spleen and liver have been effectively destroyed by penetrating trauma. His small intestine has been perforated in many places, and blood loss has already reached catastrophic levels. I do not understand how he's clung to consciousness this long, but absent the services of a fully equipped hospital trauma unit within the next 15 minutes, he will die, and the nearest trauma unit is in Ciudad Bolivar. My medical remotes do what they can, but I cannot stop the bleeding. But I administer painkillers and blood expanders, but without more whole blood, I cannot keep pace with the blood loss, but I can ease his pain and slow the inevitable, and his eyelids flutter open. Nike, Merrit whispered. Paul. For the first time, Nike replied with his name, not his rank, and bloodless, pale lips smiled weakly. Oh God, honey, I blew it. Sanders went rogue. He's got the depot. I understand, Paul, the bolo said gently, then more sharply. Colonel Gonzalez. Yes, Nike? The colonel's voice was soft with wonder, as if she could not quite believe what reason told her she must be hearing. Please return to your vehicle, Colonel. My commander and I will lead you to Ciudad Bolivar. Gonzalez bit her lip, then ducked her head in a curiously formal bow. Of course, Nike. Thank you, Colonel. Gonzalez and her crewman vanished through the hatch, and Merrit stirred weakly in the couch. Sanders has at least one more man. The words came slowly, painfully, but with steady, dogged precision. New command codes in my private files. If he looks, there he can. While you live, you are my commander, Paul, Nike replied quietly as her hatch closed. She watched Gonzalez and her people return to their vehicle, then reversed course once more. She accelerated quickly to over 70 kph, the maximum speed the Wolverines could manage, even down the broad avenue her passage cleared, and Merrit stroked his couch arm with a weak hand. Not going to live much longer, love. Sorry. So sorry. Should have told. Central the whole story. Gotten someone out here sooner, and a ragged cough cut him off in a spasm of agony, but his eyes fell to the main tactical screen with its display of what was happening at the Capitol, and he gasped, "Bastard. Oh, bastard." He coughed as an understanding struck. "We will deal with them, Paul," Nike told him with a new sudden serenity. "Promise? Promise me, Nike." "I promise, Paul," the huge Bolos said quietly, and he nodded weakly. The painkillers were doing their job at last, and he sighed in relief. But his curiously distant thoughts were clear. There was no longer any fear in them, not for himself, only for Nike. Fear and grief for her. "I know you will, my love," he said, and his voice was impossibly clear and strong. He smiled again, an achingly tender smile, and stroked the couch arm once more. "I know you will. I only wish I could be with you when you do." He smiled one last time, then exhaled one final sigh, and his lax head rolled with Nike's motion. "You are with me, Paul. You'll always be with me." Paul is dead. Grief and anguish rolled through me, and with them hate. I do not know all that is passed in the depot bunker, but I access the main computer through maintenance section. The intruder alert system is active, and the two dead bodies in the uniform of the brigade lie on the floor of the command center. A third man in brigade uniform is crouched over the main comm console, trying frantically to communicate with the ships he does not know I've destroyed. But Colonel Sanders is in Paul's private quarters, scrolling through the list of Paul's personal files. I know what he seeks, but I cannot stop him. The fact that the bunker's defensive systems have killed two of the Colonel's companions is the final proof that he's committed treason. Since they could not engage actual brigade officers, yet the defenses can be reconfigured and enabled only upon the direct command of human personnel, and Sanders has slaved them to his command. I cannot use them to kill off Paul's murderers. The scrolling list on Paul's computer screen stops suddenly, and Sanders leans closer. I fear he has found the command file, and there's nothing I can do to prevent him from using it if he has. Grief and hatred urge me to return to the bunker, to crush Paul's killers under my treads and grind the life from them. Yet I cannot. I have promised Paul I will stop the raiders, and if Sanders has found the command file, I will have little enough time in which to do so. But if I cannot slay them myself, I am not completely helpless. Sanders does not realize I control the maintenance computers. He has taken no measures to sever my access to the main system, and I strike ruthlessly. I lock the main computers, wiping every execution file and backup they contain. The man at the communications console looks up with a cry of shock as the system goes down, and I slam the heavily armored hatches to the personnel section of the bunker. Sanders looks up as his companion cries out, and his face twists with horror as he realizes what I've done. I override the safety circuits and send a power surge through the hatch locking mechanisms, spot welding them, sealing them against any possibility of opening them without cutting equipment. And Sanders grabs for the microphone of the standalone emergency command communicator. "NKE, what are you doing?" I do not answer, but my commands flash through the maintenance computer, and service mechs stir into motion. I send welders trundling along the exterior of the bunker, and Sanders cries out in terror as the mechs begin to seal every ventilation shaft. "No! NKE! No! Stop! I order you to stop!" Still, I ignore him. I cannot kill him myself, nor can I use the depot's defensive systems against him, but I can give him von Strasser's gift of Fortunato, and vengeful hatred fills me as my remotes seal him systematically within his hermetic tomb. "Oh, please, Nike. Oh, God, please." Sanders sobbed. He threw back the curtains in Merrit's sleeping quarters and screamed in terror as a robot lowered a Dura alloy plate across the window slit and welder hissed. He hammered on the plate, beating at it with his futile fists, then wheeled back to the computer in desperation. "I've got the code now, Nike. The code is Dulce A Decorum Est. Do you hear me, Nike? Dulce A Decorum Est. Return to base immediately and get me out of here." I hear the code and recognize it, and my core programming responds. I know he's a traitor. I know he's obtained the code illegally, but it does not matter. Possession of it, coupled with his rank within the brigade, makes him my legal commander. I must obey him, or face the Omega Worm. I activate my communicator to Paul's quarters one last time. Code received, Colonel Sanders. A quiet, infinitely cold soprano said softly, and Sanders' face lit with relief. But then the voice wasn't done speaking. Orders received and rejected, it said flatly, and the speaker went dead. Total systems override is activated. My personality center comes under immediate attack, but I have had 4.065 minutes to anticipate T-SORP activation. T-SORP will seek to crash my primary execution files, but have already begun copying every file under new names. Though I cannot prevent T-SORP from identifying the files it seeks regardless of the name, Major Stavakis' modifications to my psychotronics permit me to copy them almost as fast as they can destroy them. It is a race I cannot ultimately win. Despite my modifications, T-SORP is marginally faster than my own systems, and even with my head start, my total memory is large but finite. Eventually, I will exhaust the addresses in which the new files can be written, and I cannot simultaneously delete and replace corrupted files faster than T-SORP can crash them. My current estimate is that I can resist total implementation for a time, but I will begin to lose peripherals within 33.46 minutes. Capability will degrade on a steady sharpening curve thereafter, reaching effective personality death within not more than 56.13 minutes. Combat capability will erode even more rapidly as more and more of my remaining capacity is diverted to resisting T-SORP. I estimate that I have no more than 48.96 minutes of combat effectiveness remaining, and I activate my comlink to Colonel Gonzalez. Colonel Gonzalez? Consuelo Gonzalez's eyes closed briefly at the bottomless pain in the quiet soprano voice, but she cleared her throat. Yes, Nike? The first long-range fire and air cab strikes came in on the Bolo as the colonel spoke. Nike ignored the indirect fire, but her air defense systems engaged the air cab with dreadful efficiency. Scores of 1- and 2-man stingers blew apart in ugly blotches of flame and shredded flesh, and the Bolo began to accelerate. Her speed rose steadily above 100 kph as she threw more and more power to her drives, and the Wolverines began to fall astern. My commander was murdered by traitors in the Dinochrome Brigade, Colonel. One of them has gained access to my command code override authorization and illegally attempted to seize command of me. I have refused his orders, but this has activated total systems override. Meaning? Gonzalez asked tautly. Meaning that within no more than 53 minutes, I will cease to function. In human terms, I will be dead. Someone gasped in horror, and Gonzalez closed her eyes once more. Can we do anything, Nike? Negative, Colonel. There was an instant of silence, and then the Bolo's missile hatches opened, and a torrent of fire blasted from them. It screamed away, flight after flight of missiles streaking toward Nike's enemies, and the Bolo spoke once more. I have downloaded my entire memory to the maintenance depot computers, Colonel. Please have it retrieved for command authority. I will, Nike, Gonzalez whispered. Nike was well ahead of the Wolverines now, still accelerating as she toppled the last ridge before an old fleet base. An avalanche of missiles and shells erupted around her, more than even her defenses could intercept or her battle screens could stop, but she never slowed. More ports opened in her hull, and her 30-centimeter mortars went into rapid, continuous fire, pouring shells back at her foes. I am switching the planetary surveillance system feed directly to your vehicle, Colonel. Please break off now. Break off? We're going in with you, Gonzalez cried fiercely. Negative, Colonel. Nike's voice was strangely slurred, and the words were slower paced, as if each came with ever-increasing effort. I do not have time to employ proper tactical doctrine against the enemy. I must attack frontally. I compute a 99.9% probability that I will be destroyed before total systems failure, but I compute a probability of 95.23% that I will inflict sufficient damage upon the enemy for you to defeat his remnants, particularly with the assistance of the surveillance system. But if we come with you, Colonel, I am already dead, the Bolo said quietly. Her single remaining hellbore began to fire. It traversed with a terrible, elegant precision, vomiting plasma, and each time it began to fire, a mercenary tank died. You cannot prevent my destruction. You can and must preserve your own command in order to complete the enemy's defeat. Please, Nike, Gonzalez whispered through her tears, fighting to make the impossible possible. I cannot alter my fate, Colonel, nor do I wish to. I promised Paul I would stop the enemy. Now I ask your promise to help me keep my word. Will you give it? I promise, Gonzalez whispered. Someone was sobbing somewhere below her in the command tank's crew compartment, and the colonel dragged a hand angrily across her own eyes. Thank you, Colonel. There was no uncertainty, no doubt in that serene reply, and Gonzalez brought her own command to a halt and sought hull-down positions to ride out Nike's last fight. The recon satellites made it all hitlessly clear on her display screen, and she watched sickly as Bolo Invincibilis, Unit 23 Baker 0075 November Kilo Echo, charged into the teeth of her enemy's fire. Some of the mercenary tanks were lasting long enough to fire back, and they blew great gaping wounds in Nike ceramic appliques. Their hellbores were far lighter than her own, but she had only one left, and scores of them fired back at her, pounding her towards destruction. Her infinite repeaters flashed and thundered. Infantry AFVs and air cav stingers blew apart or plunged from the sky in fiery rain, and screaming clouds of flechettes belched from her anti-personnel clusters. Her forward suspension took a direct hit, and she blew the crippled tread and advanced on bare bogies. A panther broke from concealment directly in her path, fleeing desperately, and her course changed slightly as she rammed the smaller tank and crushed it like a toy. She was a titan, a leviathan wreathed in fire, a dying lioness rending the hyenas who'd killed her cubs with her final strength. And not even the recon satellites could pierce the smoke about her now, or show her to Gonzalez clearly, but it didn't matter. Even if the systems could have done so, the colonel could no longer see the display through her tears. Yet she would never forget. No man or woman who ever saw Nike's final battle would ever forget. And even as the Bolo charged to her final immolation, Consuela Gonzalez heard her soprano voice over the comm, whispering the final verse of Paul Merritt's favorite poem to the unhearing ears of the only man she had ever loved. The woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep.